The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1526 Rorschach. Of course, the most noteworthy person among the special forces is the newcomer Rorschach. Although he is called a newcomer, Rorschach is actually not young. He was born in 1972 in Chicago. His real name is Walter Kovacs, but few people call him that because he never mentions his past. This is not just because of his humiliating past. His mother is a streetwalker, a very ordinary one. His mother herself does not know who his father is. Rorschach's birth was originally an accident. His mother did not welcome him. It's just that his life is too tenacious. His mother tried many times but failed to abort him, and finally had to give birth to him. Although he has a mother, in fact, Rorschach is not as good as an orphan. His mother brought him only shame, beatings and insults. He was rejected by everyone since he was a child because his mother was a slut who could be slept with by anyone. In order to protect himself, Rorschach had to survive the beatings of children older than him since he was a child. This strengthened his physique and learned fighting skills from countless fights. Of course, this also led to his serious violent tendencies. In this way, Rorschach grew up tenaciously at the bottom of society. At a young age, he had seen hell that many people had never seen in their lives. He had seen many crimes, and it was these crimes that made him discover a special skill of his own. He had a very strong investigative ability. He only needed to take a look at many crimes to find clues. Later, when he was 14 years old, his mother finally died of alcoholism and long-term drug abuse. He was transferred to various foster families, but was never treated gently. After adulthood, he just found an ordinary garment factory job. It can be said that his first half of life was basically a life template for a perverted murderer. A bad family, a bad childhood, an unstable spirit, a serious tendency to violence, a reserve murderer. However, no one expected that such a Rorschach would always maintain his original intention. That is, he no longer wanted to let his life repeat itself in other people. This bad society needs heroes. He saw too much injustice and too much evil. This not only did not let him sink into it, but aroused his resistance. So a long time ago, he began to work as a vigilante in secret. Although he is just an ordinary worker, in fact, he seems to be born to be a detective, and he also enjoys the process of pursuing the truth. Of course, what he enjoys most is actually the last link. Punishing evil. Rorschach is a person who insists on the concept of absolute justice and the principle of never compromising. He treats criminals with severity and without hesitation. However, what really made Rorschach determined to become a superhero was a sad case. Kitty Genevieve's case. It was a case that happened in Chicago 4 years ago. The original case happened in New York in 1964. A young woman named Kitty Genevieve was stabbed to death near her home. It was a tragic incident, but it was not a particularly newsworthy event for Chicago. After all, it was Chicago, a region with a murder rate higher than a war zone. News reports at the time showed that the uniqueness of the Genevieve's case was that her 38 neighbors stood at their windows at 3 a.m., but did not respond to her screams of terror. While her attacker took 30 minutes to complete the horrific act, they stayed by their windows and watched it all happen quietly. Rorschach was in Chicago at the time. He was severely shocked after seeing the newspaper. He couldn't imagine what kind of world would create such a tragic thing. This corrupt society needs heroes so much, and he is determined to fight against evil. Let everyone see that not everyone in this world will be indifferent. He found the murderer and killed him in the same way. Then the 38 neighbors were also punished accordingly. They were severely beaten, and then they were hung on their windowsills, their eyelids were taped up, and they were staring at the scene of the crime. Then Rorschach was chased by the police. After that, he had to leave Chicago. The impact of this case was too bad. Then he came to New York. Then he committed another crime. At that time, there was a dismemberment case in New York. The victim was a little girl. The body of the little girl was dismembered and thrown into the furnace to burn. However, because the temperature was not high enough, the body was not burned. When the police saw the dismemberment, they were shocked by the cruelty of the murderer. However, before the police found the murderer, Rorschach found the murderer in advance. He tied the murderer who dismembered the girl with iron chains, and then set him on fire and burned him alive. After being found by Rorschach, the murderer was not afraid at all, but very arrogant. Because he knew that he had mental problems, it would not matter if he was caught, and he didn't even need to go to jail. Then he saw Rorschach find iron chains and gasoline, and then he began to beg Rorschach frantically to let him hand himself over to the police. Unfortunately, Rorschach insisted on absolute justice. He always believed that the murderer should be treated the same as the victim, which was the right thing to do. So he lit the fire amid the murderer's pleading and wailing. Watching him curl up in the flames little by little, he left. This incident had a very bad impact. The New York police felt provoked. They don't blame Rorschach for killing people. In fact, no one would feel pity for such a scum. It's such a person who deserves death. But the problem is that Rorschach turned the New York police into trash. This is intolerable. This is also the biggest contradiction between superheroes and police. The New York Police Department is not the kind of organization with a lot of bad police. They still maintain basic ethics. They are very serious about tracking down the murderer. But Rorschach made their efforts a joke. Let the citizens think that the police are trash. So the New York Police Department immediately wanted Rorschach, but, since the last time he was forced to leave Chicago by the Chicago Police Department, Rorschach has evolved again. He has become more cautious and more cunning. The New York Police Department has investigated for several months and found nothing. This made more media laugh at the police department. The New York media is known as the most vicious group in the world. This group of people can make waves without wind. Unfortunately, Hesitant Kai did a great job, resulting in the New York police being praised in recent years, which made those media who like to make trouble very unhappy. You know, in addition to selling Knicks players, the New York media's favorite thing to do is to scold the government and the police. Especially the police. In the years when political correctness was the most fierce, the New York media wanted to fire all the police and cancel the police station directly. Because scolding the police not only has no consequences, but also can attract traffic, why not scold them? But Kai's arrival changed everything. Originally, Kai's appearance made the media very excited for a while. Of course, they were not excited because Kai's arrival would improve the public security in New York. In fact, the public security in New York has nothing to do with him. They wish there were big news every day, preferably a murderer today, a gang fight tomorrow, and the exposure of the black police who retreated. Anyway, no matter how chaotic the public security is, it will not affect them, because the police will protect them well. What they are really excited about is that they can destroy Kai like they did to Marbury. It would be better for them to expose Kai's devil-faced and dirty appearance. Even Kai's evil depravity would be more perfect. However, Kai taught them a good lesson. What is the qualitative change after the combination of capital and power? They just called Kai the butcher. Then they found that they were cleaned up, and the big newspapers were soon warned not to publish negative news about Kai. The tabloids tried to get coverage, but they suffered the next day. The so-called equal rights organizations were thoroughly exposed. Those reporters quickly woke up from the illusion of being the uncrowned king. They are nothing. They are just the things of capital and power. Under Kai, a super collective that combines force, fame, capital and power, they can do nothing. Instead, they have to change their rules and serve Kai because of Kai. During that time, let alone Kai, they could only sing praises to the New York Police Department. What a humiliation. Now that we have finally found an opportunity, we must ridicule them. What traffic can singing praises bring? The people are fish. They only have a few seconds of memory. They may have been very grateful for what the New York police did, and sang praises for them. But how long has it been? I am tired of seeing them singing praises again. The people need new stimulation. So they curse. Curse as much as they can. This made the New York police commissioner so angry that he almost fainted. You know, the last commissioner of the New York Police Department was promoted to the New York City Police Commissioner because of his excellent performance. Every policeman does not belong to the federal government, but to the local government. Therefore, the police system of each big city is different. For example, the Los Angeles Police Department, the police chief is the head of all Los Angeles police and the real head of the police department. But it is different in New York. The New York Police Commissioner is not the head. The head is the police commissioner. The commissioner is the highest position in the New York City Police Department and is directly appointed by the mayor. He prefers civilian work, which is equivalent to government official. He is the kind of person who has entered the real political arena. The New York Police Commissioner is responsible for the daily administrative work of the police department and is the second in command. The second in command is very miserable. He has to stand behind the first in command to receive credit, but he has to stand in front of the first in command to take the blame. The current commissioner only took office last year. As a result, he was hit on the head just after taking office, which made the commissioner very unhappy. If the boss above is unhappy, the subordinates will naturally do something. Since the subordinates can't do it well, the boss will naturally let more capable people do it. So the matter was handed over to the special department. Although the special department is not responsible for criminal investigation, they are the thugs. They will only be asked to take action when the lower level cannot solve the problem and force is needed. However, the full name of the special department is the Special Affairs Investigation Department. It has the name of investigation. So they also have the power of criminal investigation, but they rarely use it. After all, there are too many departments in the New York Police Department responsible for criminal investigation. Under the General Administration alone, there are two major departments, the Intelligence Bureau and the Investigation Bureau, responsible for criminal investigation. In addition, there is the Detective Bureau, as well as the criminal investigation teams of the subordinate units, such as the Major Crimes Unit and the Murder Division. There are too many people in charge of criminal investigation. Usually, the Special Affairs Investigation Department is not needed to do criminal investigation. This time, the director was very angry about the delay in catching Rorschach, so he directly assigned the Special Affairs Investigation Department. This is a slap in the face of the criminal investigation police in the whole city. It shows that the higher-ups are very disappointed with him. The special department is actually not particularly suitable for this kind of thing. The few people in the special department, SAGI, are purely military, first class in fighting, but not in investigating cases. It was completely coincidental that he became a policeman, and it was also because of Kai. Jessica is a detective by profession, but she almost starved herself to death with the Kai Detective Agency. This is certainly due to her personality, and she often offends clients. But her ability to investigate cases is very mediocre. As for the others, they are all pretty much the same. This is when the two newcomers come into play. Night Owl and Misty. Night Owl learned a lot from the old policeman Mason, and with his high IQ and observation skills, he is still very good at criminal investigation. And Misty is essentially a police officer. She is a criminal investigator by profession, and she has been working in criminal investigation since she graduated from the police school. With the efforts of these two, they caught Rorschach. But Sage did not accuse Rorschach. Because Sage admires Rorschach very much. Rorschach is not only excellent in criminal investigation, he caught the murderer faster than the police alone, and this is his ability. What's more, Rorschach's other abilities are not bad either. Rorschach does not have any superpowers, but he has extraordinary willpower, endurance and reaction. He often uses the objects around him as weapons to deal with emergencies, including hairspray, chili powder, forks, oil pans, toilets, etc. It took a lot of effort for the special forces to subdue him at that time, and Night Owl was almost crippled by Rorschach. Rorschach is proficient in street fighting, gymnastics, boxing, and has a strong physique. Although he is mentally unstable, Rorschach is still extremely smart. He is also proficient in all kinds of tricks, such as lock picking. This guy can use a piece of wire to open the advanced electronic lock that imprisoned him. This makes Sagi and others feel that the high-tech electronic lock purchased by the police at a high price is no different from an ordinary lock. Faced with Sagi's solicitation, Rorschach refused at first. He is more willing to punish evil in his own way. The law. In his opinion, the current law is just a joke. Just like the pervert who killed the little girl and dismembered her body, if he really goes to court, he will probably escape legal sanctions. Even if he is punished, he will just live happily in prison, and maybe he will be out in a dozen years. Rorschach believes that it is precisely because of these weak laws that today's society has degenerated into the state. He naturally cannot join the police. This will only allow more criminals to escape punishment. But in the end, Sage still convinced him. The special department is different. They have the highest authority. Many times, the special department does not need to arrest criminals when handling cases. The founder of a department can easily influence the way this department acts. Kai is famous for his low arrest rate. The probability of shooting is higher. Chapter 1527 Art. Here, Rorschach walked into the crime scene wearing a brown coat and a bowler hat. His outfit was very much in the style of plainclothes detectives in the 1960s and 1970s, very Chicago style. This was Rorschach's personal interest, and he seemed to be very fascinated by that era. Yes, sir, a new detective looked at Rorschach's constantly changing appearance, and felt fear in his heart, but he immediately stood at attention and greeted loudly. Rorschach's ink mask. The ink on the mask will change with his mood. It was a new type of fabric invented by Tony Stark. The viscous fluid between the double layers of fabric is sensitive to heat and pressure. Tony Stark intended to use it to please Pepper, but Pepper felt that Tony had no sense of fashion at all, and the fabric was ugly. So she decisively refused, and this thing became one of Tony's many useless inventions and was thrown into the warehouse of the Stark Group. Rorschach's original mask was destroyed during the arrest, so Sage thought about getting a new set of masks for Rorschach. As a result, Rorschach took a fancy to this fabric. Rorschach thought the fabric was beautiful. And this mask has symmetrical ink blots that are constantly changing, similar to the Rorschach ink blot test, so Rorschach thought it was a perfect coincidence, so he chose it. But it must be said that when you see this mask, coupled with Rorschach's cold temperament, he looks very scary. Rorschach was even happier about this. Bringing fear to criminals is his greatest pleasure. Rorschach ignored him and walked in directly. The reason why Rorschach agreed to join the Special Division was actually for the so-called license to kill. The Special Division has the ability to suppress any of his killings, such as arresting a criminal, and the criminal resists arrest with a gun, so Rorschach has to shoot back. American police are very good at this kind of rhetoric. At least in New York, Kai can suppress any negative news. Although Rorschach insists on absolute justice, it does not mean that he really will not be flexible. His purpose is to punish criminals. As for other things, there is not much demand. But this does not mean that Rorschach likes the police. No one in the lower class of Chicago likes the police, and Rorschach is no exception. He still believes that the reason why the United States has become like this is because of the incompetence of the police and the weakness of the law. So he still doesn't like the police, even though he is still a policeman now. However, it's just a temporary shelter. Rorschach quickly arrived at the crime scene. This is the lair of the Colombian gang, an old house with a long history. Old houses are not necessarily expensive, the key is where they are located. This is in the New York Rust Belt, and it was a former factory, which was later bought by the gang. It looks shabby from the outside, but in fact the decoration and equipment inside are quite good. Woo! Before Rorschach walked in, he saw a female police officer rushing out of the room with her mouth covered. Then she bumped into Rorschach. Just about to say sorry. But when she looked up and saw Rorschach, she immediately swallowed what she was about to vomit back. Sir, speed away, don't destroy the scene. Rorschach's voice came from under the mask, like a voice from hell. It makes people's hair stand up involuntarily. Yes, I'm sorry. Rorschach ignored her and walked in directly. After entering, Rorschach knew why the female police officer was like this. Too miserable. A man was hung in front of the window, with several ropes piercing his body. The skin and flesh on his back were torn apart and made into wings. The wings were very big. The wingspan was 2 meters. How much flesh and blood can a person have on his back? So the wings were very thin. They were made of flesh and blood on the back with extremely exquisite techniques. It was daytime now, and the light coming in through the window could clearly see the texture and blood vessels of the flesh and blood. There was an abnormal beauty. Rorschach's brows suddenly frowned. This was not something an ordinary murderer could do. Professional. Too professional. Captain Rorschach, Misty came over at this time. Although Rorschach was captured mainly because of Night Owl and Misty, Misty and Night Owl admired Rorschach's ability very much. Of course, they both had a negative attitude towards his actions. Night Owl and Misty both had police thinking and thought Rorschach was too cruel. Yet, Rorschach still recognized his colleagues in the special department. At least they were not idiots or waste. As for the difference in ideas, Rorschach said he didn't care. He was defending justice, not being a dictator, and he didn't need others to recognize him. The murderer is very professional. Rorschach didn't like socializing. In fact, he had a slight social phobia, otherwise he wouldn't wear a mask. The mask was his best protection. With a mask on, he could put aside his real identity and completely immerse himself in the identity of Rorschach. He hated his name and his original identity, so he rarely took off the mask, which made him more comfortable. Rorschach pointed to the pair of wings. This is not something that ordinary people can do. The murderer must be proficient in dissection, and from the wound, the victim was not dead when the murderer did this. That's right, Rorschach pointed to the man's face. This guy died of pain. Misty shuddered. She knew that the victim died tragically, but she didn't expect it to be so tragic. Moreover, Rorschach could see so many things with just one look. This made her, a police officer, a little ashamed. Is there any evidence at the scene? Rorschach asked. Although judging by the murderer's methods, he must be an old hand and it is unlikely that he would leave any evidence at the scene. But I still have to ask as usual. Misty opened her mouth and swallowed back what she was about to say. Rorschach was so damn right. Nothing was left at the scene. The murderer cleaned the scene and didn't even leave any dust, Misty said honestly. Rorschach nodded. Sir, what should we do? The clue is broken. No. This is the best clue. The murderer is definitely not committing a crime for the first time. He should have many cases. Go check. Rorschach shook his head. Then do you want to check this guy's interpersonal relationships? You can check, but you don't need to spend too much effort. This kind of stuff can't have any intersection with serial killers. Serial killers have one thing in common. Their targets are generally women. Perhaps it is also related to the fact that most serial killers are men. It sounds a bit weird, but it is true that women are less likely to become serial killers. That's why most people think that serial killers are all men and their victims are all women. In fact, it's because women are less likely to become serial killers. Another point is that from the perspective of the sustainability of the crime, women who are physically weaker and more courageous are easier to kill than men. This greatly increases the success rate when committing serial crimes and reduces the risk of failure or even exposure due to fierce counterattacks. Strong targets like gang bosses are not the targets of serial killers. Misty looked at Rorschach a little hesitantly, and then asked, do you think it was possible that it was done by another vigilante, the evil gang leader and the cruel killer? Look at Rorschach. Do you think this script is familiar? Rorschach also understood what Misty meant. But he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, he is indeed such a person. No. It was definitely not done by a vigilante, but Rorschach can be sure that the person who did this was definitely not for any righteous reason. Why? Although it was not a good question to ask, Misty was still curious about why Rorschach was so sure. Art, Rorschach said, no vigilante would do such a boring thing. I wouldn't either. Although I am cruel, I definitely wouldn't do so many rituals. Look here, the room is spotless, nothing is damaged, and the way the victims are placed takes a lot of time. The main purpose of the vigilante is to punish. It may be cruel, but not so attentive. We never treat punishing such scum as art. That's too much respect for these scum, they don't deserve it. Misty heard what Rorschach said, and the corners of her mouth twitched, and she didn't feel much better. But if you think about it carefully, it still makes sense. Vigilantes don't do things so leisurely. They won't waste so much time. After all, they are very busy. The killing of the boss of the Colombian gang didn't cause any waves at all. After all, it was a gang. Although the law and order in New York is much better than before, don't forget that this is New York. Even Kai can't eliminate the gangs here. The emergence of gangs is ultimately due to the vacuum of grassroots power and the government's poor control. But the power vacuum will not exist forever, and society has its own regulatory capabilities. When there is a power vacuum, there will naturally be forces to fill it. In many places, this part of the force is the gang. Although it is a bit beyond common sense to say this, the gang does represent a certain order. Like China, the government's power goes directly into the streets, and the grassroots control ability is strong. The survival ability of the underworld and gangs is naturally weak. They cannot develop. At most, they are a group of local thugs, and there is no strict organization. But it is different abroad, especially in the West. Their government's grassroots management ability is relatively weak, which gives the gangs room to survive. In fact, the best example to observe the formation and development of gangs is the Soviet Union. During the Soviet period, there were no gangs at all. Because of the strong grassroots management ability, all the gangsters were sent to the Gulag to grow potatoes. But as the Soviet Union had problems and its grassroots management ability weakened, many gangs began to develop. But even so, in the late Soviet Union, those gangs were actually just some loose small gangs, and they had no influence at all. But with the collapse of the Soviet Union, The original social system collapsed. And the grassroots order began to become chaotic, and the gangs in the former Soviet Union began to grow wildly. After gaining power at the grassroots level, these gangs developed very rapidly, and taking advantage of the privatization process, they embezzled a large amount of state assets and then grew rapidly. Then the Russian gangs became the most rampant gangs in the world in just 2 or 3 decades. No matter how powerful Kai is, he can't change the political ecology of the United States. Americans have a tradition of association, because they don't have any so-called grassroots organizations, plus a series of problems such as the gap between the rich and the poor. Gangs are almost impossible to eliminate. Even if Kai kills more gangsters, he can't stand it. This country can produce countless reserve gangs every year. Have you seen Little John's video? Longchang Wudao has a look. The United States is the largest prison country in the world. According to statistics, the prison population in the United States is as high as 2.3 million, ranking first in the world. Compared with its total population of 327 million, its incarceration rate is as high as 0.7%, also ranking first in the world. In addition, there are 3.7 million people on probation or parole. The data in 2006 is even more exaggerated. Nearly 7 million people in the United States are in prison, sentenced to probation or parole. This number accounts for 1/32 of the adult population in the United States. This is the data of the United States itself. In addition, 38 million people in the United States live below the poverty line, and more than 8 million of them are in deep poverty. Think about it, what a huge demographic dividend this is. Many poor people can only commit crimes to make a living. Once they enter prison, they will immediately become enlightened and evolve from their original petty thefts. After they are released from prison, formal jobs will not recruit them because they have criminal records. They can't do legitimate work, and they have learned all kinds of stealing skills in the gangs. What can they do? What can they do? Of course, they can only join the gangs. At least the personnel department of the gangs does not need to look at diplomas and academic qualifications when recruiting employees. Even those with criminal records are given priority in recruitment. It can be said that the gang population is endless. Eliminate the gangs? Impossible. And New York has a good economy and money. This is a large red ocean, and no gang does not want to enter New York. No matter how powerful Kai is, he can't change this reality. So the New York gang has always existed. Gang members being killed, isn't it normal? Who the hell cares about the news of gang members being killed? Now even black equality is not popular. Who the hell will go to speak up for gang members? The political correctness in Europe and the United States has gone crazy recently. Even pedophile gunmen are beginning to be cared for. I really can't understand what these losers are thinking. Can such people also influence votes? Except for the police, no one cares about Colombia. And the murderer is naturally still at large. Tinker Phineas Mason, a fat tech geek, was taken to an abandoned factory. Who are you? My name is Crete, I don't know you? What are you going to do? I can give money. Please don't hurt me. Mason gave a fake name very skillfully and took out his wallet smoothly. Snart looked at the fat boy with amusement. Mason. Who do you think we are? Street thugs. Mirror Master and Peak Man blushed. They really were street thugs. They were just wondering if they had caught a wrong person. The main reason was that the fat boy acted too convincingly. Chapter 1528 Mason is murdered. Mason was found the next morning. The homeless man called the police. The reason was that the homeless man was going to come to the factory to find something with money to buy some drugs and solve the problem of food and clothing. As a result, he saw a tree with flowers falling. There was actually a tree in the factory building of an abandoned factory. This is not normal at all. When he walked in, he saw a fat man embedded in a flower tree. His stomach was hollowed out and filled with flowers, almost grafted onto the tree. The homeless man was shocked. Then he called the police. The police were immediately shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't even understand how the tree was planted in the concrete ground. As for how to graft a person onto a tree, the police were also confused. Even the people in the forensic laboratory couldn't do it. They were afraid of destroying the scene. And it must be said that the guy who made this thing has a good aesthetic. Although the fat man was fat and greasy, he was perfectly grafted with a flower tree, full of a kind of decadent beauty. Just when everyone was confused, the special department's vehicle drove over. Without saying a word, they took over the case. This time, the special department sent Jessica, Misty, Night Owl and Rorschach to handle the matter together. Jessica, who was half-baked, was stunned when she saw the scene. She had never seen anything like this. The most perverts she had seen were those who violated women and children, and the more extreme ones had some special fetishes. But it was the first time she had seen a corpse being treated like this. Although Misty and Night Owl were a little uncomfortable, they behaved quite professionally. They quickly put on protective equipment and began to check the scene. On the contrary, Rorschach did not go to the side of the corpse, but walked around the scene. Then half an hour later, the three of them gathered together again. "Did you find anything?" Night Owl asked proactively. In this three-person team, he was undoubtedly the leader. Misty was more inclined to be a clerk, and her management level was not very good. Rorschach. Needless to say, this guy had no sense of teamwork at all. No, Misty shook her head, then turned to ask Rorschach, could it be the same person who did the case with the Colombian gangster boss last time? Rorschach shook his head, not sure. But it's possible. The two cases are very similar. If the similarity was not too high, it would not have been transferred to the special division. Have you found anything over there? Such a killer will definitely not commit only one crime. No, Misty shook her head. This guy seems to have appeared out of thin air. And if such a case really happened, there is no reason why we haven't heard of it. The police circle is not really big. If such a strange case really happened, not all police officers would know about it, but most police officers in charge of homicide investigation would have heard of it. But at this location, they have not found anything similar. Impossible, Rorschach said categorically. The murderer's method is very neat and tidy. It is impossible for him to be a novice, but now we really can't find it. Misty also knew it was impossible, but the reality was like this. What could she do? We can only dissect it now. Rorschach pondered for a moment, then said, I've read the relevant reports. When serial killers kill people, they will leave their own unique marks. It may be some kind of symbol, or it may be some special method. If we didn't find it, it only means that we didn't find it. We can only rely on forensic medicine, but the laboratory. Misty wanted to say something. Then find the best, Rorschach said. Misty looked at Night Owl. Night Owl nodded. I will apply directly to the boss. The reason why the special department can become the most special department in the entire New York Police Department is not because it has a backer. With a great guy. The special department has never lacked funding and donations. The funding sources of local police departments mainly rely on two things. One is funding. Funding is a very magical thing. No matter how much funding is allocated, or how little. Anyway, the police department has always been short of money. The other is donations. This item is more of a test of leadership skills. Because funding requires a budget report, how much money should be spent and how much money can be spent, there is a place. But donations are not needed. Unless the donors have special designations, how the donations are used is up to each department. So the welfare of the police depends mostly on this. If your department has a lot of donations, you will naturally live comfortably. This is why the police are generally very nervous about the rich. Of course they are nervous. They are related to the treatment of the police themselves. If you serve the rich well, you will get more donations, and with more donations, they can live more comfortably. Even if the donations are designated to purchase police equipment, won't the police themselves enjoy the benefits? So whether the leaders can get donations is an important indicator. With Kai's support, the special department doesn't need to worry about either. Saji was the head of the special department for 2 years, and until now, he has never experienced what it feels like to find donations for funding. Funding? The maximum. Basically, the budget is approved on the spot, and there are even more. Donations? The two big customers, Wayne Group and Stark Group, have made the special department full of money. There is no need to consider other rich people at all. Donate if you want to. If you have difficulties, find Kai. Kai is indeed very efficient. That afternoon, the Jefferson Society Forensic Laboratory arrived in New York. At present, there are two strongest laboratories in the field of forensic medicine in the United States. One is the Las Vegas Forensic Center. The other is the Jefferson Society Forensic Laboratory. One of these two institutions is a state-funded institution, and the Forensic Laboratory is just one of its departments. However, the Jefferson Society has gathered a large number of experts in various fields, such as their chief forensic anthropologist, Dr. Temperance Bunin, Who is the best anthropologist in the United States? Their forensic laboratory can mobilize top experts in various fields to assist at any time. Their comprehensive strength can be said to be unique in the entire United States. The Las Vegas Forensic Center is like a professional player, specializing in crime scene investigation. They are top stars among professional players. Both institutions are very powerful. For example, the Las Vegas Forensic Center accepts requests for help from law enforcement agencies across the country. And they are more active on the West Coast. As for the Jefferson Society Forensic Laboratory, it is even more cold. They only cooperate with the FBI. Ordinary local police stations can't reach them. But the New York Police Department is different. There is Kai. Of course, this is not the key. The Jefferson scientists are very stubborn. Some time ago, they got rid of a government association. That's right, a small group of congressmen formed within the government, using public power to benefit themselves. As a result, they got in trouble with Dr. Temperance Boonen. After a period of struggle, this group of people really overturned this group. The government spent a lot of effort to suppress this matter, which made President Benjamin very passive. Of course, there are benefits. This group is exactly the opponent of the president. Overall, President Benjamin is still very happy. So if you really want to use power or influence to force this group of people, others probably don't care about Kai. What if you are a superhero? Kill them if you dare. Others are so awesome. But fortunately, Kai has a friendship with Dr. Temperance Boonen's husband Hilly Booth, and the other party owes him a favor. Hilly Booth used to be his soldier. In the army, he used to be a sniper. Later, he was transferred to the army and sent to Afghanistan. He retired because of injuries and PTSD syndrome, and then joined the FBI as a special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Before in Washington, Kai helped them a little. Later, Dr. Temperance Boonen, also known as Zyugu, was framed and wanted because he provoked a secret society. Kai also helped. She was hiding in New York State at that time. Even the government let Zyugu and his group go so easily, and Kai played a role in the middle. Otherwise, do you think that they overthrew a group of senior officials and congressmen without any sequelae? Don't be ridiculous. The interests involved in those people's resignation are too great, and so many people want them dead. It was Kai who told others that they were protected by him, so that the matter was over. Otherwise, what about it? Damn, that special investigator Booth? Who can be fooled by such a small official? If it weren't for Kai's backing, they would have been killed long ago. You know, the FBI is not soft-hearted when it comes to killing its own people. So with a phone call from Kai, Zyugu packed up the entire forensic laboratory and came to New York. Wow, Camille Saroy looked at the tree and immediately opened her mouth wide. She is the director of the Jefferson Forensic Laboratory and the boss of Dr. Bellin and her staff. Interestingly, she was once the chief medical examiner of the New York City Police Department, but before the establishment of the New York Forensic Laboratory, she was directly pried away by the Jefferson Society. This time, she can be regarded as returning home. Camille is a black female medical examiner with a great figure. There were many people in the New York Police Department who were interested in her, but later I heard that she was in love with an Iranian guy. Kai was also stunned. He had never been to the scene, and had not even seen the photos, but when he saw this scene, his face changed immediately. Rorschach had noticed Kai a long time ago. He walked lightly to Kai's side. "Sir, do you know him?" Kai's face was very ugly. He did not answer Rorschach's words, but directly picked up the phone. The call was connected soon. "Hello, Raven. Are the children here?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "They didn't go out to get into trouble today, did they?" Raven was not surprised that Kai asked about the children right away. You know, Kai has been very nervous about them recently and wants to know their location at any time. Tell them not to leave the house. Especially Liz and Keith. What happened? Raven heard that Kai's tone was wrong. Mason is dead. Who? Raven really knew who Mason was. After all, Teresa and the others always went to Keith's secret base to play, and Mason stayed there all the time. How could Raven not investigate? Mason, SHH, Raven took a breath of cold air on the phone, but Mason is not. Raven knew Mason. Mason was a super otaku. His greatest pleasure was to do some weird things. As long as he had enough Coke and pizza, he could stay at home for a year. If Mason was killed, that means that the secret base is no longer safe. What's worse is that they dared to attack Mason, which means that they would not show mercy to the children. This is a signal. Kai dare not bet whether they dare or not. If they really dare, they will really do it. Even if Kai cuts them into pieces, what can he do? You can't even cry. No matter what method you use, the children have to stay at home. I allow you to use force. If you can't use force, call Alfu and Merlin. In short, I won't allow anything to happen to them. Kai hung up the phone directly, then waved his hand and asked Sage, who was waiting on the side, to come over. Sage. Take people to Liz's house. Protect her mother. No. Take her directly to the safe house. Remember to be polite. Sage naturally had no objection. This was his immediate superior and had always been his immediate superior. Yes, Sage left without any hesitation. Rorschach floated over again at this time. Director Wayne, it seems, you know something. Kai gave him an annoyed look. Damn, can't you see that I'm annoyed? Night Owl came over quickly and stood between Rorschach and Kai. Director, calm down, you know Rorschach's character. Of course Kai knew. So he waved his hands impatiently. I know. Do I need you to tell me? Then Kai held back his anger and said to Rorschach, it should be the rogues. Find them. And kill them. Rorschach nodded. I know. Although Kai's tone sounded like hiring a killer, Rorschach didn't care. On the contrary, Kai's order was very much to his liking. It was the Jefferson Forensic Laboratory that was a little scared. Huggins, the insect expert, microbiologist, and mineralogist under Xiaogu, said carefully, I didn't expect that the famous Kai Wayne would be like this. It seems that he is indeed a typical example of government propaganda. By the way, Huggins is a heavy conspiracy theory enthusiast. He is very wary of the government, especially after the secret society incident. By the way, he is a super fan of Batman and has always been dismissive of Kai and Iron Man. No. Something must have happened. I know who Kai is best. He is a hero. Booth glared at Huggins fiercely, and he saved the world time and time again, but he did it with his life. Can this be faked? Booth is a patriot. Although his ancestor is John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln. By the way, Huggins is the heir of Cloward, the third largest closed company in the United States. The so-called closed company is a company that is not listed. He is a vested interest. But he is the most ruthless against the government. Maybe, Huggins whispered. Booth was immediately angry and wanted to go up to argue. Then both of them were stopped by their wives. Huggins' wife is Angela Montenegro. She is an artist, a skull restoration expert, and a top computer expert. She also belongs to the forensic laboratory. Specializes in body appearance restoration and various computer-related matters. Booth glared at Huggins, and then found Kai. Asked what happened. Kai didn't get angry this time but said honestly, you know my adopted daughters, right? Of course Booth knew, they had met before. Booth would visit them every time he came to New York for business. Speaking of them, Kai couldn't help but sighed. I don't know if there is something wrong with my education. They had to learn to be superheroes and formed a small group by themselves. As a result, they recently confronted the people of the Rogue Gang. And this, Kai pointed at Mason. He's their friend. Booth looked at the dead man's beard and greasy body. If you say he's a weird uncle, Booth will believe it. How can he be friends with a few little girls? Mason is a good person, Kai explained. At the same time, he is also a technology geek. He has been hiding in their secret base and rarely comes out. He will provide some useful props and technical support to the children. Now that he is in trouble, it means, Booth understood immediately. No wonder Kai reacted so strongly. How dare you let your kids run out and become superheroes? Being a superhero is not a fun thing. Every year, there are many middle school boys who run out to do justice and get killed. Kai shrugged, so I said, my education method has failed. Speaking of this, Kai had a headache again. How should I tell the kids about Mason? With the personalities of Teresa and the others, they can forget about crying. If that were the case, he would be very lucky. He was afraid that they would get revenge in a fit of rage. No, that was almost certain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1529. The whole city is shocked. After Raven hung up the phone, she immediately called Afu. She asked Afu to prepare the children's favorite barbecue. Barbecue is good. Barbecue is not only delicious, but also troublesome. You need to do it yourself. After eating, a few hours passed, and after drinking some drinks, you will feel sleepy, and the day will pass. Yes, madam, Afu naturally had no objection. Raven especially liked Afu, because Afu always called her madam, although he also called other women that way. But it can't be helped, Raven is the only one living in Kai's house. Basically, this title has become Raven's exclusive. When other people come, Afu will add their names before madam. For example, Madam Diana, Madam Kelly and so on. Only Raven can enjoy the exclusive title of madam. Even so, Raven still can't guarantee that these little guys will not find anything. Merlin, wearing an apron and gloves, flashed out from somewhere, as if this is their talent, they can appear at the first time the master calls. Just like teleportation. Madam, Merlin was just in the garden. After all, his main job is a gardener, and the chief scientist in Kingsman is a part-timer. Block all sources of information that may let the children find out that Mason is in trouble, understood? Although this is difficult, the media will naturally not let go of such a curious homicide case. You know, this time it may be a homeless person who first discovered the body. And as we all know, selling news to the media is the easiest way to make money, so the homeless person will naturally not let it go. So after calling the police, he immediately called the TV station. Then the TV station came faster than the police. There is no way, there is only one police station in the city, and it is a monopoly. TV stations are different. Especially in a city like New York, there are really too many TV stations, and they are so crazy. When the Titan creatures are rampant, these people dare to fly helicopters to shoot close up, highlighting that they don't care about their lives. Of course, the media and the police still have a tacit understanding. For example, if a reporter destroys the scene, then sorry, the police will arrest him immediately, and then the prosecutor and the judge will not hesitate to trigger the maximum limit, such as directly revoking the TV station's license, sending the reporter to prison, plus a huge compensation for the victim's family. A series of packages are delivered. Because such a thing did happen before. Due to the serious internal competition in the media, in a previous case, a beautiful TV reporter walked directly into the crime scene in order to gain attention, stood next to the corpse to take pictures, and even moved things at the scene. Even when she was arrested, the female reporter was still shouting for press freedom. She had a beautiful idea, just to gain attention. The TV station would definitely save her. After all, she worked so hard, and the TV station benefited from it. If she was not saved, who would work hard? In addition, she was very good at using her own advantages to make herself embarrassed, highlighting that the police were arrogant and destroyed press freedom. At the beginning, the media did have the upper hands in this matter. These media reporters can stir up trouble for no reason, and now they think they are right, which is even more incredible. They almost made the police criminals. Then they encountered an iron wall. Kai couldn't stand it anymore. He directly used his influence to give the reporter the punishment she deserved. She was thrown into prison for 13 years for multiple crimes such as intentional destruction of evidence, obstruction of justice, false accusation, and rumor-mongering. At the same time, she had to pay the police millions of dollars in compensation. At the same time, because the TV station she worked for broadcast the interview footage at that time, the Federal Communications Commission of the United States directly revoked its license and fined more than $200 million. In addition, those media that followed suit were sued by the police as long as there was enough evidence. Generally speaking, it is difficult for the police to sue the media because it will be said to suppress press freedom. However, with Kai's support, everything is fine. Then a series of media became defendants. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of losing money, and few media are poor. The real problem is losing credibility, and then it's over. So all the accused media could only pray for out-of-court settlements, which allowed the New York Police Department to receive a large amount of donations this year. A very large sum. Let's get back to the point. The media's morality is naturally impossible to let go of such good news. If it is seen by a few children, then it will be unlucky. That's why Riven asked Merlin to take care of it. This is of course difficult. After all, there is not only one media. Even if Merlin blocks the signal, it is impossible to block all media, right? So he can only think of a way. As a servant, the master's request is the highest mission. Merlin didn't waste words. Yes, Mom. I'll take care of it. Then he left. I don't know how he plans to do it. After finishing all this, Raven sighed. Mason is very popular with the children. If they knew, how sad they would be. Even if Kai finds the murderer in a short time, he can't erase the damage to the children's hearts. Kai is also having a headache about this. How should he explain this to the children? Mason went out for a trip? Haha. If this guy didn't have to go to the bathroom, he probably wouldn't bother to leave his workbench. Travel? Who would believe it? Besides, Emma is so smart, you can't fool her. How to do it? Kai was thinking about this matter so much that he didn't even go to track down the rogue gang in person. After all, these little bastards are not as important as his own daughters? Of course, Kai didn't just leave it alone. He has a wide network of contacts. Special Rorschach and others have been busy looking for the traces of the rogue gang. At the same time in various places in New York. In a gangster's lair. Frank and Logan are dividing the spoils. Logan wants to get married recently. He and the Silver Fox Kia have been in love for several years, and they are finally at the end of the long-distance race. Logan is an old bachelor. He used to eat a lot to feed the whole family, and with his immortal body, he dared to try everything. As a result, this guy had money and just ate, drank, gambled, and smoked. He was almost 100 years old, and his savings were less than 500. Just like that, and he still wanted to get married. Although Kia thought that marriage was nothing more than a formality, it would be enough to get together with a few friends. But the more Kia was like this, the more Logan couldn't let her down. He was an old man who was almost 100 years old, and it was not easy to marry a beautiful young lady. He had to give her a qualified wedding. But if he didn't get married, he wouldn't know. Getting married is so damn expensive. With his salary as a lumberjack, it was really expensive. And after getting married, he still needed to build a house. They were planning to have children, and the previous trailer was definitely not suitable for living. It didn't matter for two people, but if you had a child, you couldn't be careless. The house must be built. He does have land. He bought a piece of forest in GA Town. He paid in installments. But building a house, decorating, electrical appliances, etc. still require a lot of money. In fact, according to his relationship with Kai, as long as he asks, Kai will definitely help him with everything, just money. Kai has more of that stuff. But Logan is a person of character, he doesn't want to trouble others. It just so happens that Frank has been itching to do something recently, so he brought Logan to New York to make some extra money. How to make extra money? Anyway, in Frank's opinion, the most suitable thing is to find a gangster. These gangsters are not only weak, but also very rich. Not only can you eliminate violence and protect the good, relax your body and mind, but you can also make a fortune. Why not do it? So there's the current scene. Enough. Logan smiled and stuffed a large amount of US dollars into his travel bag. It was the first time that he felt that these US dollars were so cute. In the past, he didn't care about money. Is that enough? Frank was a little dissatisfied. He did cultivate his character, but the problem is that some things are really hard to change once they become habits. He would go to Chicago from time to time to do some activities. The reason why he chose New York this time was simply because the gangs in New York were richer than those in Chicago. He also came to New York to see his old friends. At this time, Frank's cell phone suddenly rang. At this time, not many people knew Frank's private phone number. He didn't have many friends. Little Red, Frank was surprised that Daredevil actually called him. Frank and Daredevil had a relationship, but neither of them considered each other a friend because their three views were too different and they couldn't talk to each other. Frank wanted to eliminate all evil, and only death could scare those criminals and reduce crime. Daredevil trusted the law more. He felt that the law was the cornerstone of order. Without the law, the whole society would collapse. If you want to change this society, you can only show the dignity of the law. Killing people everywhere like Frank did will only make society worse. The two fought for this, and the end result was that Daredevil had the upper hand in physical combat, but in the end, he couldn't do it and was knocked unconscious by Frank's shot. But they both trusted each other very much. He felt that although the other party was hopeless, he was a person who could be trusted. I understand. Logan and I will find them. Logan was surprised to hear his name. What's wrong? He also knew Daredevil. It was not without positive significance that the Skrulls captured many superheroes to Mars. They let many superheroes know each other. But Logan didn't like Daredevil. He thought this guy was too naive. It was a miracle that he could grow up to this age. Logan preferred Frank. Scum, just kill him. Living will only hurt more people. Someone is planning to attack Kai's precious daughters, Frank said coldly. He really doesn't have many friends. Logan is one, and Kai is one too. He can go to New York to kill people for Logan to raise money. He will also cut the bastards who want to hurt Kai into pieces. Kai has saved him several times. Who? Are they crazy? That's Kai. He knows Kai better than Frank and the others. He is one of the few people who know that the Night King is Kai. Once Kai gets really angry, he can destroy the whole New York in an instant. He couldn't believe what Kai would do if something really happened to his daughter. He had seen Kai get angry. In Athens. He still remembered what Kai did. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed thousands of demons. The rogues, Logan tilted his head, his face full of question marks. Hearing the name, it seems that they are small hooligans who are not good enough. Logan and Silver Fox both like a quiet and undisturbed life. The only electrical appliances in their lives are chainsaws and electric lights. Of course, it is more likely because they are poor. So it is normal that he has never heard of the Rogues. Well, a criminal group from Los Angeles. Frank thought the same. He knew the Rogues, but he was the Punisher, Frank. For him, nothing could move him. You know, even if he was caught on Mars, Frank was the most dishonest one. He would think about killing and escaping as soon as he had a chance. For him, a group of people with unknown superpowers, who did not help others to the best of their ability, but robbed and killed people. What is the difference between this and hooligans? It's nothing more destructive. Let's go. Frank pulled out a burning grenade from his waist, unplugged it and threw it on the ground, then turned around to rescue him. Logan shrugged, put on his backpack and followed him. Where are we going? Find some old friends. They have intelligence. Frank used to do dirty things for the country, which was not allowed to be seen in the light. To do such things, it is inevitable to know some well-informed people. They may not be as fierce as Frank, but rats have their own ways. The reason why he was able to kill gangsters in New York was because of these friends. On the other side. Are these people crazy? Luke Cage still can't believe it. That's Kai. They touch his daughter. This is not a way to seek death. Daredevil Matt shook his head speechlessly. You have asked 5 times. I will answer you for the last time. Yes. The people in the Rogue Gang are crazy. They want to hurt Kai's daughter. Okay, isn't it good to be alive? Luke Cage still didn't understand. You know, even if you anger others, there may be a possibility of survival. But it angered Kai. Even the legendary lawyer Matt couldn't save them, because they couldn't possibly live to see the court. Kai had 1,000 ways to make them legally dead. Who knows? In today's world, a group of young people suddenly gained superpowers and thought they were the chosen ones. Little did they know. Hey, I hope we can find them in advance, maybe that way, they can survive. Matt knew Kai very well and knew that this guy would never let these idiots go. He also did his best and left it to fate. Oh, Matt, to be honest, I don't think it's a good idea to save them. Luke thought Matt was just overthinking. Try your best. Matt could face those villains without fear or compromise. But facing Kai and Frank, he had no way at all. Another side of the city. Look who I found. Porgy. Porgy. Where are you going? Jessica and Scarlett, the red-haired girl, stopped a short fat man who looked like he had Italian ancestry. He was wearing a windbreaker, a hat, and carrying a luggage bag, and it seemed that he was planning to run away. Wow, it's the beautiful Jessica. What a coincidence. The short fat man named Porgy's face changed immediately when he saw Jessica and Scarlett. But he still greeted them. Chapter 1530 Asking for monthly votes at the last minute. Borgia is an Italian gangster. He was once a member of the Gambino family, one of the 5 major families in New York. However, that was when he was young. Later, the Gambino family weakened, and the core of the family was either arrested or killed. The 5 major families had long been gone. However, Borgia was not a big shot, so the police did not make things difficult for him. However, after decades of being in the underworld, Borgia is still active, so he is naturally not a simple person. He is a donor, that is, a criminal middleman. For example, if a gang wants to find a killer, they can find Borgia and he can help arrange it. For example, if someone wants to sell stolen goods but does not trust the person who sells stolen goods, they can also find him. He takes a commission in the middle. In short, he does not do legal business, But no one can catch his handle, even the prosecutor cannot sue him. This guy is well informed and has a wide network of contacts. Of course, as a donor, he will not refuse customers. So sometimes he will sell information to the police. Of course, all this is a secret. If others really know about it, he will definitely be dead. However, Borgia has been terrified these days. Because he knows something. The idiots of the Roe gang actually set their sights on Kai's precious daughters. What's worse is that he has provided services to the Roe gang. It can even be said that during this period, the main service provider of the Roe gang in New York was Baji. So Baji decided to run away. Wait until those idiots are killed by Kai before returning to New York. As an underground owner in New York, he knows better than anyone else how powerful Kai is in this city, and he also knows more clearly how ruthless Kai is. Because in recent years, many of his old customers have disappeared because of Kai. In fact, in the dark world, Kai's reputation has always been not very good. We are just out here to make money, why are you so cruel? If you are unhappy with us, why don't you just let us go? Is it necessary to kill us all? It was also in the past 2 years that Kai began to focus on bigger things and stopped killing New York. Otherwise, I really don't know how many people in the New York gang would die. So for those guys who make a living in the dark world, it's okay to kill people and set fires, but the only thing you can't do is to attract Kai's attention. It doesn't matter if you die, but you can't take everyone with you. If Kai gets angry and starts killing people, it's not a big deal that everyone has no food to eat. The key is that if someone is accidentally injured, then there's no place to cry. Therefore, for everyone's jobs and lives, this kind of person will definitely be found by the people in the dark world and sent to Kai to make him calm down. This is not a bluff. Porgy felt that he had to prepare for a rainy day, and he decided to hide in his hometown in Italy. Unfortunately, this idea seems to be a failure. Jessica and the red-haired girl stopped Porgy. Jessica knew Porgy. When Jessica was a detective, she also mixed in the bottom. Although she didn't commit many crimes, she inevitably met a few bad friends, and Porgy was one of them. Porgy is a typical Italian cunning guy. He has no principles, no persistence, and wants to make money in any way, even the information fee of a down-and-out detective. So he met Jessica. When Jessica heard that someone was going to touch Kai's little cuties, she immediately took Scarlett to find Porgy. Although Porgy is a nobody, he is probably one of the most well-informed people in New York City. If you want to find someone, then Porgy is definitely the right choice. Unexpectedly, they just found Porgy and saw him preparing to run away. Jessica felt keenly that Porgy must have information. Big information. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence that he ran away at this time. Two beautiful ladies. Look, something happened at home, I need, Porgy said, carefully trying to get past Jessica. If he was discovered at this time, he would meet the police. He will definitely stay at the bottom of the bay in New York tomorrow to contribute to land reclamation. Unfortunately. Bang! Porgy was grabbed by the collar and then pushed against the wall. Porgy, Porgy, Porgy. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll come to you if I don't know anything? Jessica is an experienced person, so she naturally knows how to deal with these people. So she immediately pretended that she knew everything. Tell me, where are the people from the Roe gang? Porgy was scared. It's not that he's stupid, it's just that Jessica's appearance was too coincidental. He just got the news and was about to run away, but was blocked by Jessica. He didn't believe that Jessica really didn't know anything. So he was really scared. Do you know who I am, Porgy? Have you seen that beautiful woman? She is our deputy captain. This time the boss is very angry. Someone actually wants to touch his daughter. Porgy, you know what the consequences are of going against our boss in this city, not to mention wanting to hurt his daughter. Many people will die because of it. After saying that, Jessica smiled and looked at Porgy. It seems that you also want to be one of them, right? Wayne. Mr. Wayne is a superhero, isn't he? Shouldn't he pay attention to those supervillains or aliens? Why would he care about a small character like me? Besides, it's always not good for a superhero to kill people, right? Porgy didn't want to reveal the people from the Roe gang, not because of his reputation or anything. That thing was useless to him. He serves a lot of people, he knows a lot of secrets. If they knew that he cooperated with the police, he would die miserably. So he would rather die than have anything to do with the police at this juncture. Although he did do business with the police, it was all done secretly. This time the matter is so big, So many eyes are watching. How could he have anything to do with the police? It would be fatal. Are you an idiot? That's what the media publicized. Do you believe the media? Jessica said disdainfully. Don't you know who my boss is best? How many people who go against him can still be alive and kicking? You don't think you will be an exception? What are you thinking? As mentioned before, Kai's reputation among them is very bad. When dealing with gangsters, others have to collect evidence and send undercover agents. Even if they catch them, they still have to deal with a bunch of unscrupulous gang lawyers. Even so, when they go to court, they still have to see the mood of those stupid prosecutors and arrogant judges. If these people are in a bad mood, it's over. Felony becomes misdemeanor, and misdemeanor becomes innocent. Don't think the author is bluffing. The prosecutors and judges in the New York area have always been known as beasts. The most famous one is the current chief prosecutor in the real world, the black female prosecutor. She pioneered the non-prosecution of misdemeanors, so the crime rate in New York soared by 44.26% in a few months. These people are really unbelievable. Can you believe that these guys, because there are too many cases to deal with, they have no time to enjoy life, so they dare to notify the police not to arrest people anymore. So citizens often complain about the gang problem and think that the police are incompetent. But the problem is that this kind of thing is not a problem that the police can solve alone. They arrested people. But the problem is that those stupid prosecutors and judges only gave the prisoners a few years or even shorter sentences, and some were even released due to insufficient evidence. What can they do? Joining a gang makes so much money, and being arrested is just a vacation. After a while, you can be a good man again. However, Kai is different. The gangsters who have passed through his hands never see the prosecutors and judges at all. They go straight to God. How can this be played? Do they follow the rules? It's not that no one wants to teach Kai a lesson. But soon Kai was promoted to a superhero. He is no longer on the same track as the gangsters. Teach him a lesson? Isn't that sending him food? Then, Kai killed the gangsters. Everyone just accepted it. Being killed by Kai is just bad luck. What else can they do? They tried everything. They mobilized public opinion. In the end, public opinion surrendered and called Kai dead. They found a black equal rights organization. As a result, after several protests, a lot of black materials appeared in those organizations, and the leaders and backbones were sent to prison 2 days later. So, they can only lie down and be ridiculed. If you can't beat them, can't you hide? This is the current ecology of New York City. If Kai wants to kill someone, not to mention whether the police will do anything, even the media dare not report it. The number one bully in New York. It's Kai. If Porgy hadn't been caught by Jessica, he would have collapsed to the ground. So he could only confess that he had provided services to the rogues, and that he had provided intelligence, weapons, elixirs and hiding places to the rogues. He said all these without hesitation. That's just business. Business is business. I didn't think that these people were crazy. If I knew they were going to go against Kai, I wouldn't dare to do it no matter how much money they gave me. Very good, this is a good start. Porgy, we are acquaintances, and I don't want you to die so soon. So come with me, and you need to stay in our sight before we catch the rogues. Jessica was very satisfied with Porgy's honesty. No. Don't do that. I only want the police station. No matter what I said, I will definitely be killed when I come out, Porgy begged quickly. That's not up to you, Porgy. We have to make sure you're telling the truth. How could Jessica be so stupid to let Porgy go so easily? This guy must have more information. People like them won't tell everything they know at once. Cunning and cruel. The key is, if she lets him go now, Jessica can guarantee that she may never find this bastard again in her life. So Porgy was still taken away. The only consolation is that Porgy's request to be secretly detained was approved. Watching Porgy being taken away by the special department, Scarlett asked a little uneasily, Jessie, is it really okay for you to say that to the director? Scarlett is different from Jessica. Jessica has a lot of contact with Kai and runs to Kai's house for free meals from time to time. In fact, even a blind person can see that Jessica seems to have bad intentions towards Kai. In fact, this is also normal. At the beginning, Jessica was deeply tortured by psychological trauma, so she had to rely on self-exile and alcohol to numb herself. It was Kai who helped her get rid of her psychological trauma, trained her to become a real hero, and recommended her to the special forces, allowing her life to become normal. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that he is a lifesaver. It is not surprising that Jessica is dependent on Kai. Thanks to this relationship, Jessica and Kai are very relaxed when they get along, and she does not think Kai so unattainable. But Scarlet is different. Kai is not a male dog in heat, who will go after beautiful women when he sees them. Scarlet is very beautiful and charming, and her red hair is also very comfortable to look at, but Kai and her really have no contact except work. In Scarlet's eyes, Kai is a legendary policeman and a superhero. He is the kind of person who is unattainable. There is a sense of distance. In short, she admires Kai very much, and feels that Jessica's words about Kai are a bit too much. She thinks Kai is a good person. In order to protect the people, he is willing to sacrifice his own safety. He fights gangs, monsters, and aliens again and again, all for the sake of protecting everyone. But Jessica described him as the godfather of the gang. Jessica knew at a glance that Scarlet was well protected by her family. She had indeed seen evil, but she had never seen the bottom of society. Then what do you think I should say? Just like you, describing Kai as a great good man, Jessica shook her finger. Don't imagine these guys to be like you. They are not afraid of good people at all. Isn't the Flash powerful enough? But look at the situation in Los Angeles, isn't it bad? These scumbags are not afraid of good people, because they know that good people will not take their lives. But it's different for people who are worse than them. He must think clearly about the consequences of offending a supervillain. Reality is so fucked up. Being a good person means being pointed at by a gun. The Flash's ability is basically unsolvable. Once he runs, you can't even see him, and in his eyes, you seem to be slowed down countless times. How can this be played? But have you ever seen those bad guys afraid of the Flash? Do you really think that those cowards are loyal and unyielding? Again, if you really have that intention, why not do something else? People who can embark on the road of crime cannot be said to be all assholes, but there is no one with a weak mind who is not innocent. Those criminals can't all be the tough guys picked out of 100, right? But none of them are afraid of the Flash. After being caught, they come out to cause trouble again after a while. It's because the Flash is slimy. For those criminals, what's the difference between being caught by the Flash and being caught by the police? They still have to face those incompetent prosecutors and stupid judges. Since they are not afraid of the police, why should they be afraid of the Flash? There is no difference anyway. It's just being caught and serving a few years in prison. Being caught by the Flash will not increase the sentence. The same goes for Daredevil, except that Daredevil is better than the Flash in that Daredevil doesn't have any superpowers, so he needs to rely on his fists to subdue criminals, and the criminals suffer more. So the more you say Kai's a good guy, the less afraid these bastards are of Kai. Because they are bad guys, and bad guys are least afraid of good guys. When have you ever seen a bad guy rob a bad guy who is worse than him? When have you ever seen a good guy scare a bad guy? Chapter 1531 Artistic Taste. As the news spread, more and more people knew that the bastards from the Rogues dared to attack Kai's precious daughter. Tony heard about it too. He heard it from Spider-Man. Are they crazy? Almost everyone who heard the news had this reaction. No one believed that a group of hooligans dared to tease Kai. It's true, Spider-Man said confidently. I heard from Mr. Murdock that he is looking for the traces of that group of people. In fact, Spider-Man went to find Daredevil, but Daredevil didn't want to teach him about superheroes, but was annoyed by Spider-Man, so he could only tell the truth and drove Spider-Man away. Then Spider-Man found Tony. This news was too shocking. With Spider-Man's talkative personality, how could he not find someone to tell it? Why didn't Kai tell me about this? Tony was shocked, so he quickly called Kai. Jarvis, call Kai. The call was quickly connected. But Kai was obviously very busy on the other end of the phone, and there were constant sounds of girls crying and various quarrels. Hello. Kai was so anxious that he would not answer the phone if he had not seen that it was Tony's call. Tony. You'd better give me a suitable reason, otherwise I'm going to hang up. I have more important things to do here. Wow. Brother, what are you doing over there? Having a party, Tony said gloatingly. Of course, he could recognize Kai's cute little voices. The screams made Tony feel numb. Kai could only feel more uncomfortable at this moment. There were not many opportunities to laugh at Kai, so Tony must seize them. Shut up. Kai certainly couldn't stand such ridicule. Of course, he didn't want to talk nonsense with Tony now, otherwise he would definitely fight back. World War I was about to start here, so how could he care about Tony? Hey. We are good brothers. I care about you, are you okay? No, I'm hanging up. Kai saw little Bernard howling, and he also started to get busy, so he didn't have time to talk nonsense with Tony. Hello? 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 Fuck, then Kai really hung up. Tony had no choice. Although he had always been a bitch, it was better not to disturb Kai at this moment. Jarvis, yes, sir, link the city's cameras and find those bastards for me. Spider-Man touched his head and said hesitantly, Mr. Stark. Is this illegal? The police had to apply to see public cameras, and they needed to ask the prosecutor to issue a search warrant to see private cameras. This is the protection of the public's right to privacy. And Stark's approach of asking Jarvis obviously did not meet this requirement. Simply put, it was illegal. You're going to sue me. Tony didn't care at all. I won't. Absolutely not. Despite this, Spider-Man still didn't dare to report it. This was very tangled. Then forget it, Tony shrugged and ignored Spider-Man. But this is not right. What is right? Tony turned his head and looked at Peter seriously, watching those bastards hurt Kai's family, and then Kai went crazy and destroyed half of the city? Is this right? But we can use other methods. Peter was not so easy to convince. What's the solution? Is it a good idea to run around like a headless fly like other people? These guys are not ordinary thugs. Look at their killing methods. My God, these guys actually know art. Tony checked the course of events while searching for suspicious persons through face recognition in the city's cameras through Jarvis. Tony usually doesn't pay attention to murder cases. That's what the police should do. If he always does it, what's the point of the police? So it was the first time he saw the scene photos of the Roe gang case. Peter took a curious look and then vomited. Damn it. Don't vomit in my house. Go to the toilet. Sorry. Sorry. Peter ran to the toilet quickly. Peter came out after a while. How is it? Are you scared? Stark handed him a cup of hot milk. Peter shook his head stubbornly. He can be considered to have seen the world, but he has never seen this kind of thing. So don't treat the whole world as good people. Some people are inhumane. Tony began to educate Peter again. But I still think that we should have other ways. We can't let criminals run away to commit crimes. We also commit crimes. Then what's the difference between us and them? Peter still insisted. To be honest, no one who can be a superhero listens to advice. They are all stubborn. But it is precisely because of this that they can stick to themselves in this materialistic world. Okay, you go find someone according to your method, and I'll go according to my method. Let's see who finds it first. Tony didn't persuade him. He liked Peter very much, but he also knew that if he just relied on his mouth, he couldn't convince this kid. He was so stubborn. Okay, Peter rushed out immediately, and when he was swinging in the air, he was still shouting, I will prove it, sir. Jarvis' voice appeared. Tony smiled. It seems that the new program has improved your intelligence a lot. Yes, but should we stop? Jarvis actually asked back. This is not a program. A program cannot sense the emotions of its owner. No. Go on, find those bastards. Tony asked Jarvis in surprise. Do you think we are doing something wrong? Yes, sir. After all, this is against the law. You are a superhero and a top billionaire. You should not break the law. Tony was not angry, but very happy. This shows that the research during this period was not in vain. Although not much, Jarvis did begin to have his own ideas. What if I insist? Tony asked curiously. You are my creator and the first authority owner. If you insist, then I will execute the order. After all, the court cannot sue me for obeying orders. Tony was even happier. What should I do? I received news that the whole New York City is looking for us everywhere. Mirror Master asked Snart a little worriedly. He was just a gangster before. It's nonsense to say that he is brave. He was scared when he saw this posture. Shut up, Heatwave roared disdainfully. He didn't like Mirror Master and his girlfriend Peak Man. They were too disgusting, and Mirror Master was too cowardly. Peak Man was better. She dared to do anything. However, this guy always unconditionally supports Master Mirror, without any principles of his own, which makes Heatwave very annoyed. He doesn't like those yes men. If we leave New York now, our efforts will be in vain. Snart nodded and agreed with Heatwave. Don't worry, New York is very big. As long as we are careful, they won't find us. It's not that Snart is not afraid of Kai, but New York is really big. The probability of finding them in New York with a population of tens of millions is lower than winning the lottery. We shouldn't have let that lunatic mess around. Kill people if you want to, why make it so scary? Master Mirror was still mumbling. He actually didn't like Jesse very much. Although he was also afraid of Snart and Heatwave, that kind of fear was not fear, but the kind of simple awe of the big guys that a newbie has for them. But Jesse was different. Every time Master Mirror saw Jesse, it was like watching the big boss in a horror movie. Just being there made people feel uncomfortable. At this time, the door opened and a stranger walked in. But several people didn't react. Then the man rubbed his neck a few times, and then tore it hard, and a hood was pulled off. It was the trickster Jesse. Heatwave looked at Jesse and said a little uncomfortably, "Damn it, why do I get goosebumps every time I see this scene?" Heatwave actually didn't like Jesse either. Because he felt that this guy was always sneaky. Not a tough guy at all. Then you should get used to it, Snart patted Heatwave. After all of us are too conspicuous. We can't move around casually, just because you can put on makeup, Heatwave pouted. Not just that, Snart smiled and didn't explain much. Anyway, it would be useless to explain with Heatwave's personality, and he seemed to remember it. In fact, it was not only because Jesse could put on makeup, but also because of his ability to avoid cameras like a radar. Jessica could see the location of all cameras in an instant, and then he could avoid all cameras without anyone noticing. In the electronic age, he could almost make himself completely invisible. Those cameras had no effect on him. "Is it done?" Snart asked Jesse. "Of course. That fat guy is really careful. He set up 4 combination locks for his safe, including voiceprint, fingerprint, pupil and password. If I hadn't prepared in advance, I probably wouldn't be able to take anything out," Jesse explained. Although it sounded confusing to others, Snart understood it. It's not that Jesse can't communicate with people normally, although such communication seems confusing to Jesse, but in order to hide his identity, Jesse can only endure it. It turned out that they learned from Mason that Adrian did have a secret warehouse to store those dangerous or too valuable alien weapons. Too dangerous? It is easy to attract attention. They just want to make money, but don't want to make big news. As for the high value, it is entirely a matter of purchasing power. The people they cooperate with are either gangsters or killers. They may pay for some novel weapons, but they will never spend a lot of money to buy those too expensive things. But those weapons are sold too cheaply, and Adrian feels that he has lost money. So he decided to seal them up. Wait until he meets the right customer and then sell them. This kind of thing, it is impossible to really stop when you make enough money, as Adrian said. In fact, if they really want to make enough money, they have already made enough money. Each of them has at least 7 figures in savings, plus some other properties. They are already multimillionaires. But no one has ever said they want to stop. This thing will only get deeper and deeper. Adrian and his friends have long been dissatisfied with dealing with ordinary gangs. Adrian and his friends have tried to contact some international criminal organizations, and even want to contact terrorists. Although these people are dangerous, they are really willing to spend money. Fortunately, he died early, otherwise something big would happen sooner or later. In short, this batch of weapons was hidden. Adrian didn't trust others a little, fearing that others would steal things in this warehouse, so he arranged for Mason to hide everything. Mason did it. He spent a lot of effort for this. He found an abandoned bank in the suburbs of New York. Then he paid to buy the building. The underground silver vault of the bank was still intact, and he spent some time to transform it into a secret warehouse. Then he didn't care about the bank anymore. Only the property company put 2 security guards there to prevent homeless people from going in and making trouble. At the same time, he placed the key to the underground warehouse in the safe of the oldest bank of New York Mellon in New York, and there was a small safe outside the key, which was also Jesse's purpose this time. Got the key, of course. Jesse waved his hand, and a small triangular iron rod appeared in his hand. This thing doesn't look like a key at all. Mason is really a genius. His key has triple authentication, namely electronic lock, concave and convex moire and mechanical lock. Hey, we could have been friends. The Peak Man's eyebrows jumped. Are you kidding? Is that how you treat your friends? At that time, the torture of Mason was basically done by Jesse, a madman. If this is a friend, it doesn't matter if this is not a friend. Huh? Superficial. Jesse was too lazy to explain to such an empty-headed woman. It was precisely because of friends that he spent so much effort to make Mason eternal. Living in the flesh is too superficial. It's too easy to disappear. Only by becoming art can he be eternal. In addition, Jesse thought that Mason was too much of a homebody, which was not good for his health, and he should get closer to nature, so he made him into a tree. It was a real tree, and Jesse had spent a lot of effort to find a tree that could match Mason. He was really so touched. He felt guilty because he hurt Mason, so he planned to make him a unique work of art. Among these people, only Snart understood his art. Don't worry, Snart, sooner or later you will become a work of art. Snart's smile disappeared all of a sudden. Although he admired Jesse very much, he still declined his art. That thing is really not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Ho ha, Heatwave laughed. Yes. Do you want me to make you a burning ice sculpture? I will light you directly. That will definitely be cool, huh? I didn't expect you, Rory, to be so artistic. How about we join us in our art activities next time? Jesse looked at Heatwave in surprise. After all, Heatwave usually behaves very rudely and has no artistic atmosphere at all. Heatwave's smile also disappeared. He did like arson. He liked watching people burn to death. But compared to Jesse, he felt that he was still normal. Forget it. We have big differences in art. There's nothing we can do about it. As the news spread, more and more people knew that the bastards from the rogue gang dared to attack Kai's precious daughter. Tony heard about it too. He heard it from Spider-Man. Are they crazy? Almost everyone who heard the news had this reaction. No one believed that a group of hooligans dared to tease Kai. It's true, Spider-Man said confidently. I heard from Mr. Murdoch that he is looking for the traces of that group of people. In fact, Spider-Man went to find Daredevil, but Daredevil didn't want to teach him about superheroes, but was annoyed by Spider-Man, so he could only tell the truth and drove Spider-Man away. Then Spider-Man found Tony. This news was too shocking. With Spider-Man's talkative personality, how could he not tell someone about it? Why didn't Kai tell me about this? Tony was shocked, so he quickly called Kai. Jarvis, call Kai. The call was quickly connected. But Kai was obviously very busy on the other end of the phone, and there were constant cries of girls and various quarrels. Hello. Kai was in a state of panic at the moment. If he hadn't seen that it was Tony's call, he would not have answered it at all. Tony. You'd better give me a suitable reason, otherwise I'm going to hang up. I have more important things to do here. Wow. Brother, what are you doing over there? Having a party, Tony said gloatingly. Of course, he could recognize Kai's cute little voices, and the screams made Tony feel numb at this moment. Kai could only feel more uncomfortable at this moment. There were not many opportunities to laugh at Kai, so Tony must seize them. Shut up. Kai certainly couldn't stand such ridicule. Of course, he didn't want to talk nonsense with Tony now, otherwise he would definitely return it. World War I was about to start here, so how could he care about Tony? Hey. We are good brothers. I care about you. Are you okay? If not, hang up. Kai saw little Bernard howling, and he also started to get busy and had no time to talk nonsense with Tony. Hey. Fuck. Then Kai really hung up. Tony had no choice. Although he had always been mean, it was better not to disturb Kai at this moment. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Link the city's cameras and find those bastards for me. Spider-Man touched his head and said hesitantly, Mr. Stark. Is this illegal? The police have to apply for public cameras, and they need to ask the prosecutor to issue a search warrant to see private cameras. This is to protect the public's privacy. And what Stark asked Jarvis to do is obviously not in line with this. Simply put, it is illegal. You go and sue me. Tony didn't care at all. I won't. Absolutely not. Despite this, Spider-Man still didn't dare to report it. This is very tangled. Then forget it. Tony shrugged and ignored Spider-Man. But this is not right. What is right? Tony turned his head and looked at Peter seriously, watching those bastards hurt Kai's family, and then Kai went crazy and destroyed half of the city? Is this right? But we can use other methods. Peter was not so easy to convince. What method? Like other people, running around like a headless fly is a good method? These guys are not ordinary gangsters. Look at their killing methods. My God, these guys actually know art. Tony checked the course of events while searching for suspicious persons through face recognition in the city's cameras through Jarvis. Tony usually doesn't pay attention to murder cases. That's what the police should do. If he always does it, what's the point of the police? So it was also the first time he saw the scene photos of the Roe gang case. Peter took a curious look and then vomited. Damn it. Don't vomit in my house. Go to the toilet. Sorry. Sorry. Peter ran to the toilet quickly. Peter came out after a while. How is it? Are you scared? Stark handed him a cup of hot milk. Peter shook his head stubbornly. He has seen a lot of things in the world, but he has never seen anything like this. So don't treat everyone in the world as a good person. Some people are inhumane. Tony began to educate Peter again. But I still think that we should have other ways. We can't let criminals run away to commit crimes. We also commit crimes. Then what's the difference between us and them? Peter still insisted. To be honest, no one who can be a superhero listens to advice. They are all stubborn. But it is precisely because of this that they can stick to themselves in this materialistic world. Okay, you go find someone according to your method, and I'll go according to my method. Let's see who finds it first. Tony didn't persuade him. He liked Peter very much, but he also knew that if he just relied on his mouth, he couldn't convince this kid. He was so stubborn. Okay, Peter rushed out immediately, and when he was swinging in the air, he was still shouting, I will prove it, sir. Jarvis' voice appeared. Tony smiled. It seems that the new program has improved your intelligence a lot. Yes, but should we stop? Jarvis actually asked back. This is not a program. A program cannot sense the emotions of its owner. No. Go on, find those bastards. Tony asked Jarvis in surprise. Do you think we are doing something wrong? Yes, sir. After all, this is against the law. You are a superhero and a top billionaire. You should not break the law. Tony was not angry, but very happy. This shows that the research during this period was not in vain. Although not much, Jarvis did begin to have his own ideas. What if I insist? Tony asked curiously. You are my creator and the first authority owner. If you insist, then I will execute the order. After all, the court cannot sue me for obeying orders. Tony was even happier. What should I do? I received news that the whole New York City is looking for us everywhere. Mirror Master asked Snart a little worriedly. He was just a gangster before. It's nonsense to say that he is brave. He was scared when he saw this posture. Shut up, Heatwave roared disdainfully. He didn't like Mirror Master and his girlfriend Peak Man. They were too disgusting, and Mirror Master was too cowardly. Peak Man was better. She dared to do anything. However, this guy always unconditionally supports Master Mirror, without any principles of his own, which makes Heatwave very annoyed. He doesn't like those yes men. If we leave New York now, our efforts will be in vain. Snart nodded and agreed with Heatwave. Don't worry, New York is very big. As long as we are careful, they won't find us. It's not that Snart is not afraid of Kai, but New York is really big. The probability of finding them in New York with a population of tens of millions is lower than winning the lottery. We shouldn't have let that lunatic mess around. Kill people if you want to. Why make it so scary? Master Mirror was still mumbling. He actually didn't like Jesse very much. Although he was also afraid of Snart and Heatwave, that kind of fear was not fear, but the kind of simple awe of the big guys that a newbie has for them. But Jesse was different. Every time Master Mirror saw Jesse, it was like watching the big boss in a horror movie. Just being there made people feel uncomfortable. At this time, the door opened and a stranger walked in. But several people didn't react. Then the man rubbed his neck a few times, and then tore it hard, and a hood was pulled off. It was the trickster Jesse. Heatwave looked at Jesse and said a little uncomfortably, damn it, why do I get goosebumps every time I see this scene? Heatwave actually didn't like Jesse either. Because he felt that this guy was always sneaky. Not a tough guy at all. Then you should get used to it. Snart patted Heatwave. After all of us are too conspicuous. We can't move around casually, just because he can put on makeup. Heatwave pouted. Not just that, Snart smiled and didn't explain much. Anyway, it would be useless to explain with Heatwave's personality, and he seemed to remember it. In fact, it was not only because Jesse could put on makeup, but also because of his ability to avoid cameras like a radar. Jessica could see the location of all cameras in an instant, and then he could avoid all cameras without anyone noticing. In the electronic age, he could almost make himself completely invisible. Those cameras had no effect on him. Is it done? Snart asked Jesse. Of course. That fat guy is really careful. He set up 4 combination locks for his safe, including voiceprint, fingerprint, pupil and password. If I hadn't prepared in advance, I probably wouldn't be able to take anything out, Jesse explained. Although it sounded confusing to others, Snart understood it. It's not that Jesse can't communicate with people normally, although such communication seems confusing to Jesse, but in order to hide his identity, Jesse can only endure it. It turned out that they learned from Mason that Adrian did have a secret warehouse to store those dangerous or too valuable alien weapons. Too dangerous? It is easy to attract attention. They just want to make money, but don't want to make big news. As for the high value, it is entirely a matter of purchasing power. The people they cooperate with are either gangsters or killers. They may pay for some novel weapons, but they will never spend a lot of money to buy those too expensive things. But those weapons are sold too cheaply, and Adrian feels that he has lost money. So he decided to seal them up. Wait until he meets the right customer and then sell them. This kind of thing, it is impossible to really stop when you make enough money, as Adrian said. In fact, if they really want to make enough money, they have already made enough money. Each of them has at least 7 figures in savings, plus some other properties. They are already multimillionaires. But no one has ever said they want to stop. This thing will only get deeper and deeper. Adrian and his friends have long been dissatisfied with dealing with ordinary gangs. Adrian and his friends have tried to contact some international criminal organizations, and even want to contact terrorists. Although these people are dangerous, they are really willing to spend money. Fortunately, he died early, otherwise something big would happen sooner or later. In short, this batch of weapons was hidden. Adrian didn't trust others a little, fearing that others would steal things in this warehouse, so he arranged for Mason to hide everything. Mason did it. He spent a lot of effort for this. He found an abandoned bank in the suburbs of New York. Then he paid to buy the building. The underground silver vault of the bank was still intact, and he spent some time to transform it into a secret warehouse. Then he didn't care about the bank anymore. Only the property company put 2 security guards there to prevent homeless people from going in and making trouble. At the same time, he placed a key to the underground warehouse in the safe of the oldest bank of New York Mellon in New York, and there was a small safe outside the key, which was also Jesse's purpose this time. Got the key, of course. Jesse waved his hand, and a small triangular iron rod appeared in his hand. This thing doesn't look like a key at all. Mason is really a genius. His key has triple authentication, namely electronic lock, concave and convex Moray and mechanical lock. Hey, we could have been friends. The Peak Man's eyebrows jumped. Are you kidding? Is that how you treat your friends? At that time, the torture of Mason was basically done by Jesse, a madman. If this is a friend, it doesn't matter if this is not a friend. Huh? Superficial. Jesse was too lazy to explain to such an empty-headed woman. It was precisely because of friends that he spent so much effort to make Mason eternal. Living in the flesh is too superficial. It's too easy to disappear. Only by becoming art can he be eternal. In addition, Jesse thought that Mason was too much of a homebody, which was not good for his health, and he should get closer to nature, so he made him into a tree. It was a real tree, and Jesse had spent a lot of effort to find a tree that could match Mason. He was really so touched. He felt guilty because he hurt Mason, so he planned to make him a unique work of art. Among these people, only Snart understood his art. Don't worry, Snart, sooner or later you will become a work of art. Snart's smile disappeared all of a sudden. Although he admired Jesse very much, he still declined his art. That thing is really not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Ho ha ho ha, Heatwave laughed. Yes. Do you want me to make you a burning ice sculpture? I will light you directly. That will definitely be cool, huh? I didn't expect you, Rory, to be so artistic. How about we join us in our art activities next time? Jesse looked at Heatwave in surprise. After all, Heatwave usually behaves very rudely and has no artistic atmosphere at all. Heatwave's smile also disappeared. He did like setting fires. He liked watching people burn to death. But compared to Jesse, he felt that he was still normal. Forget it. We have big differences on art. There's nothing we can do about it. Chapter 1532, Scent of the Scent. No. You are lying, Teresa yelled at Raven and Kai excitedly. Emma held little Bernard to prevent the crying little guy from choking himself. Liz sat on the ground, hugged her knees, and said nothing. You are restricting my freedom. This is illegal, It was Keith who fought with Teresa. Liz and Mason knew each other the earliest. After all, when his father was running a construction company, Mason worked for his father. But no one knew why a top student who graduated from MIT would work in such a small construction company. He could obviously go to a bigger company to get a good job. So Liz knew Mason when she was very young. But Keith had the deepest feelings for Mason. They had a lot in common. They were both technical geeks and liked to tinker with weapons. Of course, more importantly, Mason was easy to bully. Mason had a good temper and never got angry. No matter how you tease him, he would just smile and get by. Mason has almost no flaws, except that he likes to watch anime and action movies produced in the San Fernando Valley, which is a little difficult for Keith to accept. So Keith is the most angry. My little ancestor, don't you think it's not chaotic enough? Kai almost kneeled down to beg these little girls. It's because you have been against a rogue gang again and again that they are retaliating. They are probably waiting for you to get out now. In fact, Kai and the special department are guessing that this group of people is for Adrian's legacy. After all, they found Adrian's widow a long time ago. But this does not affect Kai's use of this to scare these little girls. Unexpectedly, his words not only did not scare these little girls, but also made their desire for revenge even more intense. Then let them come. I just want to avenge Mason, Keith shouted fearlessly. Teresa even jumped up and stood on the sofa and shouted, I will definitely shatter them to pieces this time. I will kill them, this time. Little Bernard also broke free from Emma's arms, raised her two little fists and screamed, kill them. Kai's teeth ached. A group of little girls, none of whom were adults, were shouting about killing people. He felt that his education was simply weak. At their age, if it was serious, at most they would be scheming with a group of little girls at school. If they were simple, they would just read fashion magazines or discuss the handsome guy in the next class who had an empty head but was handsome. Why would they think of killing people? And little Bernard, she should be watching Sesame Street now and asking herself if the tooth fairy would take the fallen teeth from under her pillow. Killing people. It's too much? If she grows up and becomes a girl who only knows how to fight and kill all day. Oh, my God, that's too scary. Kai's life plan for little Bernard is very simple, just be happy, and she doesn't need to think about making money in the future. Kai now understands why many rich second generations only know how to play and have no skills. After all, their parents have suffered, so they don't want their children to experience that, so they don't have any special expectations for their children. After all, the money they earn is enough for their offspring to live a luxurious life. As long as they don't start a business, they can enjoy their lives. Kai is the same. He really doesn't plan to train them into some shocking superheroes or geniuses. Kai can support them for several lifetimes. Parents don't ask for anything in return from their children sometimes. At least Kai doesn't need them to do anything for him. Just live happily. For the rest, they can do whatever they want. No, you don't have to do anything dangerous. Dad will help you get revenge. Kai wanted to slap himself in the face. How can he face a few little guys? What's wrong with his brain? At this time, he still said that Mason died because of them. Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? He was so excited just now that he forgot that his children were completely different from other children. If other children don't listen, they might be fooled by saying that the big bad wolf will come to eat you. But for his precious daughters, the big bad wolf? Can it be eaten? Is it delicious? How to eat it? Even little Bernard doesn't believe this. They are not afraid of danger at all. No, Keith firmly objected, we must take revenge ourselves. Yes. Revenge. We should do our own things. We should solve the troubles we caused ourselves. Dad and Mom taught us this, only the smart Emma could speak so logically. Sometimes it is not a good thing for children to be smart. Liz, the only one who didn't speak, looked at them with a very determined look. Damn, if she is not allowed to go, she will die in front of him. Kai is a very hard-hearted person. If his daughters hadn't interfered, Kai would not care whether Liz lived or died. If you dare to be stubborn, I dare to lock you up. In fact, there are few people who have been in the criminal police for a long time who are not hard-hearted. In the past, Kai had experienced many cases in the criminal police team. It is true that there are very few criminals who are born bad guys, that is, people who go to commit crimes. Most crimes are actually impulsive or forced. For example, he encountered a case of domestic violence and murder. The woman had been subjected to domestic violence for a long time and called the police. The police handled the case several times, but the man refused to change his ways. Then the woman couldn't stand it anymore and divorced. After the divorce, the man refused to give in, so the woman went all out. In order to avoid going to jail, the woman disposed of the body. But after all, they were not professionals, and when they met professional criminal police, they naturally revealed their flaws. He still remembered that the woman cried and asked them in the interrogation room, did she do anything wrong? That man was a beast. If they didn't kill him, her children and her family would never have peace. Why didn't the police care? But the law is the law, and murder is murder. Could Kai let her go? Although Kai sympathized with her in his heart and even felt that she was not wrong. But the question is, does he think it is useful? The law is the law. If you don't have a heart in this line of work, you won't last long. Kai himself has seen people who couldn't stand the inner torment and changed jobs. Kai has been able to work steadily for more than 10 years, and his psychological quality is definitely strong. Except for his daughters. Kai still insisted. But in the end, Kai found that he could hold on, but his eardrums could not. Several children, girls, screamed. It was simply deadly. The patrol came to the house 3 times because someone called the police and said that they heard children screaming and crying. This kind of thing. Let alone in the United States, even in China, the neighbors would call the police. In the end, the adults in the family were tortured to death, and Kai had no choice but to give in. He agreed to a few people's revenge, but it had to be under his nose. Several little girls were also tired of quarreling. After all, crying and screaming at the same time was actually very tiring. There was no choice but to agree. Rorschach pushed open the door of a perfume shop, which was located at the intersection of 5th Avenue and 138th Street. It was very inconspicuous and there was no gorgeous sign. But in fact, it was an extremely high-end perfume brand store. Only custom perfumes were sold here, not branded goods. Here, any perfume is unique and belongs to each customer. Rorschach naturally did not come here to buy perfume. He is a person who wishes he had no smell at all. How could he buy perfume, let alone give it to his girlfriend? Rorschach knew himself very well. He always controlled his violent tendencies. Once he lost control, he might become worse than those perverts he caught. Rorschach was afraid that if he had offspring, some of his things would be passed on. He couldn't guarantee that his children would not become violent or murderers. So he had decided not to get married, have children, or fall in love. He came here because the Jefferson Forensic Laboratory found something. They found a compound on the victim, which was the residue of a certain perfume. Under the analysis of the king of the laboratory, Jack Huggins, the perfume ingredients were found. But the ingredients of this perfume are very strange and do not belong to any perfume formula on the market. There are only 2 possibilities. One is custom perfume. The other is homemade. Customization aside, private customization means expensiveness. And from the analysis of those residues, those are all made of extremely high-end fragrances. Even in the perfume industry, those fragrances are top-notch. So the special department immediately contacted major perfume dealers in New York, wanting to find out who customized this perfume recently. Although major perfume companies do not want to leak customer information, when faced with a search warrant issued by the New York City prosecutor, they either actively cooperate or the police openly go to their company to retrieve information directly. Business people are most afraid of getting involved in trouble, let alone this kind of thing. If the public knows about it, their brand image will be ruined. So major companies have to cooperate. But nothing is gained. Another way is to make your own. Homemade perfume is not something you can do casually. You need a professional perfumer. Perfumers are a rare profession anywhere in the world, and the more professional they are, the rarer they are. According to their research on the data of the Rogue Gang, no one has this ability. According to the feedback from perfumers of major companies, this perfume is very good and ordinary people can't make it at all. It is definitely a top perfumer. I have heard a saying, 99% of hard work plus 1% inspiration equals genius, and genius cannot be achieved without that 1%. Perfumer is such a profession. If your talent is greater than or equal to 1%, then congratulations, you have unlocked a profession that only 500 people in the world can become, perfumer. The talent of a perfumer is all in the nose, or to be more precise, the sensitivity of the sense of smell. Being able to distinguish all kinds of smells in daily life, being able to blindfold and distinguish smells only by smell. Stop dreaming, this can only be regarded as having a good nose. Take the basic sense of smell of a perfumer as an example. The perfumes we see every day will have a fragrance list, which only includes the main ones, and there will be dozens to hundreds of spices in the middle. Given a new perfume, without knowing the fragrance list, if the nose is sensitive enough to distinguish dozens of ingredients, then there is a certain talent, and you can try the profession of perfumer. A real perfumer can distinguish the tens of thousands of spices in the world. According to those professionals, good perfumers have their own habits in mixing perfumes, which is a bit like a personal signature. They can roughly guess which perfumer's hand is based on the formula of the perfume. After all, there are only so many perfumers in the world, and even if they have never met each other, they have smelled each other's works. Following this clue, Rorschach found this private perfume shop. It does not belong to any large company, but a private shop. But its style is not low at all. The boss here used to work for many big perfume companies and has extremely rich experience. Later, he didn't want to be so tired, so he opened this perfume shop, focusing on private customization. The boss will mix exclusive perfumes according to each person's habits, occupation, preferences and even age. Of course, the price of this kind of service is naturally heartbreaking. Rorschach's style is very different from that of the perfume shop. It's very abrupt. As soon as he entered the store, he immediately became the target of everyone's attention. In fact, it's not that exaggerated. There are very few people here, only 2 or 3 customers. In fact, this is the norm for this kind of store. More people, but it looks vulgar. Sir, Rorschach's temperament is very solemn, and the constantly changing ink on the mask on his face makes people look more stressed. The blonde beauty clerk came over and trembled when she spoke. You have to know that working in this kind of store also requires a lot of selection. The clothes they wear are all high-end brands. Although they are not high-end, they are very good in terms of fabric and design. They naturally need corresponding abilities. Every clerk here is a college graduate, proficient in perfume and fashion, and must know at least 3 kinds of prophecy, good looks and good temperament. Those who look seductive and flirtatious are not wanted, no matter how beautiful they are. They only recruit those who are dignified and friendly. But no matter how dignified they are, they can't stand Rorschach's style. I'm here to see your boss. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? This kind of high-end customization is about scarcity and value. If the boss receives anyone who comes, it will be too tasteless. So an appointment is required. I don't have an appointment, but I have this. After saying that, Rorschach handed over the special department's certificate. You can show it to your boss, he will understand the meaning of this thing. The clerk took the certificate and didn't find anything special. It's just a policeman. She really has never seen it. Yes, she really has never seen a policeman come to the store. After all, the price of a bottle of privately customized perfume is enough to make a senior police officer cry. The police department has power, but its status is just so-so. Those who come here from the judicial system must at least have an assistant prosecutor at home. Police? He always gives people the impression of a rough warrior. But there are few fools who can work here. Of course, she can't help the boss drive away the police. If she really encounters a tough guy, she will be the one in trouble. Please wait, I will report immediately. The most taboo thing for workers is that you treat the company as your home and make decisions that you shouldn't make. Report more often if there is something. Although you may not necessarily make a contribution, you will definitely not take the blame. Chapter 1533 Update. Just because the clerk knows nothing doesn't mean the boss doesn't know anything. Although he is a perfumer, he is not a perfumer who stays in the laboratory under the protection of a big company. Since he has stepped out of the protection of a big company to open a store, he can no longer be a simple technician. He needs to socialize. In fact, he needs to socialize very much. For a business like his, perfume technology and the quality of perfume are actually not important. How good can it be? He needs to make his own brand famous. Like his store, there are only a few cats and cats a day. If he really wants to sell in large quantities, he will lose money. This is Fifth Avenue, with an average rent of $3,000 per square foot per year. With so many high-end clerks, the monthly salary must be at least more than $10,000. That's everyone. Material costs are actually small expenses, not worth mentioning at all. So he needs to socialize to make himself famous, and he needs to promote his scarcity. He needs to select customers. Those who are famous can make him famous, and those who are rich can be suckers. In fact, 99% of people in this world can't smell the difference between perfumes. so he needs to socialize. The clerk didn't understand the meaning of the special department, but he definitely knew it. The special department, a special department, has great authority in this city, and is not just the police. Of course, according to the organization, they are indeed a government department. Celebrities like them are least afraid of the police, because any complaint from them can make the police department unbearable. The police in the United States serve capital, which is its natural attribute. They are rude and unreasonable to ordinary people, and no one can really do anything to them even if they are too much. But for celebrities, the police are naturally inferior. They are controlled tightly. If it wasn't Rorschach who came today, even if it was a senior sheriff, Albert would not show up, and the clerk could send him away. But that is the special department, and everyone knows that the head of the special department is Kai. The influence that Kai has in this city is something that those politicians can never have in their lifetimes. Offending Kai. That means offending a large number of his fans after offending the New York Police Department, and even offending the Stark Consortium and the Wayne Consortium. The first two are okay. This store doesn't rely on these two people to make a living. But offending the two consortiums? He would die miserably. Kai or Tony didn't need to say anything, as long as an influential person who relied on the two consortiums said that Albert's perfume was dog urine, then he would be completely finished. So he appeared in front of Rorschach very smoothly. At this time, Rorschach felt that it was a good idea to join the special department. Hello, my name is Albert Martins. I'm the boss here. What's your name, Rorschach? The boss needs to socialize, but Rorschach doesn't. I'm here to find someone, a customer who may have ordered perfume from you. Here is his ingredient list. Rorschach was very direct. The boss was sweating profusely. Damn it, can you not say it in public? Let's talk in the office. For a store like theirs, although it looks very high-end, in fact, how many people open a store for interest, and for making money? His reputation is money. And it is precisely because of his high-end that others pursue him. Because of the pursuit, a bottle of his perfume can only be sold for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. The real cost of that thing is only a few dollars at most. After deducting the cost, the rest is brought by reputation. So leaking customer information in public. This is simply asking him to die. The boss in the office looked at the ingredient list. There are indeed a few combinations that he likes. But the problem is that this cannot tell which perfume it is. Can't you tell? Rorschach's ink blots kept changing as if they were alive. At this time, the ink blots on it became like evil spirits, which made people shudder. Well, this guy's appearance is chilling from beginning to end, and it's even more terrifying when it changes. Albert could only explain helplessly, the ingredient list looks like my work, but the different contents will make the blended perfumes completely different. Even which one is put first and which one is put later will affect the effect of the finished product. It is difficult for me to analyze which perfume I made based on the chemical ingredient list. Unless you can let me smell it. Perfumers are not chemists, they are more like chefs. There are many things that affect the quality of dishes, such as heat, knife skills, materials and techniques. A slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. Their work is more artistic. They are not scientists, they don't use formulas. They use their noses to distinguish. Unfortunately, Rorschach and his team can't do it. There are only very few residues at the scene. It is already very remarkable to be able to distinguish them. As for giving samples to people to smell, at least Jefferson Forensic Laboratory can't do it. Since Jefferson Forensic Laboratory can't do it, basically no one on Earth can do it. Have you seen this person? Rorschach can only use the simplest method, give a photo. It's not difficult to get photos of the rogues. There are a lot of them in Los Angeles. Albert looked carefully until he saw a photo. This person. I've seen it, the trickster, Jessica. Rorschach was excited. I only know his name is Carl. He came from San Francisco. He is an art dealer, elegant, confident and full of sunshine. Yes, that's right. The perfume I mixed for him has the smell of sunshine. He likes it very much. He is very talkative, especially about art. We had a good chat. He said he also likes art. He is concentrating on one thing now, but he will not give up art. From the conversation, I feel he is a good person. Rorschach had a random suspicion. Jessica is the most mysterious of the rogues. He will constantly change his identity, and there is absolutely no flaw. Most of his photos were taken after he was caught. As for him after he ran away, no frontal photo could be captured. This guy is a cross-dressing maniac? Changing 8 faces and 8 identities a day, no one can catch him. But why would he meet a perfumer in his true appearance? This is illogical. Rorschach asked directly. Albert understood this very well. Our perfume focuses on personal customization. Everyone has their own unique temperament and attributes, which are related to occupation, age, height, weight, and even appearance. So before every customer orders a perfume, I will have a face-to-face interview with them, and I will decide the type and formula of the perfume based on the conversation. And this Mr. Jesse is a person with a very high quality of life. From his clothes and behavior, I can feel that he is a person with extremely high demands on himself. If he wants to get a perfume that suits him, then he will not cover himself up. But now it seems that he still covered himself up. I provided the customer with a perfume that does not suit his temperament. Is this my mistake? Chapter 1534 Update. Then do you know where he is? Rorschach asked without any expectation. He didn't think Jesse would be so stupid as to tell a perfumer where he was hiding. However, the other party said, of course. We can't let customers go out with shopping bags here, that's too inelegant. We have door-to-door delivery service. The ink on Rorschach's mask surged again. Damn. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? When you committed a crime, you changed 8 identities in a day, but you bought perfume so openly. And you even left your address? Where is it? Albert hurriedly gave him the address. Then he asked carefully, Officer Rorschach, can you not announce that this matter has anything to do with us? You know, this store is full of all my hard work. If it is exposed, it will be finished. By the way, I will be finished too. Rorschach picked up the address and said directly, don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Ah, God. Thank God. Albert finally felt relieved. But Rorschach felt that the other party was so cooperative, so he naturally had to remind him, you still need to strengthen security. After all, you have contacted the suspect. If he knows that you betrayed him, then you. Anyway, I wish you good luck. Shit, Albert was not very happy again. When people talk about the wealthy areas in New York, the first reaction is always the Upper East Side of Manhattan, thinking that all the rich are concentrated there. This is right and wrong. The housing prices there are indeed very expensive. There are also many rich and noble people who own properties there. But if you really want to find a residential area for the rich, it has never been Manhattan. It's Long Island. To be honest, after so many years of development in Manhattan, it is already full of high-rise buildings. Those high housing prices also refer to those apartment buildings. The prices of those top apartments are chilling. But the real rich rarely live there. They prefer a wider space, closer to nature, and places with good air. But after so many years of development, there are very few places like this in New York. Now only Long Island can meet the requirements of those rich people. Long Island is far from the city, with a very beautiful environment and excellent public security, forming a clear boundary with ordinary residences. The price of luxury houses in the wealthy area of Long Island is mostly over $1 million, and it is rising rapidly year by year, about 15% per year. Along the internationally renowned Central Park to the north and east is the famous wealthy area of New York, where the wealthy people in finance and investment banks gather. When you get here, your first feeling is that this is the countryside. Yes, it is difficult for you to feel that you are in New York here. After all, there is no steel jungle, no traffic, and even time feels slower. The pace of life here is obviously slower than other places in New York. There are green gardens everywhere, and there is even an ecological zone. As the concept of environmental protection has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, this place has gradually become a favorite of the rich. The address given by Albert is in Old Westbury, Long Island, which belongs to the village of Nassau County. There is a very famous Old Westbury Garden here. Old Westbury Garden is recognized as one of the 3 best public gardens in the world, full of Italian style. The Old Westbury Manor has a 23-room mansion and a 300-acre garden, full of Italian style. This makes the surrounding buildings full of old-fashioned style. Rorschach led people to a very beautiful colonial building. It covers an area of more than 2 acres and is surrounded by green trees. It is open and private. There are only 4,671 residents in the area, but basically every family has an annual income of more than $200,000. The houses here are so expensive that people doubt their lives. Soon a group of special police surrounded the manor. But surprisingly, the door of the manor was closed and there was no response. Night Owl felt something was wrong and didn't care about alerting the enemy, so he immediately ordered an attack. A group of fully armed police rushed into the manor. Then soon, the police came out. Some people still had a trace of fear on their faces. Rorschach walked over. "What's wrong, sir? There's something inside." "Fuck. It's really perverted." Rorschach didn't wait for him to say it carefully, so he walked into the house directly. Opening the door and entering is a huge living room. In the middle of the living room facing the front door, a huge block of ice suddenly appeared. The ice was of high purity, with few bubbles and impurities, so the ice was very transparent. In the middle of the ice were the bodies of 3 men and 2 women, who were frozen in the ice while struggling. Even the expressions on their faces were frozen at that moment. Fuck. Soon, Zia Ogu from Jefferson Forensic Laboratory arrived with his assistants Zach and Huggins. Wow, Huggins was shocked by the scene when he saw it for the first time. How did they do it? Huggins looked at the intact victims and immediately raised a question. Zach took a look and said, when people die of hypothermia in a frost environment, the manifestation is completely different from this. The frozen corpse is in a natural state or curled up. Before a person freezes to death, the central nervous system is suppressed and the whole body is paralyzed. Although the body temperature is gradually decreasing, the hypothalamus temperature regulation center sends out a wrong signal, abnormal heat sensation, and the person dies in a hazy warm feeling before freezing to death. Therefore, the posture of the corpse is mostly natural, and the expression is very peaceful, which is consistent with the often said smiling face of freezing to death. In addition, when the disease suddenly attacks, the frozen dead are mostly curled up. In addition, the spots of frozen corpses are bright red, and frostbite should appear on the corpse. But these corpses do not match, they do not look like they were frozen to death. Rorschach walked over and said, they were frozen to death in an instant, very quickly. So fast that their bodies had no time to react and were frozen in the ice. Huggins expressed his disbelief. This is impossible. Nothing can freeze a person in an instant, not even if you throw a person into liquid nitrogen. There's a weapon that can do that, Rorschach said. Aha. I finally figured it out, right? The government must have developed some kind of doomsday weapon. We are not here to investigate any serial murders, but to retrieve the terrible weapons invented by the government, right? Huggins is a senior conspiracy theorist, and he doesn't like the government, likes to resist authority, and believes that the government is a tool controlled by a few people. Although according to wealth, he and his family should be the ones who control the government, but he looks like a young man who hates the rich. It's hard to imagine how his family education was done to raise such a thing. Chapter 1535, the fourth case. Rorschach tilted his head. He didn't like the government either, but was it really okay to put a hat on the government like this? That has nothing to do with the government. It was created by those crazy scientists at Star Labs, Rorschach explained. Star Labs, if I remember correctly, is an industry of the Wayne Consortium, and Kai Wayne is closely connected with the White House, Huggins sneered. Rorschach really didn't know how to explain it for a moment. After all, what Huggins said made sense. Booth smiled at Rorschach embarrassedly, then grabbed Huggins and asked him to work. In New York, talking about Kai like this in front of Kai's men is courting death. Not to mention that Huggins Industries of the Huggins family is only the third largest private company. Even Tony Stark, the richest man in the United States, would have no easy time facing Kai. Zach saw Rorschach, lowered his head in fear, and then walked away silently. Soon the ice was sawed open. They found a device under the ice that could keep the ice frozen and prevent it from thawing. It was a magical little device. Obviously, the ice and the people inside were deliberately made into this state. Can we know the time of death? Rorschach asked. As the chief forensic doctor of Jefferson Forensic Laboratory, Camille shook her head. It's difficult. After all, the body has been frozen. It's difficult for us to infer the specific time of death. It's very simple. This is Zia Ogu, who was watching Huggins breaking the ice, suddenly interrupted. Zia Ogu. Camille looked at her colleague and friend in surprise. Huh? Zia Ogu obviously didn't realize what she said. It's very simple? How to do it? Camille was also a little curious. After all, they are all in this line of work and will understand the pioneering technology in this line. Look at the watch. The victims seem to be a family, a man, 2 boys aged 15 or 16, a little girl and a woman. None of the 3 children wore watches. The woman had some jewelry on her body, but no watch. Only the man had a watch on his wrist. The time was a month ago. Such a simple thing, no one noticed it, only Xiaogu noticed it. Rorschach looked at Xiaogu in shock. You know, this kind of thing seems simple, but in fact, there are not many people who can observe the details calmly after seeing this scene. This is the forensic personnel from New York who came over and reported that they found traces of people living in this house recently. There was even a bottle of red wine that was opened. From the residual wine, it can be analyzed that this bottle of wine was not opened for a long time. In other words, after the bastard killed someone, he stayed here for a long time. Perverted. Even among serial killers, this is rare. Living with a victim's body for such a long time. It's really perverted. Are you really not afraid that this family will become a ghost? Can you collect some more useful clues? Rorschach asked Xiaogu. Xiaogu shrugged. I can't do anything. These bodies have meat. Rorschach didn't quite understand what it meant. This is Xiaogu's best friend Angela came over and said, Xiaogu is only responsible for bones, and there is nothing he can do about bodies with meat, but we must find the murderer quickly. Maybe there are some clues on the body that can help us find them as soon as possible. Rorschach didn't have so many informants in New York. And he was not interested in looking for people all over the city. He believed more in scientific methods. Let Huggins come. He should be able to bring you some surprises. Xiaogu thought for a while and said. She was responsible for the bones. If you want to get clues from her, you must first figure out the clues on the body. Only when the flesh and blood of the body are dissolved and turned into bones can she show her skills. But this takes time. Just collecting clues and dissecting the body cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. It is better to measure the trace particles first. Soon. After about a few hours, a group of people finally got the body out of the ice. These victims are the owners of this house. The man is Mark Yodel, a network engineer. He founded a website a long time ago. Before the internet bubble, he sold the website and realized financial freedom. Now he works as a technical executive in a large internet company. He had planned to go on a trip with his family this month. So after his family disappeared, no one called the police and no one came to check the house. So just like that, the family was frozen here for a month, and no one found it. Soon with the help of Zach, they began to collect trace particles, such as pollen, spores and other particles. In addition, the forensic department also collected as many particles as possible from all over the room, for Huggins to analyze. Around the evening, Huggins finally got the result. I found a footprint in the flower bed by the swimming pool. In the footprint, I found coal, iron, chromium and some hyacinth pollen. In addition, I saw some American black walnut debris. What can these mean? Rorschach asked. This thing is very common in New York. Whether it is hyacinth or walnut, it is not rare in New York. Especially American black walnut. Americans like this kind of wood very much. American black walnut is only produced in North America, and it is not uncommon to find this thing all over the United States. These certainly don't mean anything, but I found something on the hostess of this house, leaded gasoline. Although it is very rare, I still found it, leaded gasoline. But this kind of gasoline was banned from sale as early as 1986. As for the reason, it is because leaded gasoline affects the IQ of Americans. In the United States, most people whose IQ is reduced due to lead pollution are middle-aged people born in the 1960s and 1970s, or older people. A new study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, PNAS, by researchers from Duke University and Florida State University shows that lead pollution can reduce the intelligence of adults many years later. Exposure to leaded gas, car exhaust, during childhood has reduced the IQ of nearly half of the U.S. population, 170 million, by an average of 2.6 points per person, and a total of 170 million Americans have lost more than 824 million points of their IQ due to lead. In 1986, the United States decided to stop selling all leaded gasoline, and accordingly, the lead concentration in Americans' blood dropped by 80% almost immediately. Because this lesson was too profound, there is no leaded gasoline in the United States now. Besides, is this related to the case we are investigating? Rorschach still couldn't figure out what these nerds were doing. Don't be impatient. Don't underestimate the information contained in these little things. Huggins immediately turned on his computer. As long as all these data are entered into the computer, we can determine where the murderer passed by and where he stayed based on the difference in the content of trace particles in various places in New York, Huggins said while typing. Although this cannot catch the murderer immediately, it can at least give you a direction. Soon the computer gave the answer. Brooklyn Industrial City. Industrial City is located in the Sunset Park waterfront area at 36th Street, 2nd Avenue, Brooklyn. It includes the Brooklyn Army Dock, etc., with a total area of 213 acres. It includes 16 buildings such as industrial docks, factories, and large warehouses. It has been the largest private industrial park in New York City for 100 years. The predecessor of Industrial City was Bush Dock. From 1906 to 1928, Bush Dock successively built rows of 6-story factory buildings, many smaller brick warehouses and other buildings, as well as docks and railway systems. But unfortunately, the glory is in the past. Now it is regarded as the largest rust belt in New York. From the 1960s to the early 1990s, New York's manufacturing industry showed an unprecedented decline, which had a huge impact on Bush Dock. Statistics show that between 1966 and 1991, the number of employees in the New York garment industry decreased by 64%, and the number of industrial jobs in the textile, rubber and plastic products, transportation equipment and various products industries decreased by about 2/3. Some industrial sectors, including paper products, metal processing products, stone ceramics and glass products, home furnishings and home appliances, food, electronic and electrical equipment and related products, industrial machinery, leather and leather products, and primary metal products, experienced a 70% or more employment contraction. By the 1970s and 1980s, Bush Wharf became a popular dumping ground for illegal industrial toxins, such as sludge, and illegal activities such as prostitution and drug trafficking also spread here. Later, in 1986, the property of Bush Wharf was acquired, and the new manager decided to revitalize Bush Wharf and gave it a more resounding name, Industry City. Industry City formulated a plan to restore production in order to bring vacant buildings back to life. In order to protect the city's industry from complete extinction, New York City designated the city's manufacturing areas similar to Industry City as industrial business districts. The New York City government believes that manufacturing should provide protection for all kinds of people. After entering the new century, art studios, technology companies, small manufacturers and other scientific and creative industries were introduced into the industrial city. Unfortunately, deindustrialization is in full swing in North America, not to mention that this is New York. People are not willing to develop so-called industries at all. So to this day, the occupancy rate here is still less than 1/3, and the art studios and technology companies that first settled here have also begun to gradually move away from here, resulting in a dead silence here. Many factories abandoned in the last century are still standing there unattended. Are they hiding here? At least they have been there, Huggins replied. Okay, I'll take people there right away. Rorschach did not hesitate at all. It's good to have clues. Soon in the industrial city, Rorschach and his team found a pile of bodies again. These bodies were piled together and pieced together into a painting. They were all cleaned up and painted with a kind of paint that made their skin look very healthy. Yes, that's right, that kind of healthy skin color, and there was even oil on it. Jefferson's forensic doctors went straight to 007. When they arrived, they were shocked by the scene and couldn't speak. They are technicians, and they are not so enthusiastic about solving cases. They are more about helping others, not for self-satisfaction. So they feel a strong physical discomfort at the scene in front of them. Only Zylogu is unmoved. She looked at all the victims one by one. They are homeless people, and many of them have not brushed their teeth for a long time. In addition, they all have certain health problems. But I don't understand why the murderer did this. What's wrong? Huggins asked, covering his mouth. He cleaned their bodies and even did their hair, making them in very good condition. In addition, from their condition, they have been dead for a while, but their bodies have not shown obvious decay. They have all been embalmed. I don't understand what the meaning of his doing this is. Zylogu is a scientist, so she doesn't like to speculate, and she doesn't like unfounded speculation even more. She insists that everything should be based on science. Evidence is evidence. It's pity, it just so happens that Rorschach is a good reasoner, and he is familiar with those evil thoughts, he pities them. Rorschach has been chasing 3 cases in a row, and he has also read the information about the trickster Jesse in Los Angeles. This is a typical antisocial lunatic. His cognition is completely different from that of normal people. He felt that the real society was a cannibalistic society. People were obviously promoting morality and advocating morality, But in fact everyone was doing the exact opposite of what they claimed. This was morbid and twisted. So Jesse felt that he should change this situation. Obviously, staying in the mental hospital for these years did not alleviate Jesse's condition, but made him more seriously ill. Even sublimation occurred. Why can't the doctors in those mental hospitals be helpful for once? Damn, they always send patients in, and then continue to send them out, and they are still patients when they come out. He treats them in the most decent way he thinks, giving them unimaginable. How to describe it? It should be considered a kind of help, or a kind of sublimation, allowing them to exist in another more perfect and more decent way. How do you know? I've seen the prisoners' profiles. Xiaogu nodded disdainfully. These speculations of yours are groundless, Booth interrupted quickly. Sorry. Xiaogu, don't believe in psychology. Rorschach didn't mean to be angry. Many people don't believe it. Then do you believe it? Xiaogu suddenly asked Rorschach. Xiaogu, Booth reminded Xiaogu. After all, Booth also had Rorschach's information. Booth was very familiar with his condition. Rorschach's psychological problems were very serious. What's wrong? Xiaogu obviously didn't think there was anything wrong with her question. I believe it. I am a mental patient myself. Unexpectedly, Rorschach didn't shy away from it at all. Then why don't you undergo psychological treatment? Xiaogu asked curiously. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Others have admitted it themselves, so why can't I ask? Rorschach not only didn't dislike Xiaogu's personality at all, but on the contrary, he felt very comfortable with it. No need to hide, and no need to beat around the bush. I need to stay angry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1536, each has his own agenda. Angry, Xiaogu was a little confused. Who needs to stay angry? Yes, Rorschach liked Xiaogu very much because she was an absolutely rational person, at least most of the time. She had a very high IQ, was absolutely calm, and was absolutely focused. These were all qualities that Rorschach envied. I'm different from other people. I can't fly, I can't use any high tech, and even my physical fitness is very ordinary, let alone those magical abilities. What I have is anger. Whenever I see those criminals hurting those innocent people, my anger fills my body. When I see the injustice in this society, my anger is endless. This anger allows me to be more sober, move faster, and be more focused. I'm not fast, but anger will allow me to break through my limits. My body is not strong, but my anger will allow me to ignore pain and fatigue. My fists are not heavy, but anger will allow me to punch those scums one by one until they are completely knocked down. Luo Xiao looked at Xiaogu. I need to do something for this society. I may not be able to make it better, but I can at least do my best to prevent it from getting too bad. Dr. Timperley Brainerd, I actually envy people like you. You are talented and passionate. Even what you do is more important to this society than what I do. So I sincerely thank you. At least seeing you doesn't make me more desperate about this society. Seeing you makes me feel that this world can really be saved. At least you let me know that not every smart person in this world is selfish. There are also people like you who are selflessly doing justice for this world, and for those innocent people. The others were stunned. To be honest, they were a little unable to react. They were originally here to do things, but they were suddenly praised by a guy who seemed difficult to talk to. This turn of events made them a little bit unable to accept it for a while. So, what happened? Xiaogu didn't have so many thoughts. She honestly accepted Luo Xia's compliment. The others were speechless. Only Luo Xia laughed. Many members of the special department were stunned. It was the first time for them to hear Rorschach laugh. Usually, Rorschach was like a ghost, silent, wandering around, and could scare people. Laugh? Forget about laughing. Many people have never talked to Rorschach until now. Hey, Booth, be careful. I feel like this guy is going after Xiaogu. Angela secretly found Booth and whispered. What? Booth was startled. Don't you think his attitude towards Xiaogu is completely different from that towards others? Booth felt a chill on his head. In fact, the relationship between Xiaogu and Booth has been tested by time. They have been through a lot. Booth should be very confident. But in fact, Booth still has a sense of crisis. Because of Xiaogu's unique attributes, she takes the relationship between men and women very lightly, and it can even be said that it is quite considerable. Before marrying him, Xiaogu felt that the relationship between men and women was controlled by endocrine, and love was a false proposition. She was very open to it. If they fell in love, there was nothing wrong with inventing their physiological needs to each other. Before Booth, Xiaogu actually had many partners like Angela. The only difference from Angela, a girl in love, was that every relationship of Angela was because she really had feelings. Although the passion came and went quickly. She was indeed an emotional person. Xiaogu followed her physiology. When she felt it, she played a friendly match, and then, everyone forgot about each other. Only talking about physiology, not feelings, quite cool. Of course, that was in the past. Now Xiaogu has a bit of human touch. But Booth still has a little. This is love, Angela said very understandingly. To be honest, she really knows a lot. She is a typical American girl who is open to love. But she has also cultivated her character recently. She actually married Hudgens. Hudgens is famous for being boring. At least most people can't accept Hudgens. He likes all kinds of weird experiments, and he also likes bugs and slime. Very boring. So Booth, you have to be careful. I really like Dr. Timperley Brainerd, but not the kind of love you think. I will never fall in love in my life. At this moment, a voice interrupted. Booth and Angela were shocked. They realized that Xiaogu and Rorschach were standing behind them. Hudgens and Zack rushed into the scene without even raising their heads. Angela didn't know what to say. Booth was even more ashamed. It's not that I don't believe my wife. Booth, Xiaogu looked at her husband very seriously. Xiaogu, listen to my explanation. We are married. We swore. I will not break my oath. But you don't believe me. I didn't. Rorschach looked at the two people arguing as if nothing had happened. Angela was very brave. She sneaked up on Rorschach. Be careful, don't get too close to me, Rorschach suddenly said. Angela stuck out her tongue. Why, I'm not used to being too close to people, except those criminals, Rorschach said. This made Angela more interested. Angela was a woman who loved to pursue excitement, otherwise she would not have married someone else just because she spent a few hours with an Angolan sailor in Fiji. Because of this, she almost didn't marry Hudgens. Not only because of bigamy, but also because after they found the Angolan sailor, Angela almost fell in love again. A woman with a strong personality. So she was the person who was least afraid of Rorschach except Xiaogu. On the contrary, she was very curious. Is there really anyone in this world who doesn't fall in love? So you don't fall in love? No, I just don't want to leave myself vulnerable. Rorschach did not hide it. Who doesn't fall in love? Angela thought it was incredible. Yes. For example, me. As long as you put what you devote yourself to above yourself, you don't need love. But what's the meaning of life then? Hudgens stuck out his tongue over there. His wife was really strong. She dared to talk to this weirdo like this. What kind of life is interesting is not decided by others, but by yourself, Rorschach said. But I saw that Kai Wayne and Tony Stark both have their own lovers. I'm not them. They have the confidence to protect the people around them, but I don't. I'm very ordinary, so if I want to fight against evil, I must always keep myself alert. As long as I don't have weaknesses, then others can't defeat me. In the final analysis, you just don't have confidence in yourself, Angela concluded. But isn't this a kind of provocation? That's right, unfortunately, Rorschach admitted it very smoothly, not like others who were provoked at all. Seeing yourself clearly is more important than anything else. Angela was speechless. How could there be a sober person? Okay, any clues? On the other side. Heatwave found Snart. That lunatic is out of control. How many people has he killed? Heatwave was very dissatisfied with Jesse. In fact, he didn't like Jesse at all. Besides, that lunatic seems to have broken your rules. He killed women and children. Jesse said he was a member of the Rogues, but in fact he disdained everyone else and only communicated with Snart. I know, Snart nodded expressionlessly. Are you going to kill him? Heatwave immediately understood Snart's thoughts. He and Snart were too familiar with each other. Snart narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. When he founded the Rogues, he only set 3 rules. 1. No harm to women and children, this is our bottom line. 2. No drug use. 3. Our goal is not to rule the world, we are for money and to kill the Flash. He didn't even prohibit the internal fighting of the Rogues. But 3 is the bottom line. When he was in Los Angeles, Jesse could still abide by these 3 rules. But since he came to New York, he was completely out of control. Jesse thought he did a good job and was not discovered. Because in New York, the rogues don't want to attract the attention of the big guys, so these few people with eye-catching targets rarely go out. Only Jesse is not restricted because of his disguise. Snart also guessed that this was the reason why Snart completely lost control. But no matter what the reason, Snart didn't plan to keep this bastard. He lost control and became too dangerous, so that Snart felt threatened. Be careful, Snart suddenly said to Heatwave. Jesse is very smart, don't let him see it. Heatwave nodded, he smiled and said, don't worry, anyway, I haven't concealed the idea of wanting to kill him before. Heatwave did very well in this regard. He basically expressed his dissatisfaction to everyone, and basically said that he wanted to kill someone every day, and everyone was used to it. Snart smiled. However, where Snart couldn't see, Peakman and Jesse were together, well, having an affair. I saw the Peakman dropped on the ceiling by Jesse, naked and covered with rough hemp ropes. Jesse kissed the Peakman wildly while pulling the hemp ropes, making the Peakman keep making short and sharp sounds. Honey, when are we going to kill them? If you look closely, you will find that the Peakman's expression is very wrong. Her eyes are full of madness. It feels like she is about to be played. Although the Peakman's ability can hypnotize the enemy, but it does not mean that the Peakman will not be hypnotized, especially when she meets a master of manipulating people's hearts. Jesse is a high IQ criminal. After being caught, he used his mouth alone to make the psychologist who treated him commit suicide. It really doesn't take much thought to deal with a little girl like the Peakman. Jesse constantly provokes the inferiority and dark side deep in the Peakman's heart. This little girl with little knowledge and weak mind is actually very easy to control. Look at the society, so many women are abused by their boyfriends and husbands, and they dare to speak out. You know, Pooh is very simple. At least that's how it was for Jesse. He didn't take the Peakman seriously at all, just a pastime after dinner. The only thing he had to pay attention to was not to let Snart find out. As for the Peakman's boyfriend, this idiot could be ignored. He didn't even notice that his girlfriend was played by Jesse. So what else could he expect from him? Jesse joined the scoundrels just because of Snart's invitation. Then they were defeated by the Flash. This made Jesse lose interest in this so-called group. He was a lunatic. Order was poison to him. He didn't like order or rules. He could still tolerate it when dealing with the Flash before. But Snart was defeated, so why should he play house with them? It's true that he admired Snart. So he wanted to assimilate Snart more than once, and make him himself, or a part of himself. But Snart's mind and IQ were not like the Peakman. Snart actually knew what Jesse was thinking. But he didn't object to this kind of thing. He even regarded this kind of confrontation with Jesse as a kind of entertainment or exercise. Just like people playing basketball after get off work or school. He and Jesse both enjoyed this kind of confrontation and attraction. But he didn't expect Jesse to lose control. Jesse lost his patience. When he found that Snart would not become himself, he gave up. He wanted to do it himself. So the rogue gang was useless. Just like Snart wanted to get rid of him, he also planned to kill Snart. Of course, unlike Snart, he planned to give Snart a chance. A chance to forgive him. A chance to become him. Darling, what are you going to do? After a long time, the Peakman finally calmed down his excitement, and she trembled for Jesse. After we get those things, we will do it. Jesse pinched the Peakman and laughed nervously. The Peakman also laughed, and then he also giggled. Shut up, Jesse slapped him directly. Your smile is so ugly, Darling, however, in a place they couldn't see, a piece of scrap metal reflected a ray of light. A part of the metal was wiped very bright, like a mirror. The image of Master Mirror flashed on the metal. In another place, Master Mirror walked out of a mirror directly. His face was extremely ugly. Bitch, is Master Mirror really a fool? Yes. And no. He really didn't know that his girlfriend was controlled. But he could feel that the atmosphere of the rogue gang had changed. So he took the simplest way. That is to monitor everyone. Master Mirror's presence in the rogue gang is not high at all, but stupid. But is it really so? He is indeed not smart enough, but he has his own survival wisdom after being in the bottom for a long time. He knows that others look down on him. He is also happy to do so. As long as everyone thinks he is a waste, they will not be afraid of him. Then when everyone ignored him, He quietly monitored everyone. Then, the surprise came. Such a group of 5 people was actually divided into 3 groups. Then he found that the other 2 groups were planning to kill each other, and he was the only one ignored by everyone. In addition, his girlfriend cheated on him. Shit. This discovery really made Master Mirror a little upset. It's not that he really loves the peak people. People like them. Do you expect them to play pure love warriors? However, he didn't expect that the peak people would play so happily. Thinking of this, Master Mirror suddenly smiled. Since you all look down on me, then don't blame me. Chapter 1537 Slant Eyes Team. Rorschach felt like a hound that tirelessly pursued its prey. Once he saw a wounded rabbit, he would chase it regardless of the day or night, regardless of whether he would be exhausted to death, he would never stop until he caught the prey. But others couldn't do that. For example, Angela. Angela was the kind of playboy. Although she was much better now, you asked her to work overtime? You were overthinking it. But now she also understood the seriousness of the matter, so she had no choice but to stay and work overtime. At least after Rorschach praised them like that, she was embarrassed to leave work on time. So now she could only sit in the office chair, tilting her head, snoring with her mouth open without any manners. Huggins dragged his tired body to his wife's side and threw the documents in his hand away. Bang! Angela was startled and sat up from the chair, almost falling down. Huggins quickly supported his wife. Honey. Are you okay? What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Angela was dazed from sleep and still couldn't figure out the situation. No. I was careless, Huggins explained quickly. He had been at the workbench for more than 10 hours. Except for going to the toilet, he even ate at the workbench. He felt like he was going blind. Did you find anything? Yes, Huggins sat down on the chair, and his face finally showed some reaction. Sevoflurane. I found traces of sevoflurane in the bodies of those victims. Sevoflurane, chemical name 1,1,1,3,3-hexafluoro2, fluoromethoxy, propane, is an organic compound with a chemical formula C4H3F70. It is mainly used as an inhaled anesthetic for general anesthesia. Fortunately, the murderer performed a very good antiseptic treatment on the corpse. Otherwise, the sevoflurane inside those corpses would not degrade at all. Huggins was able to detect the residue of sevoflurane in the corpse, which was already very impressive. But correspondingly, he needed to examine, slice and test dozens of corpses one by one. I will notify Rorschach immediately. Hey. It's already 4:30 in the morning. You notify him. Huggins quickly stopped Angela. If you knew that he contacted us 15 times in one night to inquire about the case, you wouldn't say that. Sevoflurane is a controlled drug. It is usually very difficult to obtain. It requires a certificate from a formal institution. Moreover, it is impossible for private individuals to purchase it through normal channels. Only medical and scientific research institutions can do so. Of course, if the murderer can rub sevoflurane by hand, then there is nothing to say, but if the murderer wants to buy these things, then there will definitely be clues left. Boom. When Rorschach received the call, he was beating up a gangster donor. Rorschach is a hound. He will never rest before catching his prey. So when the people in the Jefferson Forensic Laboratory were working intensively, he could only use some stupid methods to find clues. I know, Rorschach was about to hang up the phone after hearing Angela's report. I really don't know. I don't know, let me go. The gangster donor lying on the ground quickly begged for mercy at this time. He really has no connection with the rogue gang. What's that sound? Angela heard the strange noise coming from the phone and asked quickly. Nothing, I'm having some friendly exchanges with my informant. Hang up. Rorschach felt that it would be better for a well-protected girl like Angela not to know the style of their behavior. Angela looked at Huggins. I always feel that he is lying to me. Of course he is lying to you. The man over there is about to die, Huggins said speechlessly. This is Zach floating over with his eyes closed. He was also squeezed enough, only Zioga was still in high spirits. I heard it. That person should have broken ribs and compressed his lungs, so he leaked a little when he spoke. Zach has studied with Zioga for many years and has a very high level of attainment in human forensics. He can actually be independent, but because of an accident in his early years, he has no confidence in his interpersonal communication, and he is still used to listening to his friends. Although he lacks his own opinions, his professional skills are beyond reproach. Angela realized it later, Huggins nodded. Just what you think, but this is illegal, right? Angela was just a little naive, not stupid, and she guessed immediately that Rorschach was enforcing the law violently. Huggins shrugged. What do you think he is? A nice guy? This is the norm for those policemen. Huggins is an extreme leftist. To put it bluntly, he is an anti-governmentist who believes that the government should not interfere in anything and let society run on its own. But he is not like the leftists in the world's political spectrum, advocating socialism and opposing class rule, because he is the ruling class and a big capitalist. So the FBI profiled Huggins and believed that although he opposed the government in political advocacy, he was actually not a threat. To put it bluntly, he was the most typical white leftist on the internet. When it does not concern his own interests, he is always willing to resist authority, and once it involves himself, he will immediately change his identity. So the FBI's conclusion about him is, he is not a threat, a player of talking nonsense. In fact, if he was really extreme left, he would not have accepted the FBI's offer. You know, the FBI is the representative of big government. Don't other people care? Although Angela had faced a cannibal organization, the secret society within the government, and the conspiracy of the FBI's top brass, she still couldn't continue Rorschach's naked disregard for the law. Huggins looked left and right and found that the special police officers did not pay attention to this place, so he whispered, I received news that this Rorschach is the murderer of the famous New York cremation case. The Rorschach case was very famous at the time. After all, a little girl was dismembered and burned. This method was explosive enough. Then the New York Police Department was bullied by the whole United States. There was no way the New York Police Department had a good time because of Kai. You have to know that the police in other big cities, whether it is Los Angeles or Washington, or even Chicago, are basically useless and bastards in the eyes of the public. Only the New York Police Department is a hero and has been praised by the people of New York more than once. We are all police officers. Why are you special? There is a lot of funding, endless donations, high status, and good reputation. It would be strange if they were not jealous. So as long as they seize the opportunity, how could the media and the peers miss this opportunity? So the matter became a big deal. However, the New York Police Department suffered an epic embarrassment soon. The murderer was found, but was found by another murderer first. When the police found the murderer turned into a pile of charcoal. This made the phenomenon of bullying in the United States even more serious. For this matter, the new New York chief directly asked the special department to take action and caught the murderer. It is said that the murderer was shot dead when he resisted. However, the New York Police Department did not display the body. It's just that so many criminal teams were embarrassed by this incident. It is said that since then, the new chief has begun to strengthen the quality of the entire New York police. More training and more assessments have been added to the daily routine, and the recruitment work of the New York Police Department has also been reformed. Recruit more elites from the whole society to join, and provide a lot of generous benefits. Vow to make the New York Police Department an elite police department. Anyway, there is sufficient funding, and the new chief has the confidence to toss. No way? I know about this case. My former colleague called to complain. The special forces were very arrogant. They took the body and all the evidence directly from the forensic laboratory. It is said that many police officers are very dissatisfied with this case. The matter is so big, how dare the New York Police Department do this? At some point, Camille ran to them and talked about the gossip about this matter. How? Camille, I remember you are from New York, right? No. I'm from New Jersey. Although Camille spent the first half of her career in New York, she is indeed not a New Yorker. Many New Jersey people work in New York, but they still live in New Jersey. After all, the cost of living in New York is too high. Many New Yorkers moved to New Jersey and then worked in New York. No matter what, you have worked in New York for so long, don't you know who is in charge of this city? Huggins said with a sneer. Kai is indeed very prestigious, but he won't, although she is not from New York. New Yorkers are a relatively tolerant city. Except for the rednecks in the South, they are still very welcoming to other people. So Camille's impression of New York is really not bad, although it is a bit dangerous. After all kinds of monsters like to hang out in New York. She has worked in the forensic system in New York for so many years and has been in contact with law enforcement agencies for a long time. She knows Kai's power in the city too well. It can even be said that Kai is not very enthusiastic about politics, otherwise, he would definitely become the mayor of New York City with the highest vote rate in history. In New York, Kai has a large number of supporters in the upper, middle and lower classes, and these supporters are very fanatical. It can be said that Kai can do whatever he wants in this city and will be forgiven. So her excuse is very empty. Look. You think so too. The fact is that our superhero, Kai Wayne, is secretly recruiting his own confidants, even including criminals. Ahem. At this time, Booth's voice came. Booth, even if you don't want to hear it, I have to say it. Kai is definitely a big conspiracy, Huggins. Let me introduce you to my friend. Kai Wayne. Booth interrupted Huggins's suicidal behavior loudly. Of course, Booth was not too worried that Huggins would really get into trouble. Kai's ethics in this regard were still okay. For example, many reporters who scolded Kai did not have any problems, but their newspaper was in trouble. Several people were exhausted and now stayed in Huggins' laboratory, slacking off while waiting for various test results. So they had no intention of welcoming Booth. In Washington, Booth came 8 times a day. What the hell was there to welcome? Then it was awkward. Hearing Kai's arrival, several people almost fell off their chairs with their heads raised. After all, they were gossiping about other people. Kai also looked at these weird guys speechlessly. No wonder Booth kept saying they were the Slant Eyes Squad. In the United States, the word slant eyes is not a good word. Generally speaking, it is used to mock Asians, because in the traditional American concept, Asians all have those slanted eyes, and the more slanted, the more Asian they are, a prejudice like a psychopath. But here it doesn't mean that. The slant eyes here refer to the prejudice of the lower class against nerds, thinking that they all look at people with slanted eyes. It can also be said to be a freak. After all, those academic masters are more or less arrogant. When you talk to them about some topics that they take for granted but you don't understand at all, they basically look at you like that. Hey, am I here at the wrong time? Kai was also a little embarrassed. Huggins was very brave. Although he felt embarrassed about saying bad things about people behind their backs, he still bravely faced Kai. Did I say something wrong? Mr. Wayne? Isn't that Rorschach a criminal? Kai was not embarrassed about this, but asked, how did you know? Huggins hesitated a little. Kai was a thief, and he saw it at once. Scarlet. Soon the red-haired woman rushed over. Director, the appearance of the red-haired woman made Zach and Huggins' eyes light up. It must be said that the red-haired woman is very good-looking and has a good figure, at least much better than the female members in the laboratory. Booth, on the other hand, did not show any abnormality. Everyone likes to see beautiful things, but the premise is that Booth knows that this beauty can break his neck with her thigh. Go check those bastards, who is talking about the secrets of the special department in front of outsiders, fuck. How does this bastard Sage manage? Kai said to Scarlet, if this gets out, I have to spend energy to face those bastards. In addition, give Huggins a confidentiality agreement, and the true identity of Rorschach must not be leaked. No. I won't sign that kind of thing. The public has the right to know. Huggins was very tough. Right to know. Kai looked at Huggins a little ridiculously. When did the public have this thing? The right to know is always a joke. But you recruited a criminal, but this criminal is helping us fight criminals. Kai was not angry at all. After all, people like Huggins are everywhere in the United States. You are breaking the law. Oh, Huggins. I know your information. With your life experience, do you think this is a problem for me? By the way, Huggins, your idol is Tony Stark, right? Kai has actually read their information. Of course, he's a hero. Strictly speaking, all superheroes are breaking the law. Including me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Booth. Huggins really looked at Booth. The lofty status of superheroes has made the public basically forget this. Huggins is the same. Booth nodded helplessly. This is indeed the case. There is a special agency within the FBI that is prepared to deal with superheroes out of control. So don't worry about those trivial matters. We have only one goal, to protect most of the city from living in peace and stability, without being disturbed by those crimes. As for ourselves, we are all looking for a balance point that everyone can accept with this society. So superheroes don't go back to touch politics, don't go back to guide public opinion, and don't interfere with the judiciary. So Dr. Huggins, I hope you can cooperate with me. Huggins' face changed. Then what do you want to do by recruiting these criminals? Control New York? And then control the world? Kai looked at Huggins speechlessly. You may have a little misunderstanding about America's position in the world. America can't control the world now. Besides, even if I don't recruit Rorschach, I can still control New York. The question has never been whether you can, but whether you want to. Besides, who would be so bored as to control America? This mess keeps Benjamin awake every night. Can it be that everything will be fine if I take over? I won't be so stupid as to get scolded. Chapter 1538. Why are you shy? Huggins actually represents most of the white left in the United States. They think they are sober, think they represent the progress of the world, and are the conscience of the whole world. But in fact, they are all born weak, for a very simple reason. That is, basically all white lefts come from middle class and above families. They have no worries about food and drink, and they have a good asset. I once saw such a sentence: those who have a constant property have a constant heart. It means that people with a fixed industry will have a stable and unchanging mind. In other words, this kind of people pursue stability and invariance. They are more willing to participate in things that will not affect themselves. For example, calling for various equal rights and various protections. Because this will not affect their quality of life. It also shows that they will not abandon their stability for a certain idea. It can be said that any middle class and above class in the world cannot be the main body of the revolution. The reason is very simple: they can't give it up. The same is true for Huggins. If he really hates the rich class controlling the United States, why doesn't he rise up to resist? He can completely use his assets to fund those anti-government organizations. He can even act as an insider and expose all kinds of black materials. But what did Huggins do? He did nothing. He hid in the laboratory, doing his favorite experiments while complaining about social injustice. But he just did nothing. You can't say that this kind of person is bad or weak. He is just an ordinary person, at most a keyboard warrior. Just like you and me, unless you hide behind the internet, it is difficult to say a word to strangers. So there is no need to care about him. Of course, there is no need to specifically target him. After being scolded by Kai, Huggins stopped talking. Kai did not pursue him relentlessly, but took out coffee and donuts. This is the coffee and donuts made by our family. You can't eat them outside, they were all made by Afu. To be honest, Kai still doesn't know what Afu can't do. Anyway, all the big and small things at home are done by Afu. He can even repair the toaster and microwave. By the way, last time little Bernard wanted Santa Claus to send gifts, but their house was converted from an apartment building, and there was no fireplace or chimney at all. As a result, Afu made one. It's amazing. So coffee and donuts are all little kisses. By the way, Afu actually despises coffee and donuts. You know, Daing has always been proud of his afternoon tea. Black tea and all kinds of exquisite snacks are worthy of Daing. Coffee donuts. He always despises American fat people and diabetes. They just eat this kind of fast food that is not nutritious and tastes bad. But Americans really like it. Kai doesn't like coffee and donuts very much. These two things are too sweet. But these Americans eat them with relish. Well, how did you make it? I want to try to make it when I go home, Camille asked while eating. Oh, you really asked the wrong person. How can I know? This is all made by my housekeeper. Camille's hand stopped suddenly. The disparity of the world suddenly emerged. Booth didn't have so many thoughts, just eating. Where is Dr. Timperley Brainerd? Kai looked around and found that Booth's wife did not appear. She is very fascinated by those corpses, Booth shrugged. She's been hanging out there. By the way, Kai? You can call her Ziogu. She's married to me, Booth showed his wedding ring. Forget it. I heard that she doesn't like people she's not familiar with calling her Ziogu. Kai smiled and shook his head. How could that be? You've helped us so much. Booth didn't think so. Speaking of which, Booth and Ziogu have a troubled relationship. They actually had a good impression of each other for a long time, but there were too many hardships between them. First, Booth arrested Ziogu's father, and then a perverted hacker threatened Booth with the safety of people around Booth and forbade Booth and Ziogu to marry. After finally catching the pervert, they were finally able to get married. As a result, they encountered a secret society incident. It's amazing. However, it's probably going to be tough. Back to the point. Booth and Ziogu encountered so many troubles, and the reason they were still fine was, on the one hand, because they were capable and lucky. On the other hand, Kai, the old comrade, also helped a lot. For example, Ziogu and Booth were almost angry because of the perverted hacker last time. In the end, Kai found his comrade in arms, Little Ghost. I guess many book friends have forgotten this guy. He was once a member of Kai's team. During the cruise ship rescue of Benjamin, Kai's other teammate Goat was killed by Ross, which directly made Kai and others explode. They beat Ross up at the military base. Portman also kicked Ross's little brother, causing Sage, Portman, Meatball and Kai to be forced to retire. Only Little Ghost, because of his thin figure, did not squeeze into the middle of a bunch of muscular men, causing the entire team to be almost wiped out. Only Little Ghost survived. After that, Kai asked his old boss in the army to take care of this little guy and put him in the Information and Intelligence Operations Department of the Special Operations Command. That's not a big deal. He has great power and doesn't have to be exposed to the wind and sun outside, working from 9 to 5 every day. He is treated well. In order to deal with the perverted hacker, Kai directly introduced Little Ghost to him. You must know that the Information and Intelligence Operations Department of the Special Operations Command is a special team composed of a large number of elites, with massive resources and intelligence support from the Pentagon. It's not easy to deal with that pervert, but it won't take much effort. This is a naked abuse of public resources for personal gain. After all, the military won't care about the FBI's affairs. Later, when the secret society was formed, it was Kai who asked Xiaogu to come to New York State and protected her openly. The FBI was looking for her everywhere, but Xiaogu was fine in New York State. The police directly issued a real driver's license to Xiaogu. The name on the driver's license was I am not Xiaogu. There is no ID card in the United States. The only things that can prove identity are driver's licenses and social security cards. Social security cards are more difficult to get, and they need to be issued by the Social Security Administration. The Social Security Administration is a federal agency and has nothing to do with Kai. It's more difficult to get. But no one stipulates that residents must carry Social Security cards. However, driver's licenses are something that all adults in the United States carry. This thing is not issued by the federal government, but by the states. Then Kai can easily get it. It's definitely true. As long as Xiaogu is in New York, the FBI will not be able to catch her. Although the FBI is awesome, don't think they are too awesome. At least in big cities, the FBI and local police are quite at odds. In many scenes of American TV series, once the FBI shows their ID, other police officers will retreat like minions. Of course, this happens, but it is limited to those small places. After all, in many small cities, there are only a few sheriffs in a police station. Will they fight the FBI with their heads? But in big cities, such as New York or Los Angeles, that's another scene. There are tens of thousands of police officers in the police stations of such big cities, and they are not afraid of the FBI. And although the FBI is a federal police, it does not actually have a superior subordinate relationship with a local police. Their relationship is that of an equal organization. Yes, the FBI is at the same level as the rural police station. If the local sheriff is really angry, the local sheriff can even not give the FBI face. Of course, this situation rarely happens. But in big cities, there are countless dirty things between the FBI and the police station. The larger the city, the less likely the police station will indulge the FBI. Sometimes, this kind of competition will even be directly exposed. Especially the New York Police Department and the FBI, it is a tradition for these two to dislike each other. The relationship between the New York Police Department and the FBI has never eased. Because the FBI is eroding the power of local police to a certain extent, the relationship between the two sides is often very bad. For example, the New York Police Department regards the FBI as a competitor rather than a partner. Especially since the 9.11 inches incident, the relationship between the two sides has deteriorated sharply. At that time, in order to investigate the so-called terrorists, the FBI began to erode the functions that originally belonged to the New York Police Department without scruples, and even began to investigate the police officers of the New York Police Department, and did not notify the New York Police Department at all. This behavior is unbearable for the New York Police Department. For this, there are countless things that the two sides have done to undermine each other. For example, the FBI will investigate the New York Police Department, while the New York Police Department will frantically arrest the FBI in New York. I don't know how much trouble the two sides have caused each other in their respective powers. Especially the New York Police Department, they have no law enforcement power outside New York, which is a natural weakness. But they also have their own ways, such as squatting on the FBI, and if an FBI spits, they will be arrested directly. You know, American police actually have very great power. When he handles a case, he has very free discretion. For example, spitting, this kind of thing, the police saw it. You can choose to ignore it, or you can fine it. The amount of the fine is also determined by the police. It can be the maximum or a small amount. It depends on the police. They can even take you away and lock you up. As for the reason, they say you don't respect the police and don't accept the ticket issued by the police. Although it is impossible for FBI agents to do anything about this kind of thing, it is disgusting. There is also towing. Just tow your car away. Reason? It affects traffic. Or just cover the license plate with a clinker bag and say that you deliberately covered the license plate. There are many reasons. You can be disgusted at will, and you can't care about it. This is not enough to sue, you can only complain. But you complain about New York police officers to the New York Police Department? Who in the court sued me? It can be said that for the New York Police Department, making trouble for the FBI is simply a natural skill. What's more, there is Kai behind to guarantee it. When the FBI and NYPD were competing most fiercely, the Department of Justice stood up and eliminated the confrontation that was displayed in front of the public. But it doesn't mean that the NYPD will give in. After all, the Department of Justice is obviously biased. Favoring the FBI, there is no way. The FBI is a department managed by the Department of Justice, and the NYPD is a wild child. It is needless to say who it is biased towards. But now Kai is backing him up, and the Department of Justice will try to be biased again? So since Kai came to New York, the FBI's presence in New York has been very low. All major cases are under the jurisdiction of the NYPD. Anyway, as long as the case happens in New York, it is the NYPD's. FBI? Who? I don't know. So, the FBI knew that Xiaogu was in New York, but they couldn't catch her. Believe it or not, if you catch her now, the NYPD will immediately ask them for her. You FBI dare to arrest an innocent New York citizen? Do you still want to get involved? Believe it or not, all your FBI cars will be towed away tomorrow. During that time, Booth was hated by everyone in the FBI. He didn't recover until he was cleared of the injustice. No need. I was helping you. Kai didn't think he helped much. To be honest, it was just a phone call. At this moment, Kai suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Emma, the others were also startled, not knowing what Kai was doing. As a result, they turned their heads and found a few little girls standing there. Booth knew them. They were Kai's adopted daughters. How did you? Booth was sure that there was absolutely no child there just now. Besides, the guards here are very strict. How could a child come in without anyone reporting it? Kai waved his hand and told Booth to stop talking. Huh? Kai exhaled. Remember what you promised me. Emma lowered her head, like a child caught in the act. Well, she was a child caught in the act. But Kai was sure that she was pretending. We are just, Emma said with a few golden beans dripping from the corners of her eyes. It was pitiful to see. Angela immediately couldn't bear it. She had no resistance to children and small animals. Oh, Angela immediately went up and tried to hug Emma. Don't, it was too late for Kai to stop her. Then I saw Angela's pupils dilated for a while, and then she hugged Emma and didn't move. Angela, Huggins also saw that his wife was not right. Kai covered his forehead with his hand. Then he looked at Booth. She has always been like this. Kai couldn't find an adjective for a while. Please. Just now, a few children appeared in the forensic laboratory full of dead bodies. This is a scene from a horror movie. You dared to hug her without even seeing who she was? Are you really not afraid of encountering ghosts? Angela is more loving. What can Booth say? Is Angela okay? Huggins didn't care about that. He just wanted to know how his wife was. It's okay. Kai was a little embarrassed. It's just that my memory is being viewed. There won't be any sequelae. Then I saw Emma push Angela away with a red face. Angela also recovered at this time, but she didn't notice anything unusual. She looked at Emma a little stunned. Why did you push me away? Angela looked at herself and found that there was nothing dirty on her. Kai took 2 steps at a time and walked forward, picking up Emma. Emma. Remember what I said before. Don't watch other people's memories casually. Emma ignored Kai and continued to blush. Higgins pulled Angela up. Honey, are you okay? Nothing? What's wrong? What happened? Chapter 1539 Shame and Shock. Higgins quickly spoke out his guess about Emma. She read my memory. Angela was a little confused. She didn't feel anything. Kai was holding Emma, a little speechless. Looking at Emma's situation, it seemed that it was not Angela who was harmed, but her. So he quickly picked up Emma and said, "Honey. What's wrong? What did you see?" This scared Kai. If there was anything wrong with Emma, he didn't know who to find. His own daughter went to check other people's memories, and if there was a problem, could he find someone else? Although he loved his daughter very much, he would not be so unreasonable. Giving birth. So many scenes of giving birth. Emma felt that her face was burning and her eyes were going blind. Giving birth to a child? Kai was embarrassed. What the hell is giving birth to a child? Could it be that Emma saw the scene of Angela giving birth? He looked at Angela, but he didn't realize that Angela still had such a good figure after giving birth. Westerners don't observe confinement after childbirth, and due to genetic reasons, their figures will change drastically after giving birth. Many female stars look terrible after getting married and having children. I didn't expect Angela to be able to maintain such a good figure. Xiaogu in Bones is like this. In the previous seasons, Xiaogu had a bony face and looked very intellectual and even sexy. But after giving birth, she immediately became an old lady. She was completely different from the previous seasons. It's a pity. When I watched this show, I liked Xiaogu very much, but Angela was completely confused. I have never had a child. Yes, Emma looked at Angela angrily. Her face was still red. Kai touched it. It was so hot. Could she be sick? You have children with so many people. You are a bad woman, Emma shouted. All the adults were stunned. They soon understood what Emma meant. Angela, how to say it? She is a good person, that's absolutely true. But her private life? From the traditional Chinese point of view, she is definitely not a good woman. Angela's father is a rock star. I don't know where I saw this sentence. Don't marry a rock star or a sports player. They are all scumbags. Angela's father proved this sentence very well. Although Angela has only one father, she has countless mothers. Her father has had more than a dozen marriages, and as for lovers, that's countless. Fortunately, although her father is a bit of a scumbag in this regard, he is really good to Angela. He always gives Angela the best. Under the education of such a father, it is not difficult to imagine Angela's view on gender relations. She is a woman who can't leave a man. She goes to the bar as soon as she gets off work. Of course, she is not the kind of slut who seeks physical enjoyment. She prefers the combination of spirit and flesh, but the speed of combination is a little faster. If you see each other, play together. If you don't feel the same the next day, then forget each other. For Angela, if she can't have a boyfriend every Friday night, then this week is a failure. It is conceivable that she has had many boyfriends. After getting married, she and Huggins were even more passionate and had no shortage of tricks. For Angela, work is a part of life, and love is all of life. So when Emma watched Angela's memory, she accidentally watched too much. Black, white, and yellow, let's put it this way. Angela has basically tried all the ethnic groups on the earth, except for those that are too niche. The experience is extraordinary. For an adult, this is an extremely shocking record. What's more, a little girl like Emma, a real little girl. Miss Emma is only 10 years old this year. Kai was also confused. Emma is actually very sensible. Like Kai and Raven, or even the people around her, Emma will not use her ability to peek into other people's memories and thoughts. As for Kai's little thing, Emma will be honest. When she sees the beautiful big sister and Raven's mother enter Kai's room, she will take her sister to her own floor honestly. Well, Kai's house has 6 floors. The children lived on the 2nd floor. The whole floor was theirs. They had their own rooms, a large living room, and a game room. They usually didn't need to go upstairs. Emma knew what Kai, those beautiful sisters, and Raven were doing. Making children. But she had never seen it. Kai couldn't allow his daughter to look down on this. Although Emma had a very high IQ, she had only seen some not very detailed descriptions in some books, and she didn't know much about this thing. Suddenly seeing 2 naked adults fighting. The shock can be imagined. If Emma saw Angela's wonderful achievements from other channels, she would most likely be arrested for molesting minors. The memory can be read. It can only be said that no one expected this to happen. Kai hugged Emma, and the whole person was stunned. He looked at Booth, the only one with children at the scene. What should I do? Booth didn't know what to do. He could only spread his hands and shrink his head, indicating that he was powerless. At this moment, Angela's face was redder than Emma's. She actually doesn't mind others seeing those things about her. She's an artist, and artists are more promiscuous than rock stars. But if the target is a child, and such a cute child, Angela has only one thought. If she dies now, will she leave a good reputation? At least she doesn't have to face social death. Hudgens was also embarrassed. Although he didn't care much about how many boyfriends his wife had in the past, being seen by others is always bad. Ahem. Angela is fine. Emma is still young and doesn't know anything. Angela buried her head in Hudgens' chest, and her voice seemed to come from the cracks in the ground. Don't forget that you have also been seen. Hudgens only then reacted. Yes. Damn, in the past 2 years, all the male protagonists of poker are him. Hudgens is a scientist who likes insects. These two things are hated by ordinary women, so he has no experience. It's not like Zack, who has only experienced one woman so far, but it's not much better. When he meets a high-level master like Angela, he will naturally lead him. All kinds of postures need to be learned. So, I am more diligent. They have even experienced this many times in the past few days, and even this morning they were in the bathroom. Shit. Hudgens' face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. You can even see the sweat flowing from his temples evaporating into water vapor on his cheeks. This is a laboratory, and the bodies need to be stored, so the air conditioning is turned on very high. Hudgens felt that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. Logically speaking, Angela's privacy was peeped, and she was definitely a victim. But now they feel they are the murderer. Shame. Kai doesn't care about this. Seeing Emma burying her face in her chest and refusing to look up, Kai is anxious. Emma is the smartest child, and Kai likes her very much. If she has any problems, I can't imagine it. Scarlett, hurry up and find the best psychologist for me. By the way, the kind that specializes in children. At this time, Kai didn't care about Emma's disobedience. What is more important than the health of children? Mental health is also health. He doesn't want Emma to have any psychological trauma in the future. Whether it is because of this that she is afraid of contact with boys, or becomes another extreme, it is unacceptable. Scarlett encountered such a magical situation for the first time. At this time, Teresa came over with an impatient look. Really? What's the big deal? Is there any need to be so excited? It's just that little thing. Teresa has seen that kind of movie. After all, she is a high school student. She hasn't tried it herself yet. That's because her father is Kai, and those boys are afraid of being shot to death by Kai. But many people around her have tried it. For example, Peter and Gwen, these two are always in love with each other, and she can't help but see it. Then she saw Kai's face change. It was like a beast awakening. Have you seen it? Who showed you? Bang. Kai pulled out his M500 revolver. Who is that bastard? I'm going to blow his head off. Damn. Who the hell poisoned my daughter? Teresa was shocked. But then came a burst of joy. In fact, among the 3 children, Teresa was the first to accept Kai. After all, the 2 children could not feel how hard Raven had worked these years, but Teresa knew it very well. And Kai was really good to them, so Teresa was the first to accept that Kai was her father. But, how to say it? Teresa is the oldest, she is already in high school. Naturally, Kai's attention to her cannot be too high. After all, it is the most awkward age for a girl of this age to get along with her father. Especially Kai is just an adoptive father. Too much care is not good. Originally, girls of this age have many things that they can't tell their fathers. It always feels weird that a non-blood related adoptive father cares too much, so Raven has always been more responsible. But it doesn't mean that Kai really doesn't care. He listens to Raven talking about Teresa's affairs every day. As for the 2 younger ones, they are not so sure. Especially little Bernard is silly, Kai cares more about him. So Teresa feels that Kai likes the 2 younger sisters more and is not interested in her. Although I know this is normal, who doesn't care more about the younger ones? But even though she knew, Teresa was still jealous, so she often made Kai angry. It wasn't intentional, but more of a subconscious desire to get more attention from Kai. Now that Kai suddenly got angry, Teresa not only didn't hate him, but felt that her dad was so manly. And he cared about her. But seeing Kai was really angry. Teresa quickly grabbed Kai's hand. I'm so old. Is it too much to watch this kind of movie? You are not yet an adult. You are still a child. Kai didn't think there was anything normal about this. For a Chinese parent, a child is still a child if he doesn't go to college. Even for many parents, As long as you are still studying, you are still a child. Kai chose to forget about sex and the bad things he did when he went to the video hall when he was a child. Chinese parents are all like this. When you are studying, they guard you tightly. When you graduate, they wish you would get married immediately. It's a complete double standard. But this is what parents are like. Anyway, to Kai, Teresa is still a child. She can't watch this kind of thing at such a young age. Kai wanted to break free. But thinking of Teresa, he dared not use force. He could only hold on. Booth dared to swear that this was the first time he had seen Kai so frustrated. At this moment, a voice came. Judging from her height and development, she is already 16 years old. Receiving real sex education at this age will help girls establish correct concepts. Kai turned her head. There was ferocity in her eyes. What did you say? Booth was startled. It was Xiaogu. He quickly grabbed Xiaogu. Are you kidding? Kai really wanted to get angry and he couldn't stop him. Xiaogu, stop talking, why can't you say it? He is obviously wrong. Xiaogu looked surprised. She said as a matter of course, according to research, girls' sex education should start before the age of 3. Many parents may think that the issue of sex education will only be encountered during adolescence, but by then it will be too late. Many children will have been hurt because of the lack of sex education. Xiaogu is such a person. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Why can't you say it? This is related to the growth of this girl. His rude treatment will only make this child make some mistakes when she grows up. What did you say? Of course Kai would not admit this. His way of educating children was passed down by the older generation. He grew up like this. How come he didn't have any problems? Are you asking me to show my children those bad things? Faced with Kai's anger, even Scarlett was trembling with fear. But Xiaogu was not afraid. If you don't give it to them, can't they see it? What era is it now? This kind of thing is everywhere on the internet. They have plenty of opportunities to contact them. If you don't educate them in advance, when they see those things and form incorrect concepts, it will be too late. Angela and Huggins didn't care about being shy at this moment, and they all looked at Xiaogu with admiration. Huggins was scolded by Kai before. As a result, the situation changed. Now, Kai was scolded by Xiaogu. Kai was very angry. But he didn't know how to refute. He was just very angry. But seeing Emma trembling in his arms, Teresa holding his hand to stop him from moving, and Bernard looking confused in the distance. Wait? Bernard? Wait? Why is little Bernard here? Kai grabbed Teresa by the back of the neck and lifted her up like a kitten. Teresa reacted immediately. That's right. They seem to have made a mistake. What? Teresa, listen to my excuse. Kai stared at Teresa with his eyes wide open. But at this time, Emma's aggrieved voice came from his arms. Don't blame Teresa, I was the one who wanted to come. The voice was almost crying. Kai's anger that had just risen disappeared in an instant. What could he do? However, where he couldn't see, Emma's mouth showed a hint of triumphant smile. Chapter 1540 Education. Facing the weak Emma, not only Kai's anger disappeared, but even Angela, whose memory was peaked, chose to forgive her. There is no way. Facing lovely things, any normal person will choose to forgive. Teresa breathed a sigh of relief. But she forgot that there is a guy here who is not a normal person. It is strictly a crime for them to do this. You can't just forgive them so easily. Xiaogu. Booth was speechless. Living with Xiaogu, he had to face such surprises all the time. She could always express fatal opinions on points that ordinary people didn't pay attention to at all. Booth. I'm serious. This is even related to many cases being tried. If people know that a group of children can enter here at will, the professionalism of the New York Forensic Laboratory will be seriously questioned. For example, this time, a group of people broke into the New York Forensic Laboratory. This is a restricted area, and anyone who enters here other than staff will be arrested. Because this is a forensic laboratory. A place directly related to evidence. To make a simple analogy. If there is a lawsuit going on now, and the evidence provider is the New York Forensic Laboratory, then the opposing lawyer can use the unprofessionalism of the New York Forensic Laboratory to refute all the evidence they provide. The defense lawyer can use the contaminated evidence as an excuse. After all, your forensic laboratory allows anyone to enter at will, even children. Then the lawyer can reasonably suspect that the evidence about his client is no longer reasonable, such as being replaced or even tampered with. This is an absolutely reasonable suspicion. As long as the lawyer brings it up, he doesn't even need the judge to really cancel all the evidence. It is a major victory to leave an impression of the unprofessional New York forensic laboratory in the minds of the jury. He only needs to find some other omissions. Then the lawyer can label the entire New York judicial system as unprofessional. Then what is the rationality of a group of unprofessional people filing a lawsuit against an innocent citizen? This is actually a very serious matter. In fact, the reason why everyone ignores this point is actually just the existence of Kai. When I watched Bones before, I was a little confused when I saw them bringing the child into the laboratory. Is the screenwriter crazy? Even if you don't consider the impact, you should consider the acceptance level of the children. There are all those weird corpses everywhere. Aren't you afraid of scaring the children? Kai was stunned. He was only worried about the children and didn't think of this at all. He turned his head to look at Scarlett. Scarlett shuddered. Don't worry, I will issue a gag order. I will never let the news leak out. Kai nodded. Then he looked at the group of children. He waved his hand and asked the children to come over. When the children came over hesitantly, Kai stretched out his hand, grabbed little Bernard and held him in his arms. Little Bernard, do you remember what you promised your dad? Kai would not get angry at such a young child. Even if he was really angry, he would control himself. After all, he was still a child. If he really exploded, it would scare the child. I don't know what those gangsters who were frightened by Kai would think when they saw this scene. You are afraid of scaring the child, but not afraid of scaring us? Early to bed and early to rise. Although little Bernard was silly and cute, he was actually a good child. He was very obedient, but, as a child, you could never guess what she would do in the next second. What time is it now? Kai continued to ask. 2 o'clock. To be honest, Kai was a little surprised that little Bernard was still asleep at 2 o'clock. This little guy would lie in bed on time at 9 o'clock every day. No matter how excited he was, he would definitely fall asleep at 9:30. You felt that you could not wake her up until the next morning. She had a good sleep quality. Why didn't you sleep today? Kai continued to ask softly. It was unspeakably gentle. Emma lay in Kai's arms and felt very novel. That's right, although Kai likes Emma very much, he has never treated Emma like little Bernard, because Kai thinks Emma is different from little Bernard. She is more precocious and knows everything. Parents are always more confident in those obedient and sensible children. So they will pay less attention unconsciously. In fact, in Emma's opinion, Teresa doesn't need to be jealous at all. Because Kai pays a lot of attention to her, but he just doesn't put it on the surface. On the contrary, she, the one in the middle, doesn't pay so much attention. She will not be held in Kai's arms like now, because Kai thinks she hates this. After all, he would be pushed away if he just touched Emma's head. But in fact, Emma didn't accept Kai at the beginning. Among the 3 children, Emma was the last to accept Kai. Teresa was because she was older. Although she was also naive, she could understand Raven's difficulties, so she accepted it quickly. And little Bernard. I guess you can fool her away by giving her a lollipop. Only Emma, who is sensitive and fragile, accepted Kai last. When she accepted Kai, Kai got used to her independence and maturity, and dared not get close to her, fearing that she would be disgusted. It was really the first time to hold her in his arms like this. I want to avenge Mason. Kai smiled bitterly, always feeling that it was too inappropriate for a 7-year-old child to talk about revenge. But do you think what you are doing now is right? Little Bernard stared at Emma with wide eyes, and Emma turned her head and continued to bury her face in Kai's arms, not looking at the little fool. Right. No, Kai looked at the little guy speechlessly. You don't have to go to your sister. What do you think, little kid? What do you say to her about law, courts, lawyers? What does she know? So Kai simply didn't say anything. No. We sneaked in. Since it's wrong, what should we do? Kai continued to teach. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Little Bernard apologized with a serious face, but even in seriousness, she was so cute. Angela forgot that these children had broader psychological harm. Ah. So cute. Then I will punish you. Do you agree? Kai asked. Well. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Very good. Kai looked at Teresa. Your sister is so sensible at how old she is. How about you? Teresa said, unconvinced. I'm sorry. It's not that she was really unconvinced, but more embarrassed. Very good. You will all be put in solitary confinement. Kai directly issued the punishment. Ah. No. We still have to avenge Mason. You promised us. Kai pouted. Damn, he didn't fool her. Emma also sat up from Kai's arms at this time, looking at Kai pleadingly, with tears in the corners of her eyes. It's really hard to prevent a child who doesn't act like a spoiled child from suddenly doing this. Okay, wait until this is over. But correspondingly, your solitary confinement will be extended. You decide. How long? Teresa asked. Kai stretched out 3 fingers. 3 days, Teresa asked with a fluke. 3 months, Kai said angrily. Why don't you want to? That's 4 months, isn't it? 3 months, 5 months, why are you like this? 6 months, Emma quickly grabbed Teresa. Why are you arguing about this at this time? Let Dad calm down first, then act like a spoiled child, isn't it? But Teresa was not happy. 7. Little Bernard covered his father's mouth with his hand, and then gave his father a kiss very tactfully. Teresa didn't dare to speak. Okay, I admit it, but I still have to go to school, Teresa struggled. Did I stop you from going to school? Kai also kissed little Bernard, and then said, in the next 6 months, you will stay at home except for going to school. You are not allowed to go anywhere. What? I have made an appointment to go on a trip with them. That's great, you can cancel your travel plan. At this time, Huggins finally remembered something, and he secretly asked Camille beside him, how did they get in? I didn't see them at all just now. Camille shook her head, she didn't know. Just seeing a group of children suddenly appear in her field of vision, she was really scared. There are many such scenes in horror movies, and she was scared to pee at that time. She is a typical science fan, and she used to despise the supernatural and thought it was fake. But in recent years, people are still very adaptable, and she soon changed. Not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So she really almost peed. It's not an exaggeration. Instead, Booth came over secretly and said, I remember Kai said that his 3 children all have special abilities, but I have only heard of them and never seen them. He does not allow them to use their special abilities at will. As for the news about the girls' special forces, Kai had actually blocked it a long time ago. Of course, this blockade was not very useful. But their true identities were indeed hidden. The media had actually speculated about it a long time ago, but they did not dare to expose it. On the one hand, the United States does not have much bottom line in any aspect, but it does a good job in protecting children, at least in the media. The United States still does not have a real law to protect minors. You must be especially careful when dealing with children, because if you are not careful, you may be ruined at any time. What's more, they are Kai's children. So everyone tacitly did not investigate further. Although Booth is from the FBI, his authority is not high. He is at most a middle-level official. So he didn't know. Hudgens was very interested. Is it invisibility? Why are you so excited? Come on. Haven't you ever thought that you will gain the ability to be invisible one day? Hudgens looked at Booth excitedly. Booth's face was a little embarrassed. By the way, who hasn't thought about this as long as they are men? Invisibility, especially during the restless teenage years, many boys dream of having such an ability. At this time, a girl's voice suddenly sounded in their hearts. It's not invisibility. It's a psychic ability, Emma. Kai frowned and looked at Emma. Don't use your ability casually. Emma pouted and nodded obediently. Wow, this is the first time I know that Emma also has this side. Kai touched her head. Then Kai smiled bitterly and said to others, I'm so sorry, the child is disobedient. Xiaogu was very dissatisfied and felt that Kai didn't realize the harm of the matter at all. Booth quickly grabbed Xiaogu. He saw clearly now that Kai had given in several times because of Xiaogu's retort. Otherwise, why do you think Kai changed the subject? Obviously, they were talking about the issue of sex education at the beginning, but Kai changed the subject and immediately talked about other things. This time, Kai immediately asked the children to admit their mistakes and apologized. If Xiaogu continued to be persistent, it would be a bit unreasonable. Although what Xiaogu said is quite right, there is nothing wrong with it. But if the world is really like Xiaogu, there won't be so many troubles. Xiaogu won't be framed and have to run away. So Booth stopped Xiaogu. No need. Kai was relieved when he saw Xiaogu stop talking. In fact, many times, when adults beat children, it is better if there is no one around. Because there are people beating more fiercely. This is the conclusion drawn by the author's personal experience. Especially when the other party is the victim's parent. Then the beating is more fierce. Regardless of whether the other party pursues or not, parents will be ruthless for the sake of face. On the one hand, it is for face. On the other hand, it is also to make the other party embarrassed to pursue. Of course, there are also venting anger, but not many. After all, weird parents are always a minority. No one will hold a child to death, and there is no parent who likes to beat children on purpose. Again, weird people are always a minority. What can Kai do if Xiaogu continues to pursue? Lock him up? Impossible. Kai can't bear it. Then he can only do it. It's impossible to be too cruel, but he has to pretend. But Kai was afraid that after this, the children would never be close to him again. Fortunately, Booth stopped him. Kai wanted to make Xiaogu stop pursuing the matter. So he picked up Emma, put her on his lap facing him, and said seriously, "Emma, I have always told you not to use your ability to read other people's memories casually. That is very rude. So what should you do now?" Emma blushed again. She lowered her head. "I'm sorry, don't tell me, tell that ant." Emma's face turned redder, and she blushed and whispered, but, that ant, how can she have children with so many people?" Kai coughed. "Fuck, what should he say? That's someone else's business. But your mistake is your mistake, you can't learn from her. But you must also apologize." Angela had a question mark on her face. "What do you mean don't learn from me? Am I bad?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Emma didn't dare to look at Angela, but still apologized to her. Angela's face turned red. On the one hand, she felt offended by Kai's words. On the other hand, she was indeed sorry for causing such great harm to a child's little heart. "No. It's okay," but she still stared at Kai. She felt that she had to have a good talk with Kai about what personal freedom was. Her body and her life did not affect other people. Why did he point fingers at her? Kai felt very embarrassed. In his heart, he really didn't think much of Angela's private life. It was too messy. "You said to make more boyfriends." Kai had nothing to say. This is human nature. But Nima, is that called making more boyfriends? If this were in the old times, she would definitely be thrown into the pig cage. Let Emma learn from her? Kai might as well break Emma's legs directly. But then again, Kai had no right to blame others. After all, it was their own business. It had nothing to do with him. Others did not kill or set fire, and they did not become mistresses. It was a matter of mutual consent. Even the law can't do anything about it, let alone him. Other people's boyfriends don't care. Fortunately, at this time, a phone call saved him. It was Rorschach who called. He found clues about the rogue gang. "After I came back and had dinner today, I felt very sleepy, so I took a nap. As a result, I slept until 1 o'clock. I originally planned to take a leave, but after thinking about it, I felt that I couldn't sleep, so I've been typing until now. It's a little late, sorry." "Oh no, it's a little early. It's already 5 o'clock. Chapter 1541 Cooperation. Rorschach hadn't slept for 3 days. But he wasn't tired at all, on the contrary he was very excited. This was the first time he encountered such a criminal, especially this guy was particularly crazy. "So, you plan to cooperate with the police?" Rorschach looked at the bruised man in front of him, his voice still calm and powerful. "Damn it. I told you a long time ago that I want you to cooperate. It's you who don't believe it." Mirror Master rubbed his bruised face and said angrily. "That's right, Mirror Master's revenge is to seek cooperation from the police. It has always been said that Mirror Master is a gangster, even if he has superpowers. There is no way to change this. The reason why he joined the rogues is very simple, just like the reason why all the misguided youths joined the gangs. At first they thought it was cool. Yes, it was this ridiculous reason. After Mirror Master realized that he had superpowers, he felt that he shouldn't stay with those ordinary people, but you asked him to form his own gang. Sorry, he won't. He has always been at the bottom, even in the gang world. In short, he's a minion, or the kind of bottom-level scum who has no courage and only dares to cheat. He is not a vicious person. The reason why he is like that is entirely due to the choice of the times and his family, and of course, his own failure. He was born in a low-income white family. Because he could not afford the rent, he could only rent a house in a black community. In American society, blacks are discriminated against as a whole. But it does not mean that all white people have the qualifications to discriminate against blacks. For example, the family of Master Mirror. His father is a manual worker and an alcoholic. His mother, well, it is hard to say what his mother's occupation is. She has been a waitress and a part-time prostitute. She also has a little hobby of attracting fans. It is a messed up family. Don't expect such a family to have any warmth. And being a white person living in a black community, this is simply a disaster. He has always lived in discrimination. No black person would mix with a child from a poor white family. He originally joined the gang to avoid being bullied. But anyway, except for being a little beautiful, he basically has no talent. He is timid and people in the gang don't look down on him. At most, he is not bullied by outsiders, but people in the gang can still bully him. After getting the ability, he did take revenge on those bastards. But people always have to move forward. Without the gang, he was a little confused and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, there was the Peak Man. The two were originally lovers, and then they became a pair of thieves, making some money and continuing to live a carefree life. At this time, Captain Frostnart found them and asked them to join. To be honest, Master Mirror was actually very happy about this invitation. He thought it was recognition. You know, even Snart was a big boss before, and his status in the underworld was much stronger than his. As for Heatwave, let alone, he was famous for his bravery. Then he soon found that he seemed to have thought everything was too beautiful. He was a little brother everywhere and didn't get respect, but he had to admit that he was more accustomed to such a role. He was submissive and followed orders. This is Master Mirror. He has accomplished nothing in his life, has no ability, and no courage. He really didn't dare to take revenge on real vicious criminals like Snart, Heatwave and Jesse, and he didn't know what to do. But fortunately, he thought of the police. Now all the police in New York are looking for them. This made Master Mirror panic. Their biggest goal is to defeat the Flash. But they never intended to provoke those superhero bosses in New York. They agreed at the beginning. The purpose of their rogue gang is to make money and defeat the Flash. Apart from that, they will not do anything extra. Snart felt that Jesse was out of control. But in the eyes of Master Mirror, so were they? So for the sake of his own life, it would be more reliable to cooperate with the police. He asked himself that he was no match for those two gangs in terms of ability or IQ, so he simply turned to the strongest force. How do I know you are not lying? Fuck. If I lied, would I tell you so much? Master Mirror felt that the guy in front of him was really slow. Hurry up and arrest him. Reason. Sam Scudder, I have read your information. People like you can't cooperate with the police just because of a change of conscience. Give me a reasonable reason. Rorschach did not trust Master Mirror. In fact, this was the normal operation. Otherwise, I will beat you until you tell the truth. Believe me, I am not one of those policemen who like to follow the rules and regulations. I am Rorschach, okay. Okay. I'll tell you. Mirror Master had no idea what Rorschach was. A new adjective? But he really didn't want to be beaten. After all, Mirror Master's fighting ability was just that of an ordinary person. Apart from his superpowers, he couldn't even beat an ordinary policeman. As for torture, he was not afraid at all. Because before the other party tortured him, he would tell everything. He was just that tough. He was really not a tough guy. Right now, the rogues are in a mess. Snart and Heatwave want to kill Jesse, and Jesse is completely fed up with Snart and his ridiculous rules and plans to kill Jesse. Rosalind, that idiot, was also played by Jesse and became his accomplice. Only Mark, that idiot, knows nothing and still foolishly follows orders. Speaking of which, the most pitiful one is Mark Mayton. He knows nothing and still fantasizes that Snart's plan will succeed, and then he will rush back to Los Angeles and kill the Flash to avenge his unfortunate brother. Why are they killing each other? I remember that the rogues have always been very united, Rorschach asked curiously. Although the rogues are small in number, they have their own rules, which are much better than many superpowered criminal gangs. At least the members will rescue each other. But now it seems everything is because we were defeated by the Flash, many times. Seeing that Rorschach was willing to listen to him, Mirror Master relaxed and sat on the ground, saying, "Do you know the original intention of the establishment of the rogues?" Rorschach shook his head honestly. "I don't know. This thing has an original intention?" "What is that?" "A group of criminals gathered together to cause trouble." "What kind of reason do they need?" Okay, we didn't seem to tell the outside world about this. After all, we don't have a spokesperson." Mirror Master shrugged and said, "It started with Snart, this smart bastard. After being defeated by the Flash several times, he felt that he was no match for the Flash. So he planned to gather some people who had grudges against the Flash to fight the Flash together. He also set a few rules for our gang. not to kill women and children, not to touch drugs, and only commit crimes for money and the flash, and not to do other unnecessary things. To be honest, I like the rogues. At least in my opinion, this is the real gang organization. Those organizations that want to rule the world at every turn are simply nonsense. What's the point of ruling the world? I can't even understand the report. Rorschach looked at Mirror Master speechlessly, feeling that this guy is really pure. Just pure evil, and there is nothing else wrong. You believe this? Rorschach looked at Mirror Master in surprise. He didn't believe this kind of joke when he was 8 years old. It's like in the movie Godfather, saying that the Corleone family will never touch drugs. Haha, it's as if the mafia has morals. That thing was invested and filmed by the mafia. Anyone who believes it is an idiot. It is glorifying the mafia. The scoundrels are a bit like that. At least when we were in Los Angeles, everyone was willing to comply. But after several consecutive failures in battles with the Flash, we came to New York. To be honest, I feel that this city is poisonous. After coming here, I found that everyone has changed. Snart has become much more gloomy, although he was not much better before. Jesse is crazy, although he was also crazy before, and then my girlfriend cheated on me. Well, this is also true. She has done this before, but it has never been so extreme that time. The more he talked, the more suspicious the Mirror Master felt. To be honest, you really don't have any suspicious magic that amplifies human desires here. This is New York, men. Rorschach shrugged. New York, the city of desire. There is a saying that goes like this: if you love someone, send him to New York, because it is heaven. If you hate someone, send him to New York, because it is hell. Material desire is synonymous with a city. In addition to money, there is no truth here. Human nature will be infinitely magnified here. Anyone can get lost here. However, think about it, this place always becomes the center of trouble for no reason. Maybe there is really something like magic. Go on, there is nothing to say. I feel that the atmosphere is wrong, and I don't want to become cannon fodder for no reason because of their fight, so I came here. Have you been monitoring me? Rorschach immediately felt something from his words, so he questioned. Hey. My name is Mirror Master. New York is a place with not much else, but mirrors are everywhere. For me, this city has no secrets, Mirror Master said proudly. In fact, it's nonsense. Yes, he can indeed travel through the mirror. But he can't clone himself, and he can monitor very few mirrors by himself. He was lucky to find Rorschach. In addition, he was a little afraid of other people. After all, except Rorschach, who likes to use fists, everyone else likes to use guns. If you meet someone with a bad temper, he will shoot him as soon as he shows his head, then it's over, right? Okay, go ahead. You came to me. You must have something. Continental Illinois Bank. Continental Illinois Bank in Manhattan. Continental Illinois Bank? It's been abandoned. What are they doing there? Rorschach asked curiously. Continental Illinois Bank, in the early 1980s, was one of the best banks in the United States. But it went bankrupt. Before its bankruptcy, Continental Illinois Bank was considered one of the 5 best managed banks in the United States and was praised by the media as a model of the banking industry. Steadily increasing profits, rising shareholder returns, and rapid expansion of the market share in industrial and commercial loans all made Continental Illinois Bank a popular choice. In the early 1980s, Continental Illinois Bank was the 7th largest bank in the United States, with $40 billion in assets. In early May 1984, when core deposits became problematic, regulators discovered that many of the bank's loans, energy loans, non-quality industrial and commercial loans, etc., had become bad debts. Rumors about Continental Illinois Bank's financial difficulties caused large depositors in the domestic euro-dollar market to withdraw hundreds of millions of deposits. In other words, a run on the bank occurred. A bank is most afraid of a run. Moreover, the bank itself has many problems, and it also suffered from difficulties in borrowing from payers, so it went bankrupt that month. This incident has a great impact, but it has nothing to do with here. As for the Continental Illinois Bank in Manhattan, it is a very old building. It was built in 1917. It is a typical colonial building, built entirely of marble. Although it is not tall, it is very contemporary. Therefore, after the bankruptcy of the Continental Illinois Bank, the ownership of the building has changed hands several times due to the regulations of New York City on cultural relics protection. After all, Such a good location cannot be demolished, or even greatly changed, and its value is greatly discounted. It is because the New York City government has been urging the owner to maintain it that it has not become a gathering place for homeless people. However, it has been abandoned for more than 10 years and has not been used. In addition to the building, there is only an underground vault. There is nothing worth stealing. The underground vault is just a vault, nothing else. Adrian and his gang have sealed some of their treasured alien weapons there. Jesse got the key from Mason, and they are about to open it and take out the weapons. Fuck. Why didn't you say it earlier? Rorschach immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He immediately took out his phone. I wanted to say it, but you beat me up as soon as you saw me. I didn't even have the chance to say it. Mirror Master was even more aggrieved than Rorschach. Didn't you want to say it? I said I was here to cooperate, but you didn't say anything and just beat me up. Didn't you give me a chance to speak? Rorschach rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. Of course, Mirror Master couldn't see it either. You're wearing a mask, so who knows you winked? Hello, Chief Wayne. I found their clues. Well, in Lower Manhattan, at the abandoned Continental Illinois Bank, Adrian hid some alien weapons there. They planned to take them out. This is Mirror Master shouting into the phone. Adrian and the others thought those weapons were too dangerous, so they hid them. Those weapons are extremely powerful, so be careful. Rorschach quickly dodged and continued with the phone. That was an informant just now. No. I'm not an informant. I'm a collaborator. I'm here to cooperate. I'm Sam Scudder, codenamed Mirror Master. I'm here to cooperate, although Mirror Master doesn't have much ability. He has heard a lot of legends and knows how the police cheat little karami like them, so he knows very well how to gain benefits for himself. In fact, he doesn't know who is on the other end of the phone at all, but it doesn't matter. He must let the New York police know his contribution. Well, I know. I will solve it properly. Chapter 1542. Hey. I haven't discussed the immunity agreement yet. Seeing Rorschach hang up the phone, Master Mirror immediately became anxious. He was still thinking about talking to Rorschach's superior about his immunity agreement. After all, he cooperated with the police, on the one hand, to get rid of those crazy teammates. On the other hand, he didn't want to go to jail or be killed by other superheroes. So the immunity agreement is necessary. Isn't it enough for you to talk to me? Rorschach put away his phone. I have read your information. Your crime is not too serious. You haven't even killed anyone. I believe those stupid prosecutors are very happy to give you an agreement. As for whether it is an immunity agreement or a misdemeanor agreement, it depends on whether you can find a good lawyer. Master Mirror looked at Rorschach a little uncertainly, wondering if the guy in front of him had such great authority. But thinking of those cops who were very respectful when they saw him, it seems that this guy has a high status in the police. However, the fact is that he was right to worry. According to the police rank, Rorschach is just a rookie police officer. The reason why everyone in the special department fears him is because of his own fearlessness, which has nothing to do with his position. A small police officer should stand at attention and salute anyone in the special department, but no one cares much? Why? Why can't you just give me an immunity agreement? I am willing to act as a tainted witness. I have a lot of evidence against the rogue gang and can definitely send them to the electric chair. Electric chair? Illiterate. New York State is an abolitionist state. There is no death penalty, Rorschach said contemptuously. Fortunately, there were no police nearby, otherwise Rorschach would also be despised. Because New York State did not abolish the death penalty, but only suspended the execution of the death penalty. In fact, there are only 12 states in the entire United States that have completely abolished the death penalty, but if you check it online, you will find that there are more than 12 states that have abolished the death penalty listed online. In fact, those extra states have not abolished the death penalty, but suspended the execution of the death penalty. For example, New York State did discuss abolishing the death penalty, but later the New York Supreme Court declared the death penalty legal, so it became a death penalty state again. But later the state government announced that it would not carry out the death penalty. The main reason was that the death penalty was too expensive. According to the public, a death penalty execution costs millions of dollars. My God, how can this thing be done to cost millions of dollars? The call for abolishing the death penalty has become weaker and weaker in recent years. The main reason is the complete defeat of the white left in the United States. After experiencing so many disasters, the United States has fallen from the world's #1 position. This has led to the white left, who once naively believed that the so-called freedom and democracy in the United States was the key to the strength of the United States, gradually wake up from self-intoxication. So the call for the death penalty has become weaker and weaker. However, the strong inertia still makes many states unwilling to easily sentence to death. For example, New York State. Then it's better to lock them up for life. I can be a tainted witness. I can make a deal. The judiciary in the United States likes to make prosecution defense bargains. Even the lowest level gangsters know it. Rorschach looked at Master Mirror strangely. No, how do you think they have the chance to go to court? What do you mean? You don't understand. Rorschach looked at Master Mirror strangely. He didn't believe it and he didn't understand. Are you going to kill them? Master Mirror certainly understood, but he just couldn't believe it. You know, when they were defeated in Los Angeles, they were safe and sound every time, which made him have an illusion that the whole world was the same. Rorschach patted his shoulder. This is New York. Master Mirror suddenly felt that he was a little happy. Happiness is actually a lot of times, it is to be compared. At least he doesn't have to die. Thinking of this, Master Mirror began to worry again. Where can he find a lawyer? As for relying on the assistance lawyer designated by the police, this thing is just a thought. Generally speaking, the lawyers designated by the government are of low quality. After all, lawyers who participate in this kind of legal aid are generally either unknown or rookies. Most of the truly capable lawyers have endless cases. Lawyers who receive legal aid are usually those who have just started their careers. They are relatively lacking in reputation and case sources. The government provides a little compensation to lawyers for legal aid, and lawyers can also accumulate experience through such opportunities. While serving the client, they can also improve their reputation and prestige in their practice. Therefore, lawyers with less experience are very willing to accept cases with legal aid. You are definitely overthinking if you expect these people to touch the prosecutor. How about I introduce a lawyer to you? Rorschach looked at the Mirror Master and had a kind heart. Who? Matt Murdock. A blind lawyer. Rorschach really knew Matt. Needless to say, Matt is famous for being nosy. There are two big troublemakers in New York. One is Spider-Man. This guy always appears in occasions where he is not needed, which makes the police very headache. The other one is quite popular with the police, that is Daredevil. Perhaps it is because of his legal work. He knows how to build a good relationship with the police, so Daredevil rarely embarrasses the police. Of course, the black police are excluded. But superheroes don't like him very much, especially superheroes like Kai and Frank. You are having fun killing gangsters here, and this guy appears, educating and stopping them in various ways, and even resorting to force to save those scum. But Daredevil is an absolute good guy, the kind of good guy who wants to build a statue for him. Superheroes are often very helpless when they meet him. Do they kill him for a few scum? Even the pretty girls have been entangled by Daredevil. Although these girls are not very old, they are really cruel and don't care about the death and injury of criminals. This makes Daredevil's sense of responsibility burst, and he always wants to correct them. For a while, they were annoyed enough. When they meet Daredevil, they just run away. Because of this, Daredevil and Spider-Man have a very good relationship. A blind man. Master Mirror is very suspicious of how a blind man got a lawyer license. Can this thing be bought? Don't underestimate him. Matt is the most famous lawyer in Clinton. Although he is a little eccentric and doesn't like to defend real criminals, his ability is beyond doubt. Brother, I am a criminal. Mirror Master still has a clear position on himself. Don't be afraid. You have turned over a new leaf, Rorschach said as he began to organize his equipment. Mirror Master looked at him and asked curiously, Brother, what are you doing? Preparing to catch the rogue gang. Didn't you report it? Why are you still going? As a gangster, he loves leisure and hates work. If he can do nothing, he will never do anything. Why is he so diligent? He is a gangster, and he is still so diligent. Isn't it in vain? Fortunately, Rorschach didn't plan to explain. How to explain? For the obsession in his heart? Fuck, does he understand? Later, teleport me to them. What? Let me go back. Mirror Master didn't want to appear in front of his companions again, they would kill him. What else? If you don't show up, do you think your accomplices won't get suspicious? So now you have to pretend that nothing happened, then I'm a traitor. Rorschach suspected that this guy was not in a good mind, as if you were not. If you don't like this title, you can call yourself an undercover, that's much better. Wait, do I get paid? Well, I need to report it after I go back, reporting a fart. According to previous information, this guy is much richer than Rorschach. Are you ready for the heat wave? Snart said to the intercom. A group of them gathered at the Continental Illinois Bank. 2 security guards slumped in chairs in the corner, as if they had lost their minds. In fact, it was almost the same. The peak people just hypnotized them all. Why did you come here during the day? Jesse asked curiously. Wouldn't it be better at night? It's the same day or night. No one has been here for a long time. We don't need to worry about anyone disturbing us. Besides, the whole of New York has been looking for us recently. The longer the night, the more trouble we will have. Let's get the things and retreat immediately. Soon, Heatwave's voice came from the intercom. The bomb is in place. This was what Snart and them had agreed on long ago. Once something unexpected happened, they would detonate the bombs installed in various places to attract the attention of the police and superheroes so that they could escape. By the way, where is Sam Scudder? Jesse looked around and saw the weather wizard Mark Madden, but did not find the Mirror Master. Scudder is on guard outside. If there is any situation, he will notify us, Snart explained. In fact, the ability of the Mirror Master is still very useful. He can travel through any mirror space. He only needs a mirror. It is the best way to smuggle and escape. So they deliberately brought a large enough mirror to transport those alien weapons. Is that so? Jesse didn't really care about the Mirror Master. He was just making small talk. Coincidentally, Snart did the same. Only the weather wizard was stupid and didn't know anything. Soon a group of people came to the underground vault. The door of the vault was closed, and the thick steel door blocked all prying eyes. Jesse, open the door. Jesse nodded, took out the triangular iron rod, and inserted it into the socket next to the door. Soon, the top of the socket suddenly opened, and a microcomputer stretched out. Jesse immediately began to fiddle with his face, and soon his face turned into Mason, and then he put on contact lenses. Then he stood in front of the microcomputer. Enter the password. Then it was face recognition, which also included pupil recognition. Next was fingerprints. For this, Jesse directly peeled off the skin of Mason's entire hand perfectly and put it on his hand as a glove. Mark and Heatwave, who came to meet him later, frowned. They were not good people, and killing people was not a strange thing for them, but they couldn't help frowning at such a disgusting thing. Fortunately, Heatwave knew that Snart had decided to kill Jesse, so it was okay. But Mark couldn't help it. Can't you use other methods? It's so disgusting, disgusting. After scanning the fingerprints, Jesse raised his palm and shouted, "This is art. The most perfect art. Although Mason is not good looking, let's give the dead some decency. His palms are very beautiful, without a single flaw. Soft, delicate, and white, more beautiful than women's hands, and perfectly proportioned. These hands should play the piano. It's a pity that he chose the wrong career. If he really played the piano, maybe I could become friends with him. Although engineers are also great, they lack aesthetics. You know, I always wanted to learn piano when I was a child, but my piano teacher told me that I had no talent. Alice, what a pity, fuck. Shit. I really hope your piano teacher is still alive and let him see the crappy things you did." Mark didn't like Jesse very much. This guy made him feel a chill down his spine. If it weren't for Snart, he would have killed him long ago. Of course he's alive. He's my art mentor, even though he doesn't really agree with my art. But I'm still happy to talk about art with him. Jesse stared at Mark, flashing maliciously. Jesse is always full of empathy for artists. He doesn't kill artists. For example, he thinks that the perfumer is very artistic, so even if he has contacted him in his true face, he didn't kill him. But what is Mark Maton? He is just a violent and rude thug. He has no artistic cells at all, and he can do nothing except destruction and killing. He doesn't even want to take a shower. Jesse didn't plan to kill Mark before, after all, there was no grudge between them. But now it's different. He insulted the great Jesse. What are you looking at? Dead pervert. Seeing that Jesse looked at him with something wrong, Mark immediately fought back. Mark Maton is different from the Master of Mirrors. He is a gangster, a real gangster. They even knew a long time ago that there are only 2 ways for them to end up in this life. One is to be caught and stay in jail for life, and the other is to be shot dead when robbing a bank. Both brothers prefer the latter. They don't want to go to jail. So they prepared for death a long time ago. Jesse might be able to scare the useless mirror master, but he can't scare him. Snart immediately stood up. Enough. Don't forget our goal. The door hasn't been opened yet, so Jesse can't be killed for the time being. Jesse, keep opening the door. Yes, Captain. Jesse bowed exaggeratedly. He was fed up with Snart. He is no match for the Flash. He can't lead them. Why should I listen to him? The peaked man looked at Jesse, his eyes moved slightly. Asked you if he should take action. Anyway, he had already got the things. But Jesse ignored him. Not for the time being. After all, there are so many weapons. And Mirror Master still needs to move them. Killing Snart and the others now will scare Mirror Master away. Just wait for them to transport the things away. They don't need Snart and the others. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1543 Don't Make Trouble. Jesse fiddled with it again. Mason is such a genius. He set up many little traps for this door. If you open it without cracking it, this guy has a really bad personality. Jesse found that the fat guy Mason didn't tell the truth in the end. Although it does require a key and some other verifications to open the vault door, after solving these problems, Mason actually set up a lot of little tricks on the terminal computer of the vault door. For example, answering questions. That's right, answering questions. The questions inside cover a wide range, from math problems to quick questions and answers, just like 6+1. Others may be crazy about these inexplicable answers, but Jesse is very interested. He thinks it's very interesting. Mark pouted, but you still killed him, didn't you? Jesse's hand paused. Then he continued to crack the door, but he said, I regret it a little. If I had known he was so interesting, maybe I could have dug out his brain, preserved it, and made it into a brain in a vat, so that he could play the quiz game with me all the time. Mark Madden looked at Snart. I swear, if it weren't for defeating the Flash, I would definitely be the first to kill him. Why didn't the government execute him at the beginning? And that mental hospital, are they treating mental illness, or making mental illness more mental? There is no death penalty in California, Snart said casually. But he was actually wrong. From this we can see that being smart does not mean being knowledgeable. California, as the base camp of white leftists, likes to be at the forefront of everything and can do anything. But what's interesting is that California is behind in abolishing the death penalty. That's right, it's different from what the public imagines. California is not a state that abolishes the death penalty. It just rarely executes the death penalty. Even now, California has not abolished the death penalty, but the governor has announced that he will not approve the death penalty during his term of office. As for the reason why Jesse was not executed, it is also very simple. He is a mental patient. In this respect, Jesse is quite grateful for the world's misunderstanding of him. At least he doesn't have to worry about being sentenced to death after being caught. Perhaps this is why he dares to act recklessly. I have to say that the excuse of mental illness is really useful. Maybe we can try to melt the lock directly with a flame cutter. Heatwave was getting impatient. No. He installed a self-destruct system in it. Once it is cracked violently, the bomb inside will explode immediately. It is said that the power can turn the entire building into ashes. I don't want to try the power of those alien weapons, Jesse said while unlocking the door. Wow, that little fat guy is really troublesome, Heatwave said exaggeratedly. But his eyes looked at Snart, meaning that Snart's idea was indeed correct, and it was right to keep Jesse for the time being. About half an hour later, Jesse finally said, Great, we will get what we want soon. Snart immediately took out the walkie-talkie. Scudder, how are you doing? Hey, boss, I'm bored to death. Mirror Master hide outside, holding the walkie-talkie nervously, and at Rorschach's signal, he said according to their previous plan. No police. Master Mirror looked at the group of fierce guys around him, and then said decisively, Forget the police, there's not even a dog around here. You left me here, it is definitely a mistake. Maybe I can buy a hot dog to eat, I am starving. This is Master Mirror's own processing. But to Snart and others, this is normal. Master Mirror is just a gangster. It is good enough that he can be honest and look out. After we get it done, we will go to have a big meal. Don't think about your poor hot dog. I am pursuing Skate a little. Yes, boss. Pursuit. Pursuit. Pursuit can't be eaten as a meal, so boss, can you hurry up? I am starving. Okay, act in half an hour. After that, we can have a big meal, Snart said along with Master Mirror. You said it. Then he hung up the communicator. Did you hear it? Frank didn't say anything, but sorted out his backpack, then turned around and left. Where is he going? Are you interested? Logan asked with a cigar in his mouth, grinning. Master Mirror reacted immediately and shouted, No. I'm just asking. Just asking. Don't tell me what he's doing. Frank didn't leave, of course. Based on the nature of the enemies at the scene, he thought it was not a good idea for him to go in with a team. Although the underground vault is not small, it is still a closed space. He is a gun player. If he loses his gun, his combat effectiveness will be at least weakened by more than half. In addition, the enemies are all superpowered, so he is more likely to be defeated by hand-to-hand combat. So he chose remote support and went to find a commanding height. This kind of work is too easy for Frank. The good thing about the city is that there are commanding heights everywhere. The only trouble is that the Continental Bank building is too short, and the target people are all in the underground vault. However, it is still necessary to seize the commanding heights, so that you can imitate the opponent's escape. Especially that Mark Modong, he has the ability to fly. Seizing a commanding height outside can better imitate his escape. At this time, a dark red figure came out from the shadows in the alley, silently, and no one else noticed his approach. Logan sniffed. Red? What are you doing here? The others turned around and saw Daredevil. Frank had always called Daredevil Red. Logan and Frank were good brothers, so naturally he followed suit. Come to help, Daredevil knew something was wrong when he saw Logan. In fact, after knowing that Rorschach was in charge of this case, he knew something was wrong. Rorschach was arrested by the New York police because he burned that perverted killer alive. Unexpectedly, Kai actually made some arrangements and recruited such a brutal criminal into the police force. Daredevil was very dissatisfied with this. Unfortunately, his dissatisfaction did not have any effect. Even if he personally found Kai, it would be useless. In fact, Kai had no idea about the recruitment of Rorschach, and he rarely paid attention to the operation of the special department. After all, Sage was the boss of the special department. Since it was handed over to Sage, he would not interfere too much, otherwise it would be too disrespectful to his old subordinates. Sage was such a big man, and he didn't need Kai to tell him what to do. But in the face of Matt's accusations, Kai chose to support his subordinates without hesitation. Isn't it the right thing for a leader to stand up at such a time? After all, leaders don't need to do specific things. Standing up to resist pressure and take the blame is what a real leader should do. Although Kai didn't know what was going on, in front of outsiders, even if Kai knew nothing, he had to stand up and support Sage at the first time. Later, Kai didn't care about this matter. He believed that Sage would not really recruit a crazy killer into the special department. After all, this is Sage's own business. Whether the special department is prosperous or not, it really doesn't matter to Kai. He doesn't need this thing to add bricks and tiles to himself, but Sage is different. Since the establishment of the special department, Sage has been busy. It can be said that this is his most important business, and he can't be casual. So Daredevil's anger can only be anger. In addition to Rorschach, there is Logan. Matt and Logan are not familiar with each other, but they have heard of this person, especially he and Frank are good friends. Logan is here, so Frank must be here. Logan, Rorschach and Frank. The Death Star is shining today. Help. Logan heard Frank talk about Daredevil, and in fact they have dealt with each other several times. Just recently. It is difficult for him to understand Daredevil's behavior. He fights crime. At the same time, when Frank and Logan were killing criminals, he stood up to save them. Isn't this crazy? Frank and Logan were selective in choosing their targets. They wouldn't go after those little hooligans on purpose. They would only look for those who were extremely vicious. It can be said that these guys all deserved to die. But Daredevil showed up to make trouble several times and saved a lot of hooligans. More importantly, these hooligans would not turn over a new leaf because of Daredevil. To be honest, Logan has been fighting for almost 70 years longer than Daredevil, and he has seen too many people. He has seen people who have turned over a new leaf, but very few. You have to be very lucky to meet them. Most hooligans are hooligans no matter what. But Daredevil stubbornly believes that as long as they are human, they are qualified to be saved. No one can judge others, only the law can. Very naive idea. But neither Frank nor Logan can blame anything. This is it. They know that Daredevil's idea is actually not wrong, but they just can't do it. So they both admired Matt and hated him. It was very complicated. What can you do to help? Help those bastards survive, Logan said bluntly. Only the law can judge them, not you, Daredevil said very seriously. Upon hearing this, Mirror Master turned to Rorschach and said, "Hey. I like him. He's a good guy." "Yeah, everyone likes good guys. But good guys deserve to be bullied by you bastards? The money for your guns and the people you hurt are all good guys," Rorschach said without hesitation. Logan raised his fist and bumped fists with Rorschach. "Hey, man. I like you." Rorschach perfunctorily bumped fists with Logan, and then said to Daredevil, "Matt Murdock, I know you. I understand your thoughts and affirm your position, but I also have my own position. So, don't make trouble." Making trouble? That's a living life. Matt was very dissatisfied with Rorschach's statement. "You are not talking about going to the supermarket to buy discounted food. You are talking about killing people. Those living lives you are talking about have slaughtered more than 30 people in just these few days, including innocent homeless people, a simple and honest little fat man who only likes to invent. And by the way, he turned a family of 5 into ice sculptures in Long Island. If these bastards survive, how many people will die because of this? Those are living lives. Hey. Man. I have turned over a new leaf. I am one of you." Seeing that Rorschach said so seriously, Master Mirror immediately retorted. He didn't want to be classified as the one who must be killed. New York is really dangerous. The police didn't intend to arrest anyone at all, they just wanted to shoot him directly. But a civilian vigilante wanted legal justice. Shit. This is so magical. Who knows? Rorschach looked at Mirror Master. "I hope you're fine, otherwise, I'll kill you myself." Logically speaking, Mirror Master has superpowers, and they're quite powerful ones, so he doesn't need to be afraid of Rorschach. Rorschach doesn't have any superpowers at all, he only has extraordinary willpower, and there's nothing special about him. But Mirror Master felt scared when he saw him talking seriously, as if this guy could really kill him. No. You know me, I'm not very courageous, at most I'll just rob some money, not that bad. Really not, Mirror Master was almost scared to death. Logan nodded. "That's the best." After that, he said to Rorschach, "Don't waste your words, he won't change. People in our profession are all stubborn, and no one will change their beliefs because of a few words from others. If that's the case, we might become like this guy, using our abilities to commit crimes. He is different from us." Rorschach nodded and said nothing more. Indeed, in this materialistic world, vigilantes who are determined to fight criminals, not to go along with the crowd, and insist on themselves are worthy of the title of superhero. Otherwise, relying on the abilities of those superheroes, you can easily make a lot of money, and you don't need to suppress yourself at all, but do things that have no benefits. This is much more difficult than simply fighting those criminals. Without that belief, you really can't do this job. Like Matt, even if he doesn't rely on his own strength, his ability as a lawyer can make him rich. His ability as a lawyer is no worse than being a superhero. But unfortunately, he is still poor and destitute, and many times he can't even pay the rent. In the series, Matt's 2 companions' careers took off after leaving the firm, but Matt was still poor. Another example is Spider-Man. His family is not rich at all, but he has never thought of using his abilities to make a profit for himself. Of course, Tony and Kai are exceptions. They don't need to make a profit for themselves, because they are already very rich. Words have no effect on such people. Seeing that Rorschach no longer pestered him, Logan turned around and said to Daredevil, "It's useless, Ziya Hong. Kai will come this time, and you can't stop him. Don't forget how these people got involved with Kai. Kai will never let them go. Even if you hand them over to the police, they won't survive. That is, hide and seek is not a specialty of any country. In fact, police all over the world play this way. There are many ways to play. For example, during the interrogation, the suspect attacked the police and took the gun and was shot dead. No one could find out afterwards. What camera in the interrogation room? Sorry. The camera is broken. What can you do?" As a lawyer who lived in Hell's Kitchen, Matt is very familiar with this set. "I'll talk to Kai in person, whatever. But don't make trouble. Otherwise I'll beat you too." Logan was too lazy to persuade him. Chapter 1544 Training Class. The door of the vault was finally opened. After entering, Everyone was shocked. Fuck. Am I seeing this correctly? Heatwave was the first to get nervous. This is a spaceship, right? Others were not much better than him. They never expected that Adrian and his gang's inheritance would be so rich. Snade. Come and take a look. Is it a spaceship? Heatwave pushed Snart and asked him to check it out. Snart's mouth twitched, as if he had seen a spaceship before. But he still walked forward and touched the metal aircraft. This is a very Chitauri-style aircraft, about 13 meters long and more than 3 meters wide. It is geometric in shape, but the head is a circle. There are no wings or anything like that. It is completely black and has no other decorations. It looks very simple. This big guy was placed in the center of the vault and was very conspicuous. Snart touched it and the temperature of the metal was very low, just like touching ice. This is real. Actually, he didn't know, but it should be real, otherwise Adrian and his gang wouldn't hide this thing here. Then Snart also felt incredible. How did they get this thing in? Maybe it's because of this. At this time, Jesse took out a few disc-like things from the shelf next to him. Snart asked curiously, "What is this?" "It's written on it." Jesse pointed to the nameplate on the shelf, "Matter Phase Transfer Device." Heatwave then asked what it was used for. Jesse was just about to show off, but when he saw Heatwave and Weather Wizard, he gave up. If he said too much, these two guys would definitely not understand, and even Snart might not understand, so he said simply, "You can think of it as a wall passing technique. These little things can make the wall virtual, allowing people to shuttle freely. The matter phase transfer device can extend a rectangular energy field by arranging a transmitter, changing the material surface covered by the energy field, and transferring it to another space, thereby opening a gap and allowing matter to pass through at will." Everyone's eyes lit up. Can you believe it? This group of superpowers gathered together, and their main business was to rob banks and rich people. I have to say, they always remember their original intentions. Sometimes, you will feel that the rogues are really low-minded, but in a sense, they are the good guys among the bad guys. After all, their destructive power is so great, and they only focus on robbery. For the public, these guys are really modern Robin Hoods. After all, these bastards deal with rich people, and have nothing to do with most ordinary people. Of course, after those rich people and banks are robbed, they will always try their best to make back the losses from the poor. But when the public sees that group of idiots in trouble, they can also have fun, right? So the rogues actually don't have a bad reputation among the public, at least much better than other criminal gangs. With this thing, we can steal the Federal Reserve. Who the hell would rob a bank? The Federal Reserve has gold. The Federal Reserve has two vaults, one in New York. In the rock layer 24 meters underground in Manhattan, New York, is the vault of the New York Reserve Bank. The other vault is in the Fort Knox military camp in Kentucky. In fact, robbing gold is much more cost-effective than robbing US dollars. Because the robbed US dollars need to be laundered. Most of the money robbed from domestic banks in the United States cannot be spent in the United States, because many banknotes are marked. Once these money appear in any bank, it will be very troublesome to track. Therefore, most of these banknotes need to be laundered, even if they are robbed by the rogue gang. The money they rob directly from the bank basically has 4 layers of handling fees, which is very expensive. But you still can't bargain. Because this part of the banknotes cannot be used in the United States, it can only be used in other countries, or those countries where financial supervision is not strict. Gold doesn't have so many tricks. If you melt it directly, you can go to Mexico to sell the gold, which is much cheaper than money laundering. Of course, there are very few buyers who can take such a large amount of gold. Even if there are, most of them dare not take it. After all, the United States is not easy to mess with. But this does not affect these guys enjoying their idiot. The most precious thing is these 2 aircraft. With them, we can rob any bank in the United States within a day. Snart was troubled by their short-sightedness. However, what he didn't know was that his statement made Logan, who was waiting outside, scratch his head. "I say, why do you like to rob banks so much? Don't you have other criminal activities?" Logan asked Master Mirror speechlessly. Then can you tell me, what other activities are more profitable than robbing banks? Master Mirror asked back. "Arms," Logan said. "Hey, who are you looking down on? We don't use guns. Snart and Heatwave don't count, they don't use bullets. Indeed, everyone in the rogue gang likes to use guns. Although the freezing gun and the heat gun are called guns, they are actually high-tech. Others really don't play with firearms. Besides, arms also need channels. We used to rob, and we don't have many connections in this area. They used to buy guns from those small vendors, and they didn't know the source of goods, let alone sales channels. You know, crime also has a threshold. The arms business is exactly the kind with a relatively high threshold. This thing requires a source of goods, connections, and capital. Snart and his gang used to be solo, and they were used to fighting alone, so they were not familiar with this. So I can't play. Drugs? Logan asked. Ah. Don't you know that we and the rogues hate drugs the most? Master Mirror looked like you were an idiot. Hey. Asshole. You've already betrayed. It's as if you're proud of the rogues, Logan immediately retorted. That's now. The atmosphere in the rogues was very good before. Master Mirror immediately became timid, but he still missed the rogues before. Anyway, I won't touch drugs. My mother was tortured by that thing and became neither human nor ghost. In the end, she died from that thing. From then on, I swore that I would never touch drugs. This is the truth. Master Mirror is a complete bastard, but he really doesn't touch drugs, and he doesn't even buy that thing. This may be one of the few shining points in him. Good habit, then why don't you change your robbery habit? Logan said disdainfully. Isn't it normal not to touch drugs? This can actually be a reason to be proud. Hey, my life, and I don't have a job, so why not rob a bank? Go find a job. I have a criminal record, brother, fuck. So I said that the future of American youth is either to be beaten to death or to go to prison. In fact, there is nothing wrong with prison. There is food and drink, and no need to pay rent. Master Mirror suddenly said something very philosophical. If all American young people are like you, then America is doomed. Daredevil couldn't help but join the battle. Fuck. Don't talk as if America is doing well now, perhaps knowing that Daredevil is a good person. Master Mirror spoke a little impolitely. Whoosh. A short stick shot directly at Master Mirror and stabbed into the wall next to his head. Logan laughed. Don't look at him as a blind man, but he is a very good blind man. Thank you, but it would be better if you didn't say the word blind, Daredevil said. You're welcome. Fuck. Mirror Master covered his ears. My ears almost fell off. If he had been a little bit off, my head would have been screwed, although I can't see with my eyes. Don't worry, my heart sees more clearly than anyone else. Fuck. Don't tell me about the Japanese ninjas. The Japanese ninja culture is still very popular in the United States, but most of the time, ninjas exist as villains. Since the 1980s, when Japan's economy took off and even had the momentum to surpass the United States, ninjas became popular and played villains in various cultural works. Of course, due to the ignorance and arrogance of Americans, they often can't tell whether the ninjas are Japanese or Chinese, and they always confuse them. Shut up. I use Chinese martial arts. Daredevil hates this kind of ignorant idiot the most. He has always been an enemy of ninjas, but these ignorant guys always like to confuse him with ninjas. Scudder. Are you there? Asshole. Hurry up and answer. It was Snart's voice. Yes. Yes. Master Mirror picked up the intercom in a hurry. What are you doing? Why don't you answer? Snart was very angry. He hated accidents. There was a police just now. I was watching him. Fuck. I'm in the mirror space. I can't answer the phone there. Master Mirror lied quickly. Police? Were we discovered? Snart asked nervously. If they were discovered by the police at this time, all their efforts would be in vain. No, it's just a few gangsters racing, and a group of police are chasing them. I've been watching, and there are no police around the bank. Master Mirror suddenly felt that he might try telecommunications fraud in the future. He has this talent. I heard that those Indians who speak curry-flavored English can earn tens of billions of dollars from those stupid birds in the United States every year. After thinking about it, I feel that this industry has a bright future. After all, Americans are stupid, which is well known all over the world. Even a gangster like Master Mirror knows that the Earth is round, but there are still a lot of idiots who think the Earth is flat. What are these? It's leaks. Lots of leaks. Leaks with stupid people and a lot of money. Well, yes, in the future, we will do telecom fraud. At least this stuff doesn't require dead people. It can only be said that Master Mirror has little experience. If he knew about the Burmese fraud, he would not think so. You did the right thing. It's right to be careful. Snart thought about it and felt that Master Mirror's approach was right, so he did not pursue it. Okay, open the mirror space. There are too many good things here. Okay, I'll be there soon. After saying that, he looked at the others. What should we do? Go directly? No, the big shot hasn't entered yet. Logan shook his head. But if we don't go, we will be exposed immediately, Master Mirror said. Logan was about to say something. But he was interrupted by Daredevil. Daredevil pointed to the sky. Only then did he realize that Kai had already arrived. Man, you're late enough, Logan laughed. And what's your outfit? Family gathering. Kai was holding 2 children on his body. And next to him, there was also the floating nightingale, and under the claws of the nightingale were Kez and Teresa. Kai shrugged helplessly. The children are too clingy. There's nothing we can do. Don't be so sentimental. We are here for revenge. Where are those bastards? Keith did not give Kai any face and exposed him without hesitation. Daredevil could not hold it back at this time. Kai? You are too much? They are still children. You actually, Kai glared at Daredevil unhappily. Asshole. Matt. How dare you say that? Since you know they are children, you actually took them to do things. After Daredevil noticed the girls' agents, the first thing he did was of course to let them return to their families. After all, it is best not to let children participate in vigilante work. Of course, he failed. In fact, Kai has always called Matt a lonely defeatist. Because he really always fails. His life is always a mess because of himself. He runs a law firm and has an absurdly high winning rate, but he is shockingly poor. He obviously has women who love him. Well, there are several. Although Matt is blind, he is much more handsome than many normal people. And he has an incredible body, plus his inspiring life story. Many women are fascinated by him. But none of them can be with him. By the way, one of his girlfriends was killed by Kai. Other girlfriends can't accept Matt's almost saintly life. He never cares about himself, but only cares about others. For the people around him, this is of course good, and I also hope that all the saints around me are willing to contribute. But for those who love him and care about him, this kind of life is too painful. His good friend Fudge doesn't know what Matt has been doing. He is actually happy to support Matt. Even if he doesn't have much money, he likes to hang out with Matt. Because they have dreams, but Matt always disappears for unknown reasons, and never even shares those secrets with him. This makes Fudge feel very hurt. He is Matt's best friend, and he always supports Matt unconditionally. But every time he sees Matt lying at home with injuries all over his body, he doesn't know what happened, which makes Fudge feel that Matt doesn't regard him as a friend. They quarreled countless times. As for the operation of the firm, Fudge has no objection to Matt helping the poor, but they have to live. He hopes that Matt can take some profitable cases. After all, they are not living in a vacuum. If the firm cannot survive, how can they help the poor? Matt always agrees well, but soon his old illness relapses and he doesn't care at all. This makes Fudge feel redundant. If it weren't for Kai's help and funding the firm, Fudge would have given up long ago. In addition, there is Spider-Man. Matt also hopes again and again that Peter can return to normal life, but Spider-Man still wanders around the city every day. As for fighting crime, I have to say that his idea is good, but it is difficult to realize it. The gangs and law enforcement agencies have long formed an unspoken tacit understanding. Prisons can't scare those bastards, they will only grow stronger. Matt's justice can't influence anyone. The same is true for the beauty agent team. They don't even listen to Kai's words, let alone Matt. In desperation, Matt can only act as a nanny, just like he did to Peter. Take them to perform tasks. As a result, the girls thought Matt was too nagging, so they avoided him. That's when Kai scolded Matt. I was just afraid that something would happen to them. Yet, you were afraid that something would happen to them, so you taught them how to sneak, how to clean up the scene, and how to identify criminals. Fuck. Why don't you open a superhero training class? Chapter 1545 First update. Matt is really a superhero coach in New York. Many little superheroes are trained by him, such as the Green Goblin and Spider-Web, who have not yet officially debuted. By the way, Spider-Web is Gwen. This is the code name Gwen gave herself. After Gwen knew that she was also Spider-Man in a parallel universe, her restless heart, which was originally hidden, could no longer be restrained. Gwen is a typical good girl. She is sensible and obedient at home, has good academic performance in school, and is enthusiastic about school activities. But this does not mean that her heart is really as law-abiding as she appears. On the contrary, she also longs to do something extraordinary. It's just that this idea is suppressed by her family, education and other people's opinions. Knowing Stacy's arrival, she saw a completely different self. Although Stacy's experience is very tragic, Gwen still yearns for it. Especially after Stacy and Peter have all kinds of sympathy, this idea has become stronger. She doesn't want to be a poor vase that can only hide in the distance and shiver. Of course, Peter disagrees with Gwen's idea. After all, being a superhero is dangerous. But Gwen's question made it impossible for him to answer. Since you know the danger, why do you want to be a superhero? In desperation, Peter had to reluctantly agree. Of course, if Gwen wanted to be a superhero, she naturally couldn't follow Peter's path. Only the poor rely on mutation. Although Gwen's family is not rich, they are definitely not poor. They are much better off than Peter's family. Her father is a senior police officer. How can the director of the branch not be considered a senior officer? He has thousands of managers under him. With salary, benefits, subsidies and bonuses, the annual income has exceeded $200,000. It has long exceeded the income standard of the wealthy class in the United States. So it's not worth it to be like a poor child like Peter and try to mutate. After all, no one can guarantee the effect of this thing. If the effect is good, it's fine, and you will become like Peter. But what if it's not good? What if you turn into a monster directly? Like Dr. Lizard? That would be bad luck. So she chose the easiest way. Rely on technology. If it were before, she would never have this opportunity. But only after the little spiders came through, she had a chance. Before, Spider-Man and his friends lived in Stark Tower, and she often went there to play. After a while, she became familiar with Tony and his friends. Pepper liked Gwen very much. Perhaps it was because of Stacy's experience that Pepper loved Gwen. But no matter what, she became a friend of the Stark family. Tony started designing a mechanical Spider-Man suit for Peter a long time ago. It's just that he was too busy, so the design has been intermittent. Although Peter was looking forward to this suit, given his own strength, he was more curious about the suit. After learning about Gwen's idea, Pepper agreed with her. After all, she thought so too. So she asked Tony to complete the design and manufacture of Iron Spider. Tony was also desperate. He didn't intend to get involved in the affairs of these boys and girls. He had a lot of things to do, so how could he pay attention to this? But there was no way. His wife said that he had to give priority to the Iron Spider. So he worked overtime and finally completed the Iron Spider. Then this thing belonged to Gwen. Gwen even gave herself a code name in a serious manner. Spiderweb. Nothing else, just want to match with Peter. Then, Peter introduced her to Matt. After all, he is still in the trainee stage, it is impossible for him to come out to take apprentices so early. So Matt's most recent thing is to take a group of children around to fight criminals. Matt was scolded by Kai and didn't know what to do. At this time, Emma saved him. Dad, start quickly, otherwise those people will run away. That's right. That's right. What are you doing there? Keith also followed suit. Kai was really helpless. If someone else dared to talk to him like this, he could twist that guy's head off, but these are all children. Among them is his precious daughter. Okay, Kai had no choice but to agree. He looked at the mirror master who had been in a daze and said, "Boy, what are you in a daze? Start quickly." Oh, mirror master didn't expect Kai to bring these girls. He and these girls are not strangers. They have been entangled with them for a long time. If they hadn't found out that these girls were actually Kai's adopted daughters, they would have killed them ruthlessly. But he didn't expect that Kai and them would be so close. After all, no one expected that Kai, a superhero and a rich man, would really adopt a few girls who had nothing to do with him. At least Master Mirror himself would never do that. Fortunately. At that time, Snart kept asking them not to hurt these girls. At that time, I thought Snart was upholding the rules. Never kill women and children. Now it seems that Snart is still very far-sighted. What is that bastard Skate doing? Why doesn't he come over? Heatwave was holding a metal ball and walking back and forth over there, looking very anxious. Snart also had a metal ball in his hand, but he was much calmer. Don't worry, Skate needs time to prepare. Jesse stood alone at the farthest point, also holding a metal ball in his hand, but his eyes were obviously a little more gloomy. In fact, the others also had a metal ball in their hands. Looking at the metal balls in their hands, Jesse suddenly said, "What are we going to do? If we move so many things, how long will it take us to move them? Otherwise, Why don't we take a part of them this time and then move them slowly? No. No matter how tired we are, we have to move them all, otherwise there will be trouble. Snart rejected it outright. Okay then, Jesse nodded without arguing. But the next words were interesting. What about this stuff? Should we collect it together and distribute it later? Snart's eyes flashed. Then collect it together first and distribute it later. After saying that, he hooked his finger at Jesse. Bring it here. Put it all here with me. Jesse pretended to hesitate, but actually secretly made a gesture to the peak man who had little presence. No. I like this thing very much. There are exactly 6 of these things, 1 for each person. What's there to share? Right, Mark. After saying that, the peak man also took Mark off the water. Mark Mayton didn't think too much and said casually, yes, there are exactly 6, no more, no less, 1 for each person. When Scudder comes later, you can give it to him. No need to bother. Jesse shrugged helplessly at Snart. Snart hesitated for a moment, shrugged and didn't bother. In fact, he felt sorry in his heart. If he had concentrated all these things in his hands. This made Jesse particularly angry. He didn't expect that this would go wrong at the last minute. That metal ball. The name was marked on the side. It's called a Special Single Soldier Combat Mecha. It's a mecha used by the Chitauri for single soldier special operations. It's a bit like the space version of Iron Man's armor, although it's not that strong. But this thing takes a completely different path from Iron Man's armor. It uses biotechnology. The metal on it is all-life metal, which has a very large enhancement effect on the user's physical fitness. Even for superpowers. This thing is a rare equipment used by the Chitauri for decapitation tactics. The entire Chitauri race doesn't have many of these things. Unfortunately, during the battle in New York, before they could show their power, they were beaten to pulp by Kai and his group, and then the portal was closed, and they were completely dead. This thing was not used at all, and it died directly. In fact, the Chitauri underestimated the enemy, and they looked down on the Earthlings. It's not others' fault. You Earthlings have a hard time even breaking through the atmosphere. In the eyes of others, you are just ordinary natives who have never seen the world. The Chitauri didn't design any tactics before. They just opened the portal and released the landing troops. According to their idea, half an hour would be enough for them to stabilize the situation at the landing site, and then expand the portal. Finally, the large force would land directly to conquer the entire planet, and then take the cosmic cube, and then kill half of the people, and then they would retreat directly. The Earth was given to Loki. Although Thanos is a bastard, he actually has a very good reputation. He never does anything that goes against his words. He really didn't intend to break his promise. After all, the Earth is useless to Thanos. So he gave it to Loki. Thanos has never destroyed a planet or occupied a planet, because it is meaningless to him. As a result, the Chitauri were defeated. Until the end, the Chitauri were confused. They didn't understand what happened. It's like American soldiers driving warships and invading a tribe in Africa. They will win no matter how they look at it, right? In the end, they were beaten up and the warships were blown up. In short, they lost in a muddle and left a lot of equipment on the Earth. These balls were found when Adrian first received the contract from the City Hall and cleaned up the external garbage. They hadn't been handed in yet. The Ministry of Defense and Stark Group jointly established the Disaster Control Bureau to deal with the mess after the New York War. They directly terminated the contract with Adrian, causing Adrian to go bankrupt. So these balls were not handed in. They stayed in Mason's hands until Mason repaired them. They were sent here. Jesse originally planned to wait for Master Mirror to come, and then he would take action and kill these bastards. Then use the ability of the Peak Man to control the Mirror Master. Then he will win. As a result, these balls bring him great variables. You have to know that Snart has no superpowers. Although Heatwave has superpowers, it requires a prerequisite, that is, there must be an open flame. Mark is a fool. If a sneak attack is used, Jesse is 80% sure to catch them all in one fell swoop. Now with these metal balls, it is difficult to deal with. Jesse's sneak attack is nothing more than shooting from behind, poisoning, or letting the Peak Man sneak attack. Although these are deadly, if there are single soldier combat armor of the Chitauri, it will be a different situation. If it is not successful in one fell swoop, there will be endless troubles. Okay, let's go find something valuable and easy to move, take it away in advance, and then deal with the big items last. Snart clapped his hands and asked everyone to act. A group of people scattered and started to work. "Jessie, what should we do?" "Should we do it?" the Peak Man asked anxiously. She was even more anxious than Jessie. It seems that she was well trained. "Can't wait any longer." Jessie had already sensitively discovered that Snart was suspicious of something. Just now, Jessie suggested collecting the metal balls, but he actually wanted to hold them in his hands, but Snart immediately said to take them into his hands. Of course, there was no problem with this, but Snart was too eager, which made Jessie instinctively feel that something was wrong, so he decisively asked the Peak Man to destroy Snart's plan. If Snart insisted, there would be nothing to say. Snart must be up to something. Just get started. But Snart hesitated and didn't insist. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with this reaction. But Jessie was up to something. He was up to something, and everyone else was up to something, which had nothing to do with IQ. What's more, Snart was really up to something. "Why don't you get that thing? If that lunatic uses that thing, we will be in trouble." Heatwave was also asking a similar question. No, that would be too obvious. Skid hasn't come yet, so we can't be exposed. Besides, the other two disagree. I can't possibly offend the other two at this juncture. Our target is Jessie. Snart never realized that Peak Man had been turned against. After all, Peak Man and Mirror Master are positioned as the younger brothers of the Rogue Gang, the characters who are commanded and have no say, so everyone unconsciously ignores them. The attention paid to them combined is not as high as the attention paid to Mark Madden. There is no way, although Mark Madden is a little brainless, he can fight. His fighting power may be the highest among them. So Snart paid close attention to him for fear that he would be fooled by Jessie. Fortunately, Jessie didn't look for Mark, maybe because Snart paid too much attention? Or maybe it was because Mark Madden really hated this lunatic Jessie. But, it's okay. When Master Mirror comes, you control him first, and I'll attack Jessie from behind. Don't let him use that thing, okay? By the way, pay special attention to Mark. If you know what to do, right? Got it. Heatwave clenched his fists, indicating that he understood everything. Soon a group of people packed up their things and came to the big mirror they had found. Scudder. What are you doing? Why haven't you come yet? I'm coming. What the hell are you doing? Master Mirror came out cursing. He was on a pirate ship. He didn't expect that this group of superheroes was even more evil than the gangsters. He must have let him go out first to divert the attention of the Rogue Gang. They came out to kill him. This is to make him a cannon fodder. So Master Mirror is in a bad mood now. However, others didn't notice it too much. After all, no one really expected him to be polite. As a gangster, he didn't mention the word mother when he spoke, which was considered high quality. Chapter 1546 Second Update. 2 more updates tomorrow. A group of people had different thoughts, only Mark Mayton was the most innocent. Hurry up and move the things. There are so many things, I don't know when it will be moved, then you have to give me a break. I have to monitor the surroundings and open the door for you at the same time. How easy is it? Mirror Master was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, will he die without a complete corpse with this attitude? So he softened immediately. Stop complaining. Hurry up. Move these things away. Los Angeles is ours. We must kill the Flash when we go back. Mark didn't realize that things had become very strange, and he was still talking about his ambitions. But their ambitions were just this level. As a villain, you don't want to rule the world, but only want to make money. It's amazing. Even Pablo Escobar wants to be the president of Colombia, South American drug lord, very powerful, more cruel than terrorists. There is no pursuit at all. Jessie saw that Snart and Heatwave were still talking there and didn't mean to move, so he thought about it, winked at the Peak Man, and took the initiative to help. Heatwave saw this and immediately winked at Snart. Snart nodded. Heatwave walked forward with a grim smile and framed Master Mirror with his arms. What the hell are you doing, kid? Why did you come so late? Master Mirror was almost scared to death. What the hell was he going to answer? I'm already very fast. I feel like you've been acting weird lately. Tell me. What the hell are you doing? Heatwave certainly didn't find out, but he found an excuse to pull Master Mirror away and not let him stand in front of the mirror. It would be difficult to deal with him if he ran away. Hey. Heatwave, what are you doing? What do you want to do to skate? Peak Man saw a good opportunity and immediately walked towards Heatwave. Heatwave didn't find Peak Man's actions strange at all. After all, she and Master Mirror were a pair. The two always breathe out of the same nostril. However, at this moment, Master Mirror was almost scared to death. What the hell? Both sides are not good people. He thought Heatwave found out that he was a traitor, and Peak Man, this bastard is even more hateful. Not only did she cheat on him, she also wanted to kill him. Mirror Master is really not brave. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. He was a younger brother before he had superpowers, and now he has superpowers. He is still a younger brother. It's just that he got superpowers for nothing. So when he saw the two guys who wanted his life, Mirror Master was scared to death. He broke away from Heatwave and ran towards the mirror desperately. Quick! It's me. Save me. Save me, everyone in the mirror space. Fuck. This guy is really timid. We can't just ignore it. If Mirror Master dies, they will all be trapped in the mirror. However, someone is faster than them. That is the Peak Man. Puff. A dagger stabbed directly into Heatwave's abdomen. Heatwave's eyes widened. No, I just said a few words to your boyfriend casually, and you stabbed me with a dagger? Why didn't I realize that you are so angry before? Fortunately, Snart is not a fool. He immediately understood that there is something fishy here. Snart pulled out his freezing gun, and a frost ray went straight to the Peak Man. However, at this time, a strange child's laughter suddenly came. I saw a doll suddenly fly out and block the ray. Bang! Boom! There was an explosion. The power was not great, but a light yellow gas spread out. Jesse, gee. Ha 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 ha. Serpers, Jesse threw several darts casually. Those darts lit up red lights and quickly flew towards Heatwave and Snart. At this time, Mirror Master also ran into the mirror. He was safe, but everything was messed up. No matter. Go. Logan was the most reckless and rushed out first. Keith was the second, and Teresa was the third. But unfortunately, they were quickly stopped. It was too dangerous to rush out like this. So Rorschach became the second, and Daredevil Matt became the third. Why are you stopping us? Keith was very angry. Wait a minute, it's too chaotic, let's wait for an opportunity, Kai said. Do you want to seize the opportunity and kill them in one fell swoop, or do you plan to put your sisters in danger? Keith was not convinced. But Nightingale Liz held her back. Let's wait a minute, Uncle Wayne is right, we are here for revenge, not to compete with him. Humph. At this time, everyone in the Rogue Gang put on the Chitauri single soldier mecha. It must be said that although the Chitauri are the hive will, the advanced Chitauri still have aesthetics. At least their mechas are really handsome. The streamlined mecha is very handsome, with no obstruction on the face, only a transparent blue protective shield for protection. The metal of the mecha is living metal, which can form a perfect mecha according to the user's body shape, and will not make the user feel uncomfortable at all. Even the freezing gun in Snart's hand is wrapped in a layer of living metal, and it can also power the freezing gun. Very convenient. Jesse. You betrayed us. Heatwave covered his abdomen and leaned against the shelf, shouting at Jesse angrily. But Jesse ignored him and looked at Snart. Humph. When something happened just now, you looked at me first, which means you knew it a long time ago, right? Mark Madden was flying in the air at this time, shouting in confusion. Fuck. What's going on? Snart glanced at Jesse, and then said to Mark, can't you see? Jesse is planning to hand in his resignation to us, but at this moment, a roar came. Logan rushed out of the mirror waving his diamond claws. The Peak Man, who was closest to the mirror, was pierced through the shoulder by a claw without any preparation, and then screamed, spinning quickly, throwing Wolverine out. But the next second, Rorschach rushed out, slid and kicked directly on the Peak Man's rotating supporting leg, and then the Peak Man flew out while spinning. Then Daredevil also ran out. Superhero, Jesse was also startled by this sudden change and screamed, what's going on? Snart also had a strange look on his face. It seems that you are not the only one who wants to resign. Wolverine got up from the ground and looked at the guys in the Rogue Gang with a grin. Humph. It's all that loser's fault. If we waited a while, until you guys were almost done killing each other, we would come out and I think we could easily catch you all in one fell swoop. Oh, I didn't expect that loser Skate would find you. Jesse calmed down at this time. It seems that he has discovered the affair between Rosalind and me. He has already discovered it. Tisk. I ignored him. Who told him to act so useless all the time? Otherwise. Chapter 1547 First Update. Fuck. 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 Weather Wizard Mark Mayton felt that his brain was not enough. What the hell was going on? It was fine just now, but why can't I understand it after a while? Why did Snart say that Jesse was going to betray him? Why did Master Mirror betray him? Snart didn't care about Mark at this moment. He looked in the direction of Heatwave and shouted, "Heatwave! Are you dead?" "Not for now. This thing is really useful. It can actually repair my injuries. But this thing is repairing me like a machine. Fuck. It hurts." Heatwave covered his abdomen, exhaled, and then gritted his teeth and said, "The Chitauri are not pure flesh and blood life. Part of their body is made of machinery. This also leads to the fact that when repairing injuries, it is inevitable that they will be a little rough. After all, the pain system of semi-mechanical and semi-biological things is generally not very developed." Snart breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he almost lost his biggest supporter. At this time, the Peak Man screamed at the mirror, "Scudder! You bastard! You actually betrayed me." Jesse pulled the corner of his mouth. "Damn, this stupid woman. Since others have betrayed, it naturally means that he has discovered the fact that you cheated on him. It's already now, why are you still yelling? If there was really no one around, he would want to kill this idiot. Anyway, he never really liked her. Fuck. Pinky. You cheated on me first. And you and that psychopath wanted to kill me. You didn't think I didn't find out? I'm not smart, but I'm not stupid enough to not notice that my wife cheated on me." The image of the Mirror Master appeared on the mirror, and he cursed at the Peak Man. In short, the gangsters in Los Angeles have a rich accumulation of spoken language. At least listening to a few of the little ones was stunned. Keith was even more excited. She had never heard so many slangs. It seems that there is also Mexican language, which broadened her horizons. There are many Mexicans in California. Mirror Master has been in the lower class of Los Angeles for a long time, so it is not surprising that he knows some Mexican slang. Bang! Mirror Master was hit hard on the back of his head, and his whole body fell out of the mirror. Then a person followed him out of the mirror. After seeing this person, the members of the Rogues immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. If the appearance of Rorschach, Logan and Daredevil made them nervous, then the appearance of Kai was completely terrifying. Who still doesn't know what kind of person Kai is? Let's put it this way, although the Flash is very strong, the Rogues are not afraid of him at all, although he has defeated them many times. But they are still not afraid of the Flash. This is not just because the Flash insists on the principle of not killing. It is also because the people that the Flash has always dealt with are all like them. If a hero wants to be famous, on the one hand, of course, he needs his own strength. But he needs the foil of his opponent even more. The guys that the Flash dealt with were certainly not weak, but in the eyes of Snart and others, they were all the same kind of people. What is there to be proud of in defeating them? Of course, deep down, they are still a little afraid of the Flash, but not much. But Kai is different. Let's put it this way, whenever there is a major crisis on Earth that endangers the entire world, Kai has never been absent. He is definitely a main player. Others have fought aliens, and more than one kind. They have fought small monsters. More than once. In comparison, the Flash is a substitute player. They don't have much playing time. Naturally, the treatment is different. The key is that Kai's hands are dirty. However, he is holding two dolls in his hands, and this shape is something that the Rogues did not expect. Master Mirror was slapped out by someone, and immediately turned back and glared. But soon, his anger was put away. Because the other party was angrier than him. Master Mirror is like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When he didn't have superpowers, if he encountered such a situation, as long as the other party was not an old man or a child, he would generally be scared first. This guy's lethality to society is really not great. It's just that he became inflated after getting superpowers and began to be rampant. But when he met Kai, who is more evil, he can only be more obedient than a quail. Kai glanced at Master Mirror, his eyes full of anger. Don't say bad words in front of children. Yes, yes, yes. Jesse saw Kai and twitched his lips, knowing that there was no way to end it peacefully today. He. Big shot. I didn't expect that we would alarm a big shot like you. What do you think? Do you want us to surrender? Jesse was inclined to surrender. After all, if he surrendered, he would not go to jail, let alone be sentenced to death. At most, he would be locked up in a mental hospital. For this, Jesse actually didn't object at all. After all, in his opinion, the environment there was good and the people spoke nicely. He liked it there very much. Moreover, he could go out any time he wanted. Sure, Kai said without any hesitation. Rorschach moved his feet. He didn't like this proposal, but Daredevil stopped him. Your aura has changed. It's best if they surrender. Others didn't quite understand what he said, but Logan did. Rorschach was even more radical than Logan and the others. He would never let Jesse go. Rorschach, Logan immediately said, listen to Kai. Logan didn't think it was okay to let Jesse go. He trusted Kai. He knew Kai would never let this lunatic go. Surrender? That would only make him die faster. Jesse saw that there seemed to be infighting among the superheroes, and he immediately laughed because he found it interesting. Hey. It seems that your subordinates are a little reluctant. It's okay, no normal person would be happy about it. After all, you killed so many people and were so cruel. Any normal person would want to tear you into pieces, but the world is like this, life is not satisfactory. You will get used to it after more experience, Kai said indifferently. What do you think? Do you want to surrender? I have no problem. But these guys are not necessarily. By the way, I want to apply for police protection. They want to kill me, asshole. Heatwave was furious with this guy. If it weren't for this psychopath, they would never be targeted by the police. This is pure blame shifting, but so what? Do you still expect people like Heatwave to be reasonable? Snart was relatively calm, but he was also breathing fast because of anger. What about you guys? Kai didn't have much ill will towards the members of the Rogue Gang, except for Jesse. If they were ready to surrender, Kai would be happy to give them a chance. For example, go to prison. Even Rorschach couldn't kill all the prisoners. It was just a robbery, and Rorschach wouldn't kill anyone. His belief was absolute justice. What is absolute justice? It means that you should take the same responsibility as the crime you committed. It was just a robbery, and it wasn't worth it to kill someone. Chapter 1548 First Update. Unfortunately, they rejected Kai's kindness. Heatwave spit fiercely. Want me to surrender? Dream on. Want to catch me? Then come on. Heatwave has always been reckless, but he is not brainless. In fact, he knows that he has failed this time, but he still needs to save face. So he really didn't intend to fight to the death, it was just a polite remark. Isn't it just for this kind of thing to be a gangster? If someone says surrender, will he really surrender? It's too embarrassing. Of course, the knife is in front of him, and he will surrender. Snart didn't say anything. He was also evaluating whether he could run. If not, he would surrender. He is a smart man. Smart people usually cherish their lives. Unfortunately, they forgot the existence of one person. Weather wizard, Mark Madden. This guy really doesn't want to be caught. First of all, he really doesn't want to go to jail. He is a real desperado and would rather die than be put in jail. He and his brother, like the gangsters in Western movies, robbed all the way from the eastern United States to the western United States. This kind of roving robbery is actually very classic, and it is generally not very popular now. Because this kind of roving crime is destined to only rob those small banks, and small banks generally do not have much cash. After all, the United States is vast and sparsely populated. Many small towns have only one bank. Such banks generally have an old man as a security guard and 2 ANSYS tellers. There is really not much cash. After all, there are only so many cash transactions, and banks do not need to prepare so many reserves. If they don't have guns, there will be no profit from the robbery. It is also dangerous. You have to know that those small places in the West are all rednecks and iron gun supporters. Even in California, those small towns have a gun in hand, not to mention other places. There is no way. The people are tough on the one hand, and on the other hand, the United States is really vast and sparsely populated. Police are scarce in big cities in the United States, not to mention those small places. People there would rather live 1 kilometer away from another. In this case, if you don't have a gun, it's really hard to protect yourself. As for waiting for the police, it takes at least 10 minutes for the nearest police to arrive. If you are really stupid and call the police and wait for the police to come, you can only ask the police to help collect the bodies. So they really need a gun. This has nothing to do with ideology. So American country people are really tough. Those who roam around and rob people may be shot by some fool with a gun. Don't underestimate those country people. They would rather live a worse life and buy a good gun. So don't be surprised when you see those fellows take out an automatic rifle from the car. Although the law stipulates that people cannot buy automatic rifles, but who cares? That's the countryside. So when the Modong brothers decided to take this path, they were ready to die and live as long as they could. What's more, Mark thought, if he was caught, wouldn't he never be able to seek revenge on the Flash? So, no. He couldn't surrender even if he died. Go to hell, so Mark decided to run away. Of course, he couldn't just turn around and run away immediately. That would be a sitting duck. So he decided to attack first, make those bastards flustered, and then run away. As for those alien weapons, although it was a pity, he got the single soldier mecha and the gravity gun in his hand, so he didn't return empty-handed. These two weapons were enough. Boom. Mark's nickname is the Weather Wizard, and there is a reason for this name. He can control the water vapor and electrons in the air to create a series of natural phenomena. For example, he can create any type of weather pattern such as fog, lightning, wind, rain, etc. He can also localize the weather and create destructive weather such as hail, blizzards, and other natural phenomena such as tornadoes and earthquakes. At the same time, the Weather Wizard can also slightly control magnetism and manipulate the Earth's magnetic field. So he can manipulate the airflow to make himself fly, and he can also create lightning and rain walls to defend or trap his opponent. Create thick fog to block the opponent's vision. Of course, it is a bit difficult to create a rain curtain in such a place. This is an underground vault, and waterproof measures have been taken. There is too little water vapor inside. All the water vapor gathered together is not enough to drink a mouthful of water. It can't even create fog to create a shit rain curtain. There is no way. His ability is not good at this. The geographical conditions are too restrictive. So he created lightning. Of course, this didn't work. Kai waved his hand and gathered all the lightning in his hand. Although Kai didn't have a complete priesthood, he had awakened his divinity after all. Like Diana, he was a demigod. But at least he was called the god of thunder. This lightning was ineffective against him. To be honest, if there were only a group of adults here, he wouldn't bother with this thing. Anyway, it wouldn't kill people. A group of rough guys were electrocuted. But there are children here. So it's better to be safe. It seems that you refuse to surrender. Kai looked at Mark coldly, and then without waiting for Snart and others to explain, he said directly to Logan, "Kill them all, no problem." Boss, Logan is essentially a very difficult person. He doesn't like others to order him. In fact, isn't this a kind of arrogance? Although he has always pursued the ordinary life of normal people, what kind of people would pursue the life of ordinary people? Of course, it must be extraordinary people. Would ordinary people pursue an ordinary life? Logan's experience is definitely not ordinary. Logan's father, or cheap father, is a big landlord. His family was very rich when he was a child. But after his cheap father was killed by his real father, he wandered around the world with his brother Victor, and then participated in almost all the wars launched by Americans. From the Civil War to the Second World War. Then he mixed in the US military for a while before finally jumping out of there and pursuing the so-called normal life. Although it looks miserable, in fact, after Logan has experienced so much, psychologically, he can't help but feel a sense of condescension towards people nowadays. After all, your grandfather's grandfather may be younger than him. But he didn't have such an opinion about Kai. After all, others were more powerful and 10,000 years older than him. Moreover, he was Kai's subordinate during the First World War, so there was nothing to say. As he said that, Logan showed his claws. Daredevil was also helpless. It would be great if he surrendered. Now, it's good. Others can kill them legitimately. Snetter. Heatwave shouted. He was calling Snart, not asking Snart to do it, but hoping that he would think of a way quickly, whether to surrender or fight. At this time, Snart saw Jesse standing behind the superhero, looking at them with a smile. Thinking of this, Snart gritted his teeth in hatred. However, at this time, Kai also had an accident. Go to hell. Bastard, it was the girl's. To be precise, it was Nightingale Liz. She was actually very angry, but Kai ignored her. After all, this girl has always behaved very well and was very obedient. Facing Kai, she was also very polite and well behaved. She never gets angry, unlike Case and Teresa, who always surprise Kai. So Kai never pays much attention to her. But in fact, the biggest victim of the whole thing, apart from the dead, is Liz. Her mother was harassed first, and then Mason, who watched her grow up and may be her only male elder, was brutally murdered. Although Liz is just an ordinary girl, it doesn't mean she won't be angry. On the contrary, She is almost furious. What's more, she is not an ordinary girl. Ordinary girls don't run out every night in a suit of mecha to do justice. It's just that she behaved too well, so Kai subconsciously ignored her. In fact, the moment she saw Jessie, she wanted to take action. It was Emma who stopped her. Other girls may not understand why Kai accepted Jessie's surrender, but Emma understood very well. She was more precocious. That's why the girls were so calm, otherwise Case and Teresa would have quarreled before. It was Emma who used telepathy to let them calm down. Kai will help Mason get revenge. Liz obeyed, but was still very angry. Now, hearing that this group of scum was unwilling to surrender, Liz finally exploded. WTF, Kai was stunned. Teresa laughed with gloating. This is the good girl you said. Wayne Dad, Keith also shouted, you always ask us to learn from Liz, I've decided. Listen to you. Wayne. Dad. Ha 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 ha. Then Kai felt his hand lighten, and the two little guys ran away. Kai quickly reached out and grabbed little Bernard back. Emma nimbly dodged Kai's palm. As for Teresa, she ran away a long time ago. Fuck, Kai couldn't help it. Several little girls suddenly joined the battle, which caught Logan and others off guard. They avoided to avoid accidental injuries. This gave the rogue gang a good opportunity. Snart immediately shouted to Mark, Mark. Strong wind. Mark immediately waved his hand, and suddenly a gale of at least level 10 blew in the vault. In such a narrow terrain, this level of strong wind, the power does not need to be said at all. Soon, Keith and Teresa, who were at the front, were blown back. Fortunately, Logan was quick and grabbed Emma, so that she was not hit by Teresa. Keith and Teresa were also caught by Liz and Daredevil. Keith protected the little Bernard in his arms. Jesse also found an opportunity at this time. He stretched out his hand and threw a few small things. The things flew directly to the wall of the vault, and then a purple light curtain appeared. Jesse immediately ran into the light curtain. It was a matter phase transfer device. Peakman also saw it. Honey. Wait for me. After saying that, she also tried to get in, but with a bang, she was knocked away. It was Rorschach. Rorschach knocked her away and got in himself. Peakman quickly climbed up, but unfortunately, in the strong wind, she had a little difficulty in this simple action. But the will to survive still made her climb in, but unfortunately at this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! A matter phase transfer device was broken. The light curtain disappeared instantly. The lower body of the Peakman, which was exposed outside, immediately stopped moving. When the strong wind died down, all the members of the rogue gang had already run away. Oh, by the way, there was still half of them left. Little Bernard was the most comfortable, nothing happened to him. The girls were dizzy. This is why I don't like to act with rookies, Logan said a little bit in a mumbling tone. These guys are not rookies. They are even scarier than rookies. They are little girls, not yet adults. Teresa was very unhappy. If it weren't for Dad Wayne who was always dragging his feet, we would have caught them long ago. Keith also supported it. Yes. Yes. Kai is too nagging. Not decisive at all. Kai was very embarrassed. He was like this to his guys and to these little girls. Damn it. What kind of thing is this? Aren't you going to chase them? They're going to run away. Daredevil ran out to rescue them at this time. He has a lot of experience in dealing with these little troublemakers. Yes, then they saw that Liz and Emma had already run out one step ahead. Little Bernard was getting restless again. Hey. My little princess, can you bear to watch your daddy stay alone? I'll be scared. Kai quickly hugged her tightly. Little Bernard actually never understood how strong her daddy was. After hearing this, she looked at her sisters who had all run away, and she felt a little bit uncomfortable for a moment. After all, they always left their daddy aside, which was really not right. Then I'll stay and accompany you. Great. I knew my little sweetheart was different from those troublemakers. Kai pretended to be very happy and said. Then I want the horror tree house toy. Little Bernard immediately made a request, and she never concealed this. If you want it, you want it. Of course. We'll go after we finish our business. Great. Then Kai tapped his watch. Friday. What is the horror tree house toy? According to the information I gathered, Miss Bernard is referring to the Simpson horror tree house toy set given away for free by Burger King. Huh? Kai knew The Simpsons, but he still couldn't understand why this thing was actually an animation for children. Of course, Kai had never watched Family Guy, which was even more shitty. He also couldn't understand why children would like this, The style of the painting was really hard to describe. In addition, according to my information, Burger King only gave away this toy set for free in 2011. In order to satisfy Miss Bernard's wish, I suggest you buy it directly online. Here is the list. Kai glanced at the online shopping page. WTF. Such a set of plastic figurines costs almost $1,000. This thing is just like the green plastic soldier he played with when he was a child. At most it is a little more exquisite, but still very curious. This thing costs $1,000 in total? Is this a scam? These are all free toys, which are exclusively customized by Burger King. It is very difficult to get a complete set. They have not been released since then, so the collection value is very high, and they will become more and more expensive in the future. Kai is not reluctant to spend money, but this is totally a waste of money, right? Kai looked at little Bernard. As a result, he saw little Bernard's big watery eyes. He was embarrassed to say no. Raising a child is difficult, right? He said to Logan, who was about to get married. Logan nodded. Damn, I still have to stay for a while and rob a few more gangsters. $1,000 of toys. No wonder they say that children's money is easy to make, which makes him want to sell toys. Chapter 1549 will continue to update twice tomorrow. I'd better go and help. Wolverine has never raised a child, so he doesn't plan to get involved in such a heavy topic. Hey. Friday, help me place the order quickly and send someone to pick it up. I want to see the toy set before dinner, Kai said directly to the artificial intelligence. Understood, Friday replied quickly. The order has been placed. The other party is in New York. I have arranged for the nearest patrol officer to pick it up. Patrol officer? Kai was a little confused. What the hell is using public resources for personal gain? Yes, according to the information, he is a member of Kingsman, and he is also a police officer in the police station, so according to my program, he is an object that can be ordered. Huh? When did Kingsman develop members in New York? Kai was confused. Kingsman has always been recruiting members. 2 years ago, under the initiative of the new Arthur, Kingsman carried out reforms. Arthur believed that the current band has been seriously declining, not only in terms of national strength, but also in terms of overall quality. The entire band is full of drunkards and football hooligans, but there are no people who truly serve justice and justice. Moreover, blacks have occupied the entire band, which has led to a lot fewer people they can absorb. In addition, with your return, Kingsman's main activity area has long spread to the whole world, so they need to absorb new members from all over the world. Kingsman is an absolutely conservative organization, quite conservative. You know, just a few years ago, Kingsman would still only recruit members from the nobility. There is no person of color in the entire Kingsman. Not even mixed bloods? There is no way. The background of Kingsman is religion and nobility, so it is naturally impossible to recruit people of color. The new Arthur is much more open than Afu. He has begun to recruit across borders, which is a great progress. Maybe in a few decades, Kingsman will have real members of color? I don't know. In short, Kingsman has begun to take root in the land of the United States. Their code name to the outside world is Distillery. This unlucky name made Kai stunned. Although he doesn't like anime as much as young people, Conan still knows it. Except for Jin, all the members of this organization are idiots. Why is it called this name? Kai was very curious. Because Kingsman believes that Americans are all alcoholics. So they gave the organization this name. Not only that, Kingsman also built an organizational structure based on Kingsman. Their leader's code name is Champagne, and then there are code names such as Whiskey, Tequila, and Ginger Ale. In addition, their characteristic clothing is denim clothes. Very distinctive. Although I don't know which smart guy came up with this idea, Kai thinks. Are these idiots still living in the 18th century? But thinking of Kingsman's background, Kai can't say anything. I can only say that Daing's feelings about the United States are really complicated. The whole world knows that Daing and America are father and son. Daing used to be America's father. Now it's the other way around. We all find it ridiculous. Not to mention the British. The emotions there are so complicated. He is obviously a son, but he turns out to be his father. Who can stand this? So it seems that the public opinion in the UK is very strange. The older people are, the more they dislike the United States. The younger they are, the more they yearn for the United States. At the same time, they all hate the United States, But they are still the ironclad sons of the United States, the kind that cannot change. So Dai Ying can only laugh at Dai Ying on some insignificant things, but in fact, they have always followed the United States in major matters, unswervingly. This has caused a very divided emotion. The older the Union Jack people in the UK, the more they can't stand the United States. They always fantasize that they are still the British Empire and the United States is still a colony. That is, the method of spiritual victory. Since they can't change the reality, they will bury their heads in the past. They always have the illusion of Dai Ying's awesome glory. So this group of people discriminate against the United States the most. They will even consciously avoid news about the United States to make themselves live more comfortably. Although the people of Kingsman were not so extreme, they were not much better. Okay, at this moment, little Bernard suddenly reached out and pinched Kai's cheek. What's wrong, sweetheart, aren't we going over? The bad guys are all gone. Little Bernard was still playing with Kai's cheek and asked in a sweet voice. Of course. Let's go and watch the bad guys being caught. Kai turned off Friday. By the way, Dad, I want to eat Burger King. Huh? What's good there? It's unpalatable and unhealthy. Kai never treated his children badly when it came to food. According to the rules passed down by his ancestors, children can make do with clothes and toys, because they won't grow up like those children anyway. But food must be guaranteed. When their family was in the most difficult times, Kai's parents never treated him badly when it came to food. Although Kai didn't have money to buy new clothes when he was a child, and he didn't have many toys, but when it came to food, their family's meals were always the best in the neighborhood. In the words of his father, the little brat was eating his father to death. They would rather suffer a little than let Kai eat badly. At that time, other families rarely had meat for a month, but they could eat meat every few days. This was amazing. This spirit was also inherited by Kai. He rarely bought luxury goods for his children. Those things were really IQ taxes. But when it came to food, he required absolute health and nutrition. So fast food, he never let his children eat it. The older generation believed that fast food was both unpalatable and unnutritious. Maybe it was because he didn't have much money in the past and rarely went to foreign fast food. Anyway, Kai inherited this concept. Anyway, he really hated sandwiches and hamburgers. Although he had only eaten them a few times in his previous life and this life, he always thought so. Of course, they didn't like fast food either. When they were escaping with Ribbon, they ate too much fast food. That stuff was really not delicious. Only little Bernard, she was young. I can't remember the past. I just saw a bunch of little brats at school showing off the Simpsons toys, so I was jealous. No. I want to eat. My classmates have eaten, but I haven't. As children, everyone has common topics. If you don't save her, you will be excluded. More importantly, it's embarrassing. Children of this age already have this awareness, and parents must not ignore it. Okay. Let's eat. Kai didn't know if it was right to do this. After all, he had never raised a child. In fact, no one in this world can really say that they know how to raise children. Children are living beings with their own thoughts and feelings. There is no way to use a one-time method. Children are not green plants. Kai has seen a bastard parent raise a sensible child, and he has also seen a highly educated family raise a bastard. This stuff is really hard to say. The recommendation votes are a bit miserable. If you have votes, please vote more. This stuff is available every day. Chapter 1550 First Update. Kai was not in a hurry, and it seemed that he looked down on the scoundrels. Well, actually, he looked down on them. Today, Kai really didn't need to take this level of small-time scoundrel seriously. It wasn't that Kai was arrogant, it was really, how to say it? The others were enough, and if he took action again, it would indeed mean to raise the value of these people. So Kai never paid much attention to it. If it weren't for that Jesse who was too much, Kai would have wanted these people to return to Los Angeles and continue to love and hate with a flash. What's the point of staying in New York all the time? This is indeed the case. The scoundrels didn't run far at all. The first one to rush out of the bank was the weather wizard Mark. According to Mark's original idea, as long as he ran out of the bank, he would immediately fly into the sky. With his strength, as long as he ran to high altitude, he would be in the world. You have to know that at an altitude of 10,000 meters, there are as many strong winds, lightning and water vapor as you want. He only needs to use a small amount of power to create a weather that is comparable to a natural disaster. The clouds above contain excessive amounts of water vapor and energy. A random lightning bolt can release more than 500 million joules of energy, which can reach millions of watts of power. If this thing hits a person, it can vaporize the person in an instant. So as long as he escapes to an altitude of 10,000 meters, he will be invincible. Of course, Mark thought too much. The sky is indeed his home court, but if he really goes to the sky, he will only die more miserably, because the sky is also Kai's home court. However, Mark has no chance to go to the sky. Just as Mark rushed out of the bank and planned to fly into the sky, a loud noise suddenly appeared in his ears. He suddenly felt dizzy, his eyes went black, and he crashed directly. It was Frank. As a special forces, Frank is not a full-time sniper, but he is a jack of all trades and can do anything. Although he is not a top-level sniper, he is completely enough to deal with a guy like Mark. This guy never thought that someone would ambush him at a commanding height, and he flew straight into the sky after coming out. The route was so predictable that if Frank could not hit such a simple moving target, he should really consider retirement. Of course, Mark was not dead. He was wearing a single soldier mecha of the Chitauri. The bullet hit the single soldier mecha, causing the head of the mecha to deform immediately. But this deformation was a good thing, because it could absorb the strong kinetic energy brought by the bullet through deformation, thereby reducing the damage to the user. This was also thanks to Mark's ordinary human physique. If it was placed on the body of a Chitauri, this attack would be of little threat. Although Mark has superpowers, he is no different from ordinary humans. In fact, his physical fitness is a little worse than that of ordinary people. He had been lying in the hospital for 9 months before, and it was completely lucky that he did not become a vegetable. When he left the hospital, he looked like a skeleton. Even if ordinary people have the best rehabilitation, it takes a long time to recover, and during this period, a professional team needs to give the most professional advice. And what about Mark? Where can he find a professional team to rehabilitate him? And this guy basically eats, drinks, gambles, and smokes, without missing a thing. This made his body extremely thin. If he didn't have superpowers, he would have basically said goodbye to the robbery job. So this attack, even though it was blocked by the mecha, almost made Mark faint. Fortunately, Snart was a responsible guy. He didn't abandon Mark and run away, but carried him up and planned to run together. Mark. How are you? Are you okay? Mark bounced on Snart for a few times and almost vomited, but he was sober. Fuck. Put me down. I'm going to vomit. Snart quickly put him down. Fuck. I almost died. There are snipers above. We can't walk through the sky. Run. Unfortunately, it was a little late to say this. Heatwave was still running, and with a bang, he was shot on the head. Heatwave was fine and climbed up from the ground, but his head was still buzzing. At this time, a short stick suddenly shot out from the bank door. Snart dodged, but he immediately found that there was a rope behind the short stick. Before he could react, the short stick was retracted. With a swish, one of his feet was entangled. Then the rope was pulled in suddenly, and Snart turned over. Daredevil is quite strong. He has practiced. He doesn't have superpowers. No, he has mastered the art of locating positions by sound. This thing is not considered a superpower, but it is a bit too much. However, I believe that most people hope to have such a skill. Damn it. Die. Seeing Snart fall to the ground, Heatwave, who had just climbed up, was extremely angry. Damn it. Why are you holding on to them? Jesse killed them. I didn't get anything in New York, and you are still chasing me. I will fight you. Boom. The hot air gun sprayed a stream of high-temperature flames. This weapon was invented by Cisco Raymond, a physics genius and inventor at Star Lab. Its original intention. Actually, there was no original intention, just because he was idle. He and his partner Caitlin Snow always invent some messed up things for various reasons. Most of them are useless, but some are, too useful. For example, the freezing gun, and this heat gun. This weapon can spray out direct high-temperature flames, and the flame temperature can reach a terrifying 1,500 degrees. At the same time, this thing also refers to the effect of the spray gun. The flame it sprays is not only direct, but also has impact force. It can melt objects in an instant, which is very scary. In the past, in order to use this gun, Heatwave had to design a set of fireproof clothes by himself, otherwise it would not be used at all. Now that he has superpowers, it is better. Soon the rope that entangled Snart was burned off. At the same time, the entire bank door was wrapped in flames. Seeing this scene, several adults directly pushed several children in. Logan took the lead, ran to the front, and directly blocked the door. Soon Logan's front turned into charcoal, and then bursts of meaty aroma came out. On the other side, Frank saw that his sniper rifle was useless, and he didn't say anything nonsense. He threw away the sniper rifle and directly moved a silver thing from the big box behind him. Vulcan cannon, referred to the one used by the Nemesis in Resident Evil, 5,000 rounds of ammunition, equipped with a counter and a tripod. Frank fixed the gunshot, and then took out the ammunition box. Then he aimed. "I'm going to clean the floor, don't come out." Then he pulled the trigger. Buzz 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 buzz. The 6 silver gun barrels began to rotate rapidly. Bullets rained down on the gang members at the door of the bank like raindrops. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.